In the late summer of 2002, the sun was still scorching, baking the yellow earth until it burned bare feet. Even so, at the entrance of Day Village, an elderly couple stood beside a worn minivan. "Old Han, if we don't set off soon my tires won't take it," the driver urged. "Just say what you need to say." The boys groaned. What trouble could there be? In the driver's seat, Lee Dogwang drew hard on a rough hand-rolled cigarette. If Old Han hadn't given him a whole basket of eggs, he truly wouldn't have wanted to make this trip. Inside the minivan, a dark-skinned teenage boy carefully shifted his right leg, which was wrapped in plaster, inching it into place. After settling his injured foot, he set his crutch aside and turned his bright eyes to the world outside the window. The boy's name was Han Jue. A month earlier, while gathering wild produce in the back mountain to earn his tuition, he had slipped down a slope and ruptured his Achilles tendon. With barely any savings, Old Han had still forced himself to borrow money and take him to the county hospital for surgery. "Dogwang, you must drop him right at the school gate," Han Jue's grandmother fretted, repeating her instructions. She leaned into the minivan to tell Han Jue, "Grandson, once you arrive, study hard. Show those snobs what you're capable of." "What are you saying, old woman?" his grandfather cut in. "Xiao Ju, don't pressure yourself. Don't worry about matters at home. Your grandpa isn't old yet." "I understand, Grandpa, Grandma. Please take care of yourselves at home," Han Jue replied sensibly. He bent down and pressed the money inside his sock more firmly into place. It was his entire tuition and living expenses for the semester. He had already decided that come National Day, he would try to find casual work in the county. According to the doctor, by then his foot should be almost healed. Just the previous night, Xiao Yinan had sneaked over to chat with him, telling him there were plenty of small eateries in the county recruiting help and that he might even lend a hand in the school cafeteria. For a boy from the countryside, physical strength was the one thing he never lacked. "If you ask me, what good is school for this kid? Better to come back and get his own plot of land to farm. Otherwise, when he's older and still lame, how's he supposed to find a wife?" Lee Dogwang muttered on, not noticing the deep displeasure in Old Han's eyes beside him. "Dogwang, if you don't want to earn that basket of eggs, I'll find someone else. Yours isn't the only minivan in the village." "Xiao Ju is going to university," Old Han said, his anger barely contained. Enough, old man, what are you saying?" Grandma interjected, trying to smooth things over as she tugged Old Han aside. "Xiao Ju, remember to come home when you're on break." "Don't worry, Grandpa," Han Jue said, deliberately puffing out his chest. "Your grandson is so smart, of course I'll study hard." He knew that whenever he said this, his grandfather couldn't help teasing him, and this time was no exception. Old Han laughed and scolded, "That cleverness of yours clearly takes after me." All right, you two are about ready to ascend to the heavens," Grandma chuckled, coming over to pull the van door closed for Han Jue. "Wait, Han Jue, Han Jue, Han Jue." At the far end of the dusty path, a figure like a fluttering butterfly came running toward them, clutching a bulging coarse cloth bag. "Wait!" Han Jue hurriedly reached out to stop Lee Dogwang's hand from shifting gears. The sudden movement nearly sent him sliding off his seat. Even so, he quickly straightened up, smoothed the creases from his clothes, yanked the door open, and stared somewhat nervously in the direction where Xiao Yinan was running. "Huff, huff, surprised aren't you? Here are your favorite pomegranates. I picked them up on the embankment." Xiao Yinan panted as she ran up, still proudly thrusting the cloth bag toward him despite being out of breath. Han Jue quickly turned to look at her. The fashionable sandals beneath her pink dress were already caked with dust, and the bangs on her forehead were damp with sweat clinging in strands. His heart tightened. With one hand, he took the bag from her, and with the other he instinctively pulled out the boiled eggs his grandmother had prepared from his pocket, trying to press them into Xiao Yinan's hand. "Didn't you say yesterday you wouldn't come see me off? Your mom definitely doesn't know you're here," Han Jue murmured, guiltily glancing around as he pushed the eggs into Xiao Yinan's hand. At his touch, the warmth of his hand made Xiao Yinan's face flush in an instant. "She can't catch up with me. You keep the eggs. I don't need them," Xiao Yinan said, pushing the eggs back into his hand. Instead, she dug into the coarse bag, picked out a cluster of pomegranate seeds, and popped them into Han Jue's mouth. It's so sweet," Han Jue said a little foolishly. Xiao Yinan's soft white hand still rested lightly on his chest, leaving him bewildered. He lifted his gaze to her small face. It was truly beautiful. "Why are you staring at me? Where are the pomegranate seeds?" Xiao Yinan's face was now redder than the fruit in her. "I swallowed them," Han Jue admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. A silver bell-like laugh spilled from the girl's lips, ringing out and filling the village entrance. "All right, I have to go back. Don't take my mom's words to heart. I'm going to the city for high school, and I'll be waiting for you at university," Xiao Yinan said. Her voice caught slightly the pain in her heart, clear in every word. Han Jue understood what she meant. Lately her mother had kept blocking her from coming to see him, saying she didn't want her child playing with a cripple. Hearing this, Han Jue had only smiled bitterly. After all Xiao Yinan's father was earning in the city now, it was inevitable her mother's eyes would be set higher. He had never expected that Xiao Yinan herself would still be worrying about him. "Girl, Xiao Ju is so smart, he'll definitely find you at university. Don't dwell on such things," Old Han finally interjected, unable to watch any longer. He grumbled inwardly that this brat had managed to upset such a fine girl. I'm going now. Xiaoyinan turned away. Two small dark wet spots appeared on the dust of the path beneath her as she waved and ran off the same way she had come. I'll come find you. Han Jue shouted at her, retreating back, his right hand clenched so tightly that his nails gouged into his palm. 10 minutes later, the minivan rattled along, its swaying, making the young man drowsy. For this first parting, he did not feel an overwhelming sadness. Xiaoju will probably arrive before dark. If you're tired, sleep for a while, Li Daguang told him, taking another drag. Okay, Han Jue answered, nodding. He closed his eyes, his hands slipping into his pockets out of habit. Just then his fingers brushed against something hard in his pocket. He took it out to look, a six-sided seed with rough, ridged skin. He had picked it up in the courtyard yesterday, intending to plant it somewhere, but the day had been too hectic, and he'd forgotten. I'll just plant it at school, Han Jue thought, slipping the seed back into his pocket before shutting his eyes again. He failed to notice that the seed was stained with blood from his palm, giving it a strange appearance. Before long, Han Jue fell asleep. In his dream, he felt as though a small tree had grown inside his body. It was unlike a peach tree or a willow, and even the huge locust tree in the center of the village seemed less imposing than the sapling within him. In the dream, Han Jue realized he possessed a kind of inner sight, able to perceive tiny green lights shimmering upon the little tree's branches. Those motes of green light were now streaming all at once toward his right foot. It felt warmly soothing. Waking from sleep, Han Jue instinctively wanted to shake his head and stretch his body. Though he was not yet very old, he had hitched rides on the bread van to the county to sell mountain goods many times. Every time he fell asleep in the van, he would wake with his whole body aching. But the moment he moved, Han Jue was taken aback. How could this sleep feel even better than sleeping at home? Awake already. We'll be there in 10 minutes. You've worn your Uncle Daguang out, you know. Hearing Han Jue stir, Li Daguang laughed as he spoke. Han Jue hummed in response, then lowered his head, and suddenly sensed something wrong. The plaster cast had broken. For some reason, the plaster on his right foot had split open. Fortunately, a slightly yellowed bandage wrapped around the outside held the fragments together so they did not scatter everywhere. This is bad. Did I kick it apart in my sleep? Han Jue knew he never slept very still. Anxiety surged in his heart. The medical fees had already been scraped together by his grandfather, bowing and begging if they had to treat him again. Where would the money come from? Was he truly going to become a cripple? The youth's heart hammered with anxiety. By instinct, he wanted to lift his right foot for a closer look. Yet as he did so, Han Jue discovered something else that felt wrong. Within the broken plaster, Han Jue sensed that his right foot did not seem to hurt at all. Even the chill he had felt right after the cast was gone. It felt warmly comfortable. He even had a faint urge to run. We'll be there soon. I'll help you carry your luggage to the dorm later, came Li Daguang's easy voice. Li Daguang's tone was relaxed. He was completely unaware of the turmoil in the youth's heart in the back seat. Thank you, Uncle Daguang. Han Jue gave his head a little shake. At least there was no pain. That was something. Being sensible, he knew that even if he went home now, there was no money for a new cast. He could only go to school first, and see if he could somehow figure out a solution on his own. Heiyuan Third High School did not have a good reputation in Heiyuan County fights, smoking brawls. Such scenes could be found among the groves on campus. Yet it was still a public high school with low tuition, and it did have quite a few good teachers. Standing at the school gate, one could see at a glance the cinder running track inside beside several concrete basketball courts. Term officially began the day after tomorrow, so there were not many students here to register yet. With his admission notice in hand, Han Jue followed Li Daguang to the dormitory to put down his luggage. Warm-hearted Li Daguang even helped him make his bed. Xiaoju, I'm not well educated, and my words don't always sound pleasant. Don't take them to heart. Since you're here, study hard, Li Daguang said, removing the cigarette from his ear, thinking a moment of being in a school, then tucking it back in place. It's fine, Uncle. You're only speaking for my own good. It's getting dark. You should head back. The mountain roads are hard to drive at night, Han Jue said. Leaning on his crutch, Han Jue tried to stand to see Li Daguang off. In truth, he knew Uncle Daguang was not a bad person. The man's way of thinking was quite normal for the village. Enough. Don't you go straining yourself. I'll be off. No need to see me out, Li Daguang said, pressing Han Jue back onto the bed, with one hand waving with the other as he strode away. Once everything was tidied, Han Jue looked around at the empty dormitory. The rooms at Heiyuan Third High were all 8-bed dorms. Although an 8-person dorm seemed cramped, Han Jue had already heard that many students here were day scholars who only came to the dorm for a midday nap. At night, there might not be many people staying. After closing the door, Han Jue carefully began removing the bandage and plaster from his foot. He had already noticed on the way up the stairs that his right foot had strength again. But with Uncle Daguang beside him, then Han Jue had kept silent and dutifully leaned on the crutch into the dorm. This is way too white, he murmured. Han Jue looked at his right foot and could not help but laugh softly. He flexed it twice. There was no pain at all. Testing the floor with a few steps, it seemed fully recovered. Moreover, Han Jue discovered that the surgical incision on his right foot had vanished without a trace. Could I be born with some extraordinary gift, he thought, with a miraculous power to heal? Han Jue shamelessly entertained the idea, chuckling to himself as he did. After all, he was still a boy, who would willingly accept a scar running along his leg. Coming back to his senses, Han Jue took out the shoe his right foot had not worn in a long time. Seeing how pale the skin was, he tugged the sock up hard, trying to hide that patch of snowy white. Standing up, Han Jue gathered the plaster pieces, planning to throw them away when he went downstairs for dinner. After pacing several laps around the room to test himself, he finally felt completely at ease. It seemed his foot truly was healed. A youth's thoughts always leap far. By now he was already thinking how wonderful it would have been if he had recovered to this degree yesterday. Then Xiao Yinan's mother would not have called him a cripple, and he would have been able to go pick the bayberries Xiao Yinan loved most. Sigh, I don't even know when I'll get to see Xiao Yinan again. She should come back for the new year this year, shouldn't she? After all, her grandmother still lives in the village, Han Jue thought, already beginning to miss her. The dorm bell rang out through the school. Canteen serving. The old man watching over the dorms bellowed the announcement. Han Jue decided to go eat something first, and at the same time check the prices and portions of the cafeteria meals. A few minutes later, old Zhang at the dorm entrance frowned as he watched Han Jue's figure receding into the distance, then took a disbelieving sip of goji berry water from his thermos. Something's off. When that kid went upstairs just now, I'm sure he was leaning on a crutch. How is it that in the blink of an eye he's running? Looking again at Han Jue's pace, he saw it was nothing like that of someone who had just had a cast. Could it be that I really am getting old, that I can't even remember what a student was wearing? Old Zhang shook his head helplessly, and sighed. Time spares no one. Unaware that his change had prompted old Zhang at the door to reflect on life, Han Jue discovered only one thing: that the school canteen's dishes were somewhat expensive, though at least the rice was unlimited. After looking around, Han Jue ordered 2 vegetable dishes and a big bowl of rice, then began eating heartily. As he ate, Han Jue calculated that even if he saved every possible coin on food, the money hidden in his sock would only last about a month and a half. It seemed he would have to hurry and find a part-time job. Once full, Han Jue wandered around the school several times. The feeling of walking without a crutch was simply too wonderful. By nature, Han Jue had never been one to sit still. Back in the village, he loved to hop and skip everywhere. Every time he came home from playing, the hems of his pants were smeared with dust. Looking at the neat cinder track, Han Jue's feet itched. Seeing no one around, he dashed onto the track and began. Lap after lap, Han Jue ran more and more relaxed, more and more joyful. The pressure of studies, the burden of poverty, even the harsh words of Xiao Yinan's mother. He trampled them all underfoot on that track. At least while he was running, Han Jue was happy. That student is running rather fast, someone remarked. At the cafeteria exit, Dan Cine, dressed in sportswear, stared in surprise at the dark figure on the track. Under the moonlight, Han Jue's silhouette stretched and shortened as he ran. The school year has begun. After a lengthy opening ceremony and class meeting in the morning, the students of Heiyuan No. 3 High School finally made it to their first class of the afternoon, physical education. Today's sun is mild, with a refreshing breeze, perfect for physical education classes. Compared to the dreary academic subjects, all the students prefer this liberating course. Han Jue, do you know? Our physical education teacher is a newcomer, a stunning beauty. Her voice is so melodious. A figure as skinny as a monkey tiptoed to look outside, then shrank back and whispered to Han Jue. His name is Ho Zhuang, but ironically he is as thin as a monkey, and he sits next to Han Jue. I don't know. Han Jue shook his head. A female physical education teacher. He had never heard of her before. However, the moment he saw the playground, Han Jue felt a rush of excitement. Last night he dreamt about that tree again. Moreover, this time Han Jue also sensed some green light spots within him moving towards his right leg. This dream felt a bit strange, and he vaguely sensed something unusual. Hello everyone, I am your physical education teacher Shan Cine, but you can call me Teacher Shan. A crisp voice interrupted Han Jue's thoughts. Looking up, Shan Cine was dressed in a yellow sports outfit, her ponytail bouncing as she spoke, creating a captivating sight. Her delicate features made it hard to believe she was a physical education teacher, but her perfect figure added some credibility. Teacher Shan, how old are you? Ho Zhuang teased, pinching his voice. Shan Cine heard and smiled. Isn't it taboo to ask a woman's age? I remembered that voice. Everyone. At ease. Stand at attention. Count off. 1, 2, 3. Hearing Shan Cine's commands, Ho Zhuang felt a bit guilty. Although he had teased in a high-pitched voice, if the teacher caught him, he would inevitably have to run a few laps, and being the first class, he wanted to make a good impression on the beautiful teacher. As the 45 students in the class finished counting off, Shan Cine's gaze remained fixed on the area near Ho Zhuang. Han Jue suppressed a laugh, his breath irregular, thinking this kid might get into trouble. That student, what's your name? It's over. Ho Zhuang sighed, as if resigned to his fate. Just 5 minutes ago, he thought Teacher Shan's voice was lovely, but now it felt like the voice of a devil. My name is Ho Zhuang. I'm sorry, teacher. Ho Zhuang raised his head, starting to apologize, as if reciting a lesson. After all, he had accumulated a lot of experience in apologizing over the years. Through several personal experiences, Ho Zhuang had already summarized the rules of apologizing. 1. Confess for leniency. 2. Be sincere. 3. The sooner you admit your mistakes, the sooner you will face the consequences. The last rule is the most important. Only after suffering can one properly admit the next mistake. Not you, that student next to you. Han Jue interrupted Ho Zhuang's apology. Not me. Han Jue. The teacher is calling you. Ho Zhuang immediately felt delighted and patted Han Jue on the shoulder, not knowing how to celebrate this happy moment. His first success in high school, successfully shifting the blame to his deskmate. Ho Zhuang was already thinking about how to brag to his friends. My name is Han Jue. Han Jue stood straight, looking at Han Jue, wondering if the teacher had indeed misheard. So it's Han Jue, step out and stand next to me. And you, Ho Zhuang, step out as well. The rest of you run 2 laps around the playground, then you may engage in free activities. Remember, do not leave the school gate, and we will regroup before class ends. Han Jue said with a slight smile. Although Han Jue thought teacher Shan's smile was very beautiful, he still didn't understand why he had to step out. Han Jue didn't know, and the other students were even more confused as they ran their laps. Ho Zhuang, right. Your parents gave you this name, it wasn't easy. Go on, run 10 laps. If you get tired you can jog, but you can't stop. Finish all laps before class ends. Han Jue smiled sweetly. At this time the Cinders track was only 200 meters for 1 lap, and 10 laps amounted to 2 kilometers. For high school students it would be tiring, but if they persevered they could manage. Please teacher, you just called Han Jue out. Ho Zhuang still held onto a glimmer of hope. 11 laps. Teacher Shan, I just praised you for being beautiful, you know. I was wrong. 12 laps. Ho Zhuang instinctively tried to argue, but suddenly realized and covered his mouth with his hand. He couldn't say anything more. If he did it would be 13 laps. Seeing Ho Zhuang already running, Han Jue still did not understand, continuing to stand straight and look at Han Jue. Don't worry, the reason I called you out is different from why I called him out. Han Jue likely noticed the young man's nervousness and smiled casually, saying, You were running on the playground last night, right? How was it? Do you like the feeling of running? Han Jue looked at Han Jue. His clothes were old, but clean. His shoes were the same, and his overall demeanor was quite good, with bright shiny eyes. Yes, I do, Han Jue nodded. Then go run 3 laps to warm up, and come find me after you finish. Seeing Han Jue still tense, Han Jue waved her hand, letting him go run. Han Jue felt a sense of relief, and once he reached the track he gradually relaxed, and began to jog slowly. Li Chonglin, your 100-meter speed has slowed down quite a bit. Wang Zifan, how can you say that? We're pretty much even. The quality of this batch of new female students isn't great. In one corner of the playground 2 boys in sportswear were warming up, while joking watching the playground. Hey, where's teacher Shan? I haven't seen her. Did she go to the restroom? You think you can get into college with this kind of joking around during training? Dream on. Suddenly teacher Shan's voice rang out behind them. Li Chonglin, where's your finishing move? Did you lose your chest? And you, Wang Zifan, after all this time you still don't know how to use the takeoff board? Han Jue's voice was filled with disappointment, as she was once a former athlete who had come out of a sports school. Due to injuries she retired and attended a normal university, returning to her hometown hoping to discover some promising talents. Look at your scores, 1 is 13. 5 of the other is 13. 1A, and you can't even touch the shadow of a second-tier athlete. Han Jue reprimanded them, without any pleasantries, her disappointment evident. Seeing the 2 of them looking unconvinced, Han Jue snorted and glanced at Han Jue. Do you 2 believe that I could grab anyone off the playground right now and they would run better than both of you? Teacher Dan, you are mistaken. No matter how slow we run, we shouldn't be outpaced by those first-year students on the playground. Li Chonglin said, unwilling to back down. Exactly, the intensity of summer practice wasn't enough, so it's normal for our grades to drop. The citywide middle school championship is still a month away, right? A bit of practice will surely improve our performance. Wang Zifan mumbled, a bit of practice will surely improve our performance. Fine, Han Jue, come here. Teacher Dawn's voice trembled with anger. When did competitive sports become something that could be solved with just a bit of practice? Teacher Dan. Han Jue ran over, looking a bit confused at Dan Jue. These are this year's first-year students, just started school this morning. Come on, you 3, run a race. Dan Jue pointed to the starting line beneath their feet. If we're running, then let's run. The 2, feeling indignant, donned their spikes and crouched on the starting blocks ready to take off. Han Jue stood beside them. Firstly, the starting blocks were brought out by Li Chonglin and Wang Zifan from the sports room, and today only the 2 of them were training, so only 2 were brought out. Secondly, Han Jue also didn't know how to use that apparatus. Even during the middle school sports meet, he ran straight without it. Dan Jue noticed the curiosity in Han Jue's eyes, and being considerate didn't test the boy's pride. You 2 get up as well. Let's run from a standing start. Ready? Dan Jue ran to the finish line and shouted, run. As soon as the signal was heard, Han Jue's body instantly perked up. He pushed off with his right foot, launching himself forward and taking the lead over the other 2. In this test, Han Jue also had the mindset of testing his own body. Although the doctor previously advised against strenuous exercise, how could he know how well his body had recovered without trying? In any case, Han Jue had already decided in his heart that as soon as he felt any pain, he would stop immediately. However, during this start, Han Jue didn't feel anything unusual. Instead, he vaguely sensed that his injured right foot had gained a bit more strength. Li Chonglin, who was on Han Jue's right, had always had a good start. Although this time it was from a standing position, he thought it wouldn't affect him much. It wasn't about running for time, it was just about being the fastest among the three. But when he caught a glimpse of a shadow flashing by on his left, Li Chonglin panicked. How is this kid starting so fast? With no time to think further, Li Chonglin quickly alternated his legs, trying hard to increase his speed. Wang Zifan beside him did the same, knowing he couldn't outpace Li Chonglin, but he couldn't let a junior surpass him. The cinder track suddenly echoed with the sound of rapid footfalls as three figures flashed by. Ho Zhuang felt 3 gusts of wind whoosh past him, and when he turned around he was surprised to see Han Jue racing against the second-year students. Go for it. Take them down, Ho Zhuang shouted. After shouting, he realized that those were second-year students. They were athletes, strong and robust. Feeling a bit guilty, he quickly lowered his head and jogged over to the outer lane, pretending he had nothing to do with the earlier incident. Tap tap tap. Dan Sinny pressed the stopwatch 3 times in a row, looking down and filled with undisguised astonishment. The first place time was surprisingly 12:0. It's important to note that the standard for male athletes at the second level in the 100 meters is 11:5. Moreover, this was on a 200-meter track, where running 100 meters required navigating a bend that would slow him down. He had no booster, no spikes, and hadn't trained. He had finished over a second ahead of the other 2 athletes. Huff huff huff. After finishing, Han Jue didn't stop immediately, but walked while gasping for air. Refreshing. This was Han Jue's first reaction after finishing. He didn't even notice what place he came in. He enjoyed the process of running, that feeling of the wind rushing past his ears. Are you convinced now? Dan Sinny walked over to Li Chonglin and Wang Zifan. Seeing their dejected expressions, she didn't say much more. After all, she only wanted to motivate the 2, not to give them any psychological trauma. Now you know your capabilities, continue training. Starting tomorrow you'll train with Teacher Gua. Yes, Teacher Dan. Li Chonglin replied in a drawn-out tone, glancing up at Han Jue, still feeling somewhat unconvinced. It wasn't until they left the area of Dan Sinny's playground that he kicked at a sand pile. If I had used the starting blocks, I would have definitely run better than this time. Who runs the 100 meters from a standing position? Wang Zifan, however, shook his head, saying, if he used the starting blocks, he would have run even faster. His words left Li Chonglin speechless. On the playground, Dan Sinny saw that Han Jue had already recovered and handed him a bottle of water, smiling. How do you feel? Very comfortable. Han Jue didn't take the water, following the principle of not accepting unearned rewards which his grandfather had taught him. You can keep it. You helped me run this time, so it's reasonable for me to buy you a drink. Dan Sinny understood a bit about the boy's psychology. Han Jue then took the bottle and sipped it slowly. For some reason he thought of his dream, realizing that he was indeed like a tree needing water. Alright, you can go do some free activities now. Dan Sinny didn't say much more to Han Jue. Practicing sports was not as simple as it seemed. She planned to learn more about Han Jue's background first. Han Jue nodded and walked back to the part of the playground designated for free activities in his class. He was still a bit confused. How could running such a common activity pique the teacher's interest? He planned to check the cafeteria during the break to see if he could help out with meals. You are so awesome. Ho Zhuang jogged over, giving Han Jue's shoulder a hearty pat. What? Han Jue looked at Ho Zhuang's excited eyes, a bit puzzled. Those 2 second-year students are athletes from the school, and they have been training since middle school. They couldn't even outrun you. Don't you plan to try practicing sports? At your level, getting a second-level certification would definitely not be a problem. You might even become an exceptional athlete. That would even give you extra points when applying to university. Ho Zhuang looked Han Jue up and down, filled with envy. What second level? Exceptional athlete? Han Jue had never heard of these in the village. Does practicing sports really allow one to go to university? But even if it did, he hadn't thought about it. The doctor had said that with his level of Achilles tendon rupture, even if healed, he couldn't engage in any intense physical activities. Regarding the fact that the 2 athletes couldn't outrun him, Han Jue merely thought that their skills must be quite poor, not qualifying as real athletes. Just as Ho Zhuang was about to explain, he suddenly heard Teacher Don's voice coming from outside. What are you slacking off for? Keep running. Reluctantly, Ho Zhuang could only stick out his tongue and continue running. Han Jue shook his head and continued jogging around the playground. If it weren't for his concern for his shoes, he would have thought about sprinting a few more laps. After class, Han Jue rushed straight to the cafeteria. At this time, it wasn't meal time, and there were hardly any students in the cafeteria. Unfortunately, no matter how Han Jue pleaded the students, there simply didn't need any help. Returning to the classroom, Han Jue felt a bit down and prepared to continue reading. After all, he cherished his opportunity to learn. On the first day after gym class, it was study time, and everyone was chatting with their desk mates. Guess if Teacher Dan has a boyfriend. Ho Zhuang turned around, saying with a mysterious expression. She probably doesn't. Teacher Dan is too beautiful. If Teacher Dan has a boyfriend, I'll deflate his tires. If I could have a girlfriend like Teacher Dan, I wouldn't even need to attend class. A group of high school students whose hormones were in overdrive inevitably fell into fantasies about their female teacher, especially since the teacher was so good-looking. Suddenly teacher Dawn's voice rang out from outside the classroom. Han Jue, come out for a moment. It was only in the afternoon after gym class that the students in the classroom were quite familiar with teacher Dawn's voice. Here he comes. Although Han Jue felt a bit puzzled, he still responded and put away his book before stepping outside. Ho Zhuang, do you think teacher Dan has taken a liking to Han Jue? He called him during class, and now he's calling him again. Exactly, you're his desk mate. Tell us more about him. The classmates behind him became excited and started to inquire with Ho Zhuang. After all, they had just been discussing teacher Dan, and in the blink of an eye the classmate in front was engaging with teacher Dan, making everyone envious. Ahem, about Han Jue, that's a long story. Ho Zhuang cleared his throat and began to fabricate a tale, gradually attracting more listeners around him. In teacher Dawn's office, Han Jue stepped in and was greeted by a faint fragrance of osmanthus. In the small office of about 15 square meters, there were pink items everywhere, making Han Jue blush a bit. Teacher Dan also noticed Han Jue's unusual demeanor. This was her private office where no one usually entered, so she had placed some of her belongings. It was natural for a boy like Han Jue to feel shy. Han Jue, I brought you here to ask if you have any plans to practice sports. Teacher Dan asked, sternly pretending to be authoritative. Han Jue snapped back to reality, hesitating for a moment before shaking his head. No, I want to go to university. Although Han Jue's feet didn't hurt after running today, practicing sports would definitely involve intense exercise, and given his previous Achilles tendon injury, he wouldn't be able to participate even if he wanted to. Moreover, Han Jue couldn't forget the sight of his grandparents pleading for a loan. He couldn't let them down. Getting into university was his biggest repay for them at the moment. Who told you that you can't go to university if you practice sports? Master your sport well, and you can choose any good university. Teacher Dan thought to herself. Long before calling Han Jue over, she had already prepared herself mentally. However, she still didn't want to miss the opportunity of nurturing such a good seedling in Han Jue. Without using any boosters, wearing spikes, or undergoing training, he had already reached the threshold of level 2. Such talent would be a shame not to pursue sports. Furthermore, she could see another possibility in Han Jue. When Han Jue ran, he seemed to enjoy it. The track appeared to be a stage for him. Here, let me show you these athletes, all of whom went to great universities like Tsinghua and Peking University, and they have had similar experiences. Did you know? You have great talent. Teacher Dawn's eyes sparkled as she spoke. She knew her own talent was lacking. Even without injuries, making it to the finals in the national games would be her limit. Yet she had a vague feeling that Han Jue could go further. He'll think about it. Han Jue replied, noticing teacher Dawn's enthusiasm, choosing not to mention his Achilles tendon injury and politely declining. Teacher Dan sighed, helplessly pulled out a chocolate from the drawer and handed it to him, saying, no worries, take your time to think. You should still run when you can, and don't put too much pressure on yourself. This is for you. Seeing Han Jue not accepting it, teacher Dan laughed in annoyance. You're so stubborn. I've called you out to stand for so long, and it's normal to offer you something to eat. What's wrong? You don't listen to your teacher. Finally, Han Jue took the chocolate, and his first reaction upon tasting it was that it was unpleasant. However, with teacher Dan still in front of him, he felt embarrassed to spit it out. Thankfully, after a short while, the sweetness of the chocolate emerged. Han Jue smiled and returned to the classroom. Ding, ding, ding. The phone on teacher Dawn's desk began to ring. Teacher Dan, someone is looking for you at the door. It seems to be a student's parent. The voice of the gatekeeper came through the phone. Okay, I'll be right down. Teacher Dawn's heart raced. Oh, what could a student's parent want with her? Could it be her old classmates with their mischievous hearts? Regardless, teacher Dan still prepared to go down and take a look. At the school gate, she saw a man who looked like a farmer holding a small basket through the iron gate. Hello, teacher Dan. You are the gym teacher for the first year, right? It's like this: Xiao Jue injured his foot and can't participate in gym class. His grandparents hope you can take good care of him. The man said somewhat awkwardly upon seeing teacher Dan. Xiao Jue, may I ask what the full name of the student is? Teacher Dan thought back. It seemed the only student related to Xiao Jue was Han Jue. But Han Jue's foot didn't seem injured. If it were, how could he run so fast? Those two athletes could just go home. I am from Han family village. Xiao Jue's full name is Han Jue. The man continued to smile, plainly forcing the small basket into the stunned teacher Dawn's hands. Han Jue has an injury on his foot. Teacher Dawn's first reaction was a tinge of guilt. This kid has an injury, yet I let him race with others. Will it hurt him too much? But as she snapped back to reality, teacher Dan felt something was off. He couldn't be that foolish, could he? What kind of injury does Han Jue have on his foot? Teacher Dan already knew what was in the basket she held. It was filled with eggs, at least 20 of them. This was equivalent to nearly half a month's salary. Oh, Xiao Jue is quite sensible. He slipped down the slope while picking mountain goods and reportedly ruptured his Achilles tendon. He even got a cast on it. The man, seeing that teacher Dan had accepted the items, anxiously looked back and said, Teacher Dan, I've delivered the items. My vehicle is waiting for me over there, so please take care of it. After saying that, he dashed to the van on the road without heeding teacher Dawn's attempts to stop him. Hey, you need to take your things. Teacher Dan looked up and saw no trace of him. Are people from Han family village this fast? Teacher Dan helplessly held the small basket, her emotions complex, pondering. Ruptured Achilles tendon. How can he still run 100 meters? Something's not right. Her heart was a mix of concern, confusion, and curiosity. Thus she called out, Han Jue, come out for a moment. The familiar voice echoed again at the door of Class 2 Year 1. This is the third time. Why did Teacher Dan call Han Jue out again? Han Jue must be Teacher Dawn relative. What if she's just an old cow wanting to graze on fresh grass? How dare you say Teacher Dan is an old cow? You're done for. The class, originally doing self-study, erupted into chaos. Han Jue helplessly set down his book and walked outside again, but as soon as he saw the small basket in Teacher Dawn's hands, he was filled with questions. The weaving technique of this small basket was unique to Han family village, something he often did back at home. Let's go to my office. Teacher Dan could tell by Han Jue's gaze that the man just now indeed knew Han Jue. However, Teacher Dan lowered her head to examine Han Jue's foot. Ruptured Achilles tendon. In a cast? Could it be that there's something wrong with my eyesight? On the way to the office, Han Jue noticed something was off. Why was Teacher Shan constantly looking at his feet? The words that Ho Zhuang said back in the classroom made Han Jue start to overthink. Upon arriving at the office, the familiar scent of osmanthus once again filled the air. Just now a person from your Han family village came by saying that you ruptured your Achilles tendon and had it in a cast, asking me to take care of you during physical education class, Shan Sini said with a feigned seriousness. This basket of eggs, he said, was sent by your grandparents. You must know what that means. Shan Sini placed the basket. So the question arises, where's your cast? Shan Sini asked Han Jue. I broke it yesterday and just tossed it aside, Han Jue replied. Han Jue scratched his head. At that moment his mind was racing. Although his grandparents cared for him, they could not possibly provide a whole basket of eggs. It was not their style to give gifts to county teachers. So who sent this basket of eggs? Moreover, this person knew about his Achilles tendon rupture. They even had a basket from Han family village. The cast broke. You just threw it away. Can your Achilles tendon heal in a month? Doesn't it hurt when you run? Shan Sini said somewhat angrily. As a former athlete, she was all too familiar with the condition of an Achilles tendon rupture. Many of her good friends had been unable to compete again because of this injury. Not to mention a month, there were plenty of people who took a year to heal. It doesn't hurt, in fact I run quite fast. Didn't you see it yourself, teacher? For some reason Han Jue felt a bit guilty at that moment. Not hurting is not enough. Come on, I'll take you to the hospital for an x-ray. Shan Sini stood up and forcibly pulled Han Jue out of the office. Teacher, I'm really fine, it doesn't hurt at all. Han Jue immediately defended himself upon hearing they were going to the hospital, as he knew that a trip to the hospital would mean the end of the money for that basket of eggs. Do you dare to disregard your teacher's words? Do you believe I will tell your grandparents? Come over here. At this moment Shan Sini revealed her authority as a teacher. Seeing Han Jue suddenly wilt, Shan Sini was satisfied and took him to the bike shed to find her bicycle. As she got on the bike, she looked at Han Jue, who was standing beside her, and urged, get on the back seat. How about I ride instead, teacher? I can ride a bike too. Han Jue felt a bit embarrassed, thinking it was silly that at his age he still needed a female teacher to take him. You have an injury, do you even realize that? Get on, you're acting like a wuss for a boy. Shan Sini laughed in exasperation. Han Jue was just too amusing. Han Jue had no choice but to sit on the back seat. The small seat felt a bit uncomfortable, and as he sat there he didn't know where to hold on. When the bike moved, his balance swayed, and he almost fell off. Shan Sini finally realized what was happening, or it turned out Han Jue was too shy to hold on to her, and was just swaying back and forth on the back seat. She deliberately added a hint of anger to her voice. Do you want to throw me off? Hold on to my waist. Recalling the pain when his Achilles tendon ruptured, Han Jue instinctively wrapped his hands around Shan Sini's waist, and only then did she ride steadily. Being so close, Han Jue couldn't tell if it was the floral scent or something else. He felt like he was about to faint. Jean, Grandpa, I'm taking him to the hospital. Shan Sini said cheerfully as they passed the guard. I know, that's the kid I mentioned earlier, be careful on the way. He'll leave the gate open for you tonight. Jean, Grandpa smiled kindly. Upon arriving at the hospital, Shan Sini led Han Jue skillfully to get an x-ray and took the results to find the doctor. You say this young man ruptured his Achilles tendon a month ago. That must be a misdiagnosis. The doctor looked at the x-ray results and concluded. Misdiagnosis. Shan Sini furrowed her brows. Look, this is his Achilles tendon. Both the surrounding blood flow and the shape of the tendon show no issues. It's even better than mine. The doctor chuckled lightly. Moreover, even a typical Achilles tendon rupture wouldn't heal in a month, let alone the situation of having a cast. The doctor analyzed further. All right, thank you, doctor. Shan Sini nodded, finally feeling relieved. It seemed that Han Jue's leg was indeed fine. Yet at that moment, only Han Jue himself knew that something might have genuinely changed in his body. The rupture of his Achilles tendon was a real event that had happened to him. The previous doctor had also said that even if he healed, he would only be an ordinary person and the tendon would still have hidden injuries. But now the x-ray results showed that his Achilles tendon was even better than that of normal people. Unexplainably, Han Jue recalled that dream. Could it be that the recovery of his Achilles tendon was related to that dream? Thinking back to how he felt when running today, Han Jue distinctly sensed that the strength in his injured right foot was even greater. Looks like you're lucky the cast was probably put on by the barefoot doctor from your village. Shansini's tone lightened considerably. She thought that Han Jue's injury might not be that serious, perhaps just a simple sprain, and he was merely misled by the village doctor. Yes, that's right. Han Jue agreed with Shansini's words. Since the scar from his surgery had disappeared, there was no need to explain further. On the way back to school, Shansini thought about that basket of eggs. She certainly couldn't accept gifts from the parents of students. After all, the value of a basket of eggs was quite high. However, she had another idea in mind. Since this kid was growing, and seeing how thin and pale he looked, it would be perfect to give those eggs to him. Teacher Shan, I'll repay you for the hospital expenses with the money I earn. Han Jue's voice came from the back. A high school student like you, how can you earn money? Seeing Han Jue's clothing, Shansini could tell that his family was not well off and didn't think about money at all. However, when she heard what Han Jue said, a triumphant smile appeared on her face, as if she knew how to make him practice sports. I can find a part-time job. Han Jue said, his words lacking confidence. The setbacks he faced in the cafeteria made him feel that finding a part-time job in this county city seemed not so easy. Part-time work. Do you know that child labor is illegal? Shansini chuckled softly. Well, then Han Jue had other thoughts in mind, but didn't say them in front of Shansini. After all, as a student, studying was his primary responsibility. Let's talk more in my office. Shansini smiled slightly and parked the bike in the shed. Upon arriving at the office, Shansini directly handed a piece of paper to Han Jue. The title read, Notice on the Implementation of the Municipal Middle School Students Athletics Competition. After reading the title, Han Jue still felt somewhat bewildered. As he continued to read, aside from a heap of bureaucratic language that Han Jue couldn't decipher, the last few lines of numbers suddenly caught his attention. The prize for the 100-meter champion, 100 yuan, second place, 80 yuan, third place, 50 yuan. The prizes for the 200-meter and 400-meter races were similar to the 100-meter. 100 yuan equivalent to more than half a month's salary for Shansini. Han Jue's tuition was only 180 yuan. Upon seeing this, Han Jue's breath quickened significantly. Finished reading. Shansini smiled sweetly as she took the paper back, quietly observing Han Jue without saying a word. Seeing her expression, Han Jue felt a bit anxious. The prizes for this competition are still too low. The provincial level has a prize of 1,000 yuan. Shansini looked at Han Jue's anxious demeanor, feeling quite pleased with herself, and pretended to shake her head nonchalantly. 100 yuan is not a small amount. Han Jue wished he could start preparing right away. It's not that it's not a lot, but it seems no one in our high school can win, not even a trial. Shansini frowned and shook her head. Of course you can, Teacher Dan, I want to give it a try. Han Jue's eyes lit up. But you don't practice sports right. With your current performance, it's still not enough to win the championship, Shansini said, suppressing her laughter. I can practice. I was just worried about my injury before, but now it has been checked, and there are no issues. As long as it doesn't affect my studies, I'm willing to. Han Jue finally understood where Shansini was being stubborn with him. Alright, it's settled. Just come and practice with me for 2 hours after class. It won't take much time from your evening study session. He'll talk to the homeroom teacher. Shansini leaped up from her chair, smiling as if her scheme had succeeded. Han Jue nodded. Just thinking about the prize filled him with motivation. Back in the classroom, with only 15 minutes until evening study ended, whispers filled the room. As soon as Han Jue walked in, he was met with a barrage of envious glances. On the first day of school, the beautiful teacher called you out multiple times. I heard you left the school with her. What did you do? His desk mate Ho Zhuang excitedly asked. I won't tell you. Han Jue shook his head. He knew that once Ho Zhuang found out, the whole class would know. Is Teacher Dan your relative? Ho Zhuang pondered for a moment before asking the second most asked question by the masses. While he was questioning, the two students behind him also perked up their ears, eager to hear Han Jue's answer. Definitely not my relative. Han Jue shook his head, glancing back at the curious eyes of the crowd, and helplessly said, Teacher Dan just wants me to practice sports. So that's how it is. Ho Zhuang smiled as if he understood. As soon as the class bell rang, the long-waiting students rushed out of the classroom. Han Jue returned to the dormitory, tidied up a bit, and quickly fell asleep. In his dream, he once again saw the tree within him, and unlike before this time, he could clearly feel the tree's presence. The shape of this tree was unlike any he had ever seen. The trunk was bare. At the top of the tree there were 3 small green leaves, 2 of which were whole, and 1 was only half. When Han Jue directed his attention to the leaves, he surprisingly saw a series of images reflected upon them. He saw himself running on the playground the night before school started, racing against 2 second-year athletes during PE class, and jogging around the playground during free activity time. After watching, a bit of familiar green light emerged from the leaves and flowed into Han Jue's right leg. Could this be the reason my Achilles tendon healed? Han Jue silently speculated. He was not someone who often dreamed, and having the same dream multiple times made him feel something was amiss. Furthermore, currently, only this green energy could explain how his Achilles tendon had recovered, and even the strength in his right foot was greater than before. Han Jue continued to ponder over what had just occurred. It seemed that as long as he exercised, the tree inside his body would grow new leaves, and the new leaves could enhance his body or heal his injuries. After clarifying this logic, Han Jue decided to continue running tomorrow to see if he would dream of this phenomenon again in the evening. A night without conversation. The next day, after finishing a day's courses while the sun had not yet set, Han Jue came to the playground after dinner. Here, eat these 2 eggs. Dan Sinny handed him 2 warm-boiled eggs. I won't eat them, just keep them, teacher. Although Han Jue still didn't know who sent the basket of eggs, it felt inappropriate for him to eat something given away. I'm on a diet. Besides, do you know that it's 3 parts training and 7 parts diet? If you don't eat, how can you improve your physical fitness and speed? Dan Sinny directly crouched down, peeled the egg, and stuffed the whole thing into Han Jue's mouth. Han Jue instinctively bit into it. The egg yolk was quite dry in his mouth and somewhat choking. Quick, drink some water to wash it down. Dan Sinny handed him a cup. Without thinking much, Han Jue gulped it down, and then realized that it wasn't water, it was milk. There's one more. After you finish it, come over to warm up. Dan Sinny proudly offered him the remaining egg. Han Jue didn't refuse anymore. He had understood teacher Don's good intentions. Instead of discussing these matters, it was better to focus on achieving good results in his running. Han Jue, feeling refreshed, went over to begin warming up with Dan Sinny. You must remember the next warm-up exercises carefully. Keep in mind that warming up is the most crucial part of training. If the warm-up is not done well, not only will the training's effectiveness diminish significantly, but you also run the risk of injury. Dan Sinny said seriously. In competitive sports, the greatest enemy is not the opponent, but injuries. An opponent can still be caught up to with effort, but once an injury occurs, a professional career could end right there. After saying this, Dan Sinny began to lead Han Jue through a series of complex warm-up exercises. After finishing, Dan Sinny had Han Jue jog 2 laps to find his rhythm. By the time Han Jue returned, Dan Sinny had already retrieved 2 starting blocks from the equipment room and placed them on the cinder track. Come, I'll teach you how to use these starting blocks, Dan Sinny said as she crouched down. The starting blocks are devices used in conjunction with a crouching start. When used properly, they can significantly enhance starting speed. When using the starting blocks, imagine yourself as a cannonball. This is your launcher, and you need to make your muscles spring into action. Dan Sinny demonstrated it herself once for Han Jue, then directly grabbed his ankle, helping him find the right feeling step by step. Once on the competition field, you will have time to adjust the starting blocks yourself. Remember, make sure to set it to your preference. Dan Sinny continued to explain. After finishing this, she began to correct Han Jue's running form. After all, a mature system for running techniques has long been established in competitive sports. Since Han Jue came from an unorthodox background, there was significant room for improvement in his running details. Proper running techniques could greatly enhance his efficiency. Arms. Swing them chest out, fold your thighs fully to propel yourself forward. Yes, just like that. On the cinder track of Hayuan No. 3 Middle School, the 2 figures were elongated by the moonlight. After finishing today's training, Dan Sinny pulled out a mat and signaled for Han Jue to lie down. Once Han Jue lay down with questions in his mind, Dan Sinny gently took off her shoes, her small feet in pink socks rubbing against Han Jue's thighs and calves. You might feel some soreness tomorrow, but that's normal since anaerobic respiration can lead to lactic acid buildup. I will help you relax a bit now. It may not be very professional, but once you achieve results and have your own physiotherapist, the relaxation will be much better. Dan Sinny explained while helping Han Jue relax. Thank you, teacher. This was Han Jue's first experience with such treatment. It felt quite comfortable. As for the soreness in his legs, he was already used to it since he would feel the same after a day's work. At that moment, Li Changlin, who had sneaked out from evening study, witnessed this scene. Instantly, he felt a myriad. During previous training sessions, he and Wang Zifan would help each other relax. But now it seemed that teacher Dan was the one helping Han Jue. The sports meet is in half a month. I will make sure to show you. Li Changlin vowed, silently determined to prove that he was the fastest runner. After the relaxation session, Dan Sinny instructed Han Jue on some details to maintain his condition before letting him return to self-study. That night, after falling asleep, Han Jue found himself in that dream again. 3 complete emerald green leaves reminded him that tonight's training had indeed transformed the previous half leaf into a whole leaf. As for the green energy within the leaves, it was evenly distributed throughout Han Jue's legs. The next day, upon waking, Han Jue instinctively went to wash up at the end of the corridor. After finishing his wash, Han Jue realized that there was not a hint of pain in his legs. It seems that energy can also help me eliminate physical abnormalities. Han Jue quietly noted this with a hint of surprise. If running generates energy, and that energy restores the body, wouldn't that mean he could increase his training volume? After a day of classes, most students who had eaten dinner gathered in groups on the playground. At this moment, Han Jue had already consumed milk and eggs, and was slowly warming up. How do your legs feel today? Dancini glanced at Han Jue's light jogging form, which surprisingly had not deviated much and incorporated several of the posture corrections she had discussed yesterday. If it hurts, don't push yourself. Your physical condition is the most important. Dancini recalled Han Jue's character and spoke with concern. Really not at all. Dancini reached out and pressed on Han Jue's thigh. Seeing that there was indeed no change in his expression, she finally, really not at all. Dancini reached out and pressed on Han Jue's thigh. Seeing that there was indeed no change in his expression, she finally felt reassured. Really not at all. Dancini reached out and pressed on Han Jue's thigh. Seeing that there was indeed no change in his expression, she finally felt reassured. Dancini first demonstrated for Han Jue. During the day, she had already devised a training plan tailored for him. The plan's short-term goal was the school sports meet in half a month. Huyuan No. 3 Middle School usually borrowed the county sports center's track for the event. The track at the county sports center, like the one used for the provincial middle school sports meet, was a rubber track. The purpose of participating in the school sports meet was twofold: first, to allow Han Jue to initially experience the atmosphere of competition, and second, to help him adapt to the rubber track. Focus, step steadily, don't step on the lines, and maintain your body balance. Dancini called out while clapping her hands beside Han Jue. As Han Jue ran on the track, he felt increasingly light. The exhilarating sensation made him feel as if he could take flight. With each step he took, he could feel his body springing forward. The track was long, but as long as he kept running, that was enough. Into the turn, accelerate, accelerate, watch your arm swings. Keep going. The more Dancini watched, the brighter her eyes sparkled. For the past 2 days, she hadn't timed him, wanting to give both Han Jue and herself a pleasant surprise. She simply wanted to know how fast this dark-skinned youth could run. Time flew by, and suddenly, it was the night before the sports meet. Although only half a month of training had passed, Han Jue's physique had noticeably improved. Dancini, dressed in pink sportswear, had one foot gently pressing on Han Jue. Feeling quite pleased, she was very satisfied with his performance during the recent training. Which events have you signed up for in this sports meet? Dancini asked curiously. For this registration, she did not give Han Jue any advice, allowing him to sign up on his own. In fact, running is also a sport that relies heavily on talent, and it was clear that Han Jue possessed this talent. Every point and technique, she explained, he was able to master in a short time. Moreover, she had discovered that Han Jue's recovery ability was extraordinarily strong. During the mid-training period, when Han Jue's shoes broke and he accidentally sprained his ankle, he recovered completely in just 1 day. I signed up for the 100m, 200m, and 400m, but I won't participate in the relay. Han Jue replied, and there were reasons behind his decisions. Firstly, the events he signed up for were all part of the provincial middle school sports meet. Secondly, Han Jue was very confident in his recovery ability. Participating in more events would help him determine where his strengths truly lay. The reason for not participating in the relay was simple: he had never practiced for it, and when it came to the provincial middle school sports meet, he couldn't find 3 teammates. So you plan to run 3 events in 1 day? That's fine. I don't have high expectations for you. Just run in a way that feels right and adapt to the competitive atmosphere, as there is a significant difference between competition and training. Dancini did not place too much pressure on Han Jue. In the past few days of training, she had already sensed his potential. I hope to see you stepping onto the track someday. Dancini reminisced about the athletics field with fondness. The next day, the school sports meet commenced on time. Since the county gymnasium was not far away, there was no need for any vehicles. Each class homeroom teacher led the way, and all the students from the first and second years walked there in a grand procession. Such an overt opportunity to rest was exceedingly rare, leading students to fill their bags with various snacks. An old man selling candy by the roadside smiled broadly, hoping for more business. Under the sunlight, the sounds of clamor, laughter, and shouts of discipline filled the air. Han Jue, you have to earn extra points for the class this time. Ho Zhuang, looking at Han Jue beside him, said anxiously, extra points? What extra points? Han Jue asked curiously. It's for the collective score. If our class scores high, the homeroom teacher promised to buy us watermelons. Ho Zhuang continued urgently. In the sprint events, you and the physical committee member Wang Jiqing are participating in the 100 meters, while the 200 meters includes you, Wang Jiqing, and Li Dangqiu. In the 400 meters, it's just you alone, and as for the 1500 meters, it seems no one from our class signed up. The rest of the events have quite a few participants, but I'm not sure how well they'll perform. Anyway, I'm just waiting for you to take us to eat watermelon. Ho Zhuang was still enthusiastically discussing, already pondering where to suggest the homeroom teacher by Wang Jiqing, walking on the side of the team, heard Ho Zhuang's words and chuckled, ominously nodding to Li Chonglin in the sophomore team ahead. Upon arriving at the gymnasium and enduring a lengthy speech from the principal, the real competition finally began. The first event was the 100 meters. While waiting for registration, Han Jue had already completed his warm-up exercises. Although his physical condition was not at its peak, it was close enough. After all, a person's optimal state for physical activity is in the evening, when the body has adjusted throughout the day, making it the most suitable time for exercise. The number of participants in the 100 meters was the highest, with more than 20 contestants requiring 2 heats. The heats consisted of preliminary rounds and finals. All the competitors were divided into 4 groups. Han Jue was placed in the 3rd group, while another competitor from his class, Han Jue, was in the 2nd group. As the registration concluded, 6 contestants from the 1st group stepped onto the track. Just by observing their awkwardness with the starting blocks, it was clear that none of them had ever used them before. Their clothes and shoes were all mismatched, with some even wearing jeans and cloth shoes. Ready. Bang. As the starting gun fired, the 6 contestants began to sprint with all their might. Go. Go. The classmates in the stands were also fired up, cheering loudly. Listening to the clamor, Han Jue felt as if he too was ignited, becoming increasingly excited. How do you Dan Sini approached the registration area and smiled at Han Jue. Not bad. Han Jue felt every cell in his body was dancing with energy. Why is your shoelace loose? Stand still. Dan Sini noticed Han Jue's shoelace was undone and squatted down to help him tie it. I told you last time that the laces on spike shoes are a bit shorter, so you have to tie them this way. Dan Sini explained while tying Han Jue's shoe. These spike shoes were ones she had found in the gym and cleaned up before giving them to Han Jue. Initially, he had refused to take them until Dan Sini pretended to be angry, and he had no choice but to accept. Thank you, teacher. Han Jue felt warmth in his heart. Having grown up with his grandparents, no one had ever helped him tie his shoelaces before. Pay attention to your arm movements and start. I'll be waiting at the finish line. Okay. Soon it was time for Han Jue's 3rd group. The stands erupted once again, as in the recently concluded 2nd heat. Han Jue from the 1st and 2nd year class had advanced to the finals with a 2nd place finish in his group. Han Jue, go! Han Jue, go! Amidst the cheers from the stands, many voices were unfamiliar, yet even those who had never spoken to Han Jue in class did not hesitate to cheer for him. This is one of the charms of competitive sports. Ready. Han Jue slightly squatted down, stepped onto the starting blocks, and felt the surge of running within him. Bang! With the gunshot, Han Jue shot out like an arrow released from a bow. He took the lead instantly. The spectators could see that with just the start, Han Jue had already pulled ahead of the 5 surrounding him by a length. Han Jue, go! Dan Sini watched from the finish line, satisfied. This start was worthy of all the training over the past few days. Run. This was Han Jue's first time running in front of so many people. The wind rushed past his ears, and he could clearly feel the powerful beating of his heart. Thud thud. The feedback from the synthetic track was far superior to that of the cinder track, and Han Jue felt he was in excellent form. The finish line was right in front of him. Crossing the finish line. After crossing, Han Jue ran straight for dozens of meters before gradually coming to a stop. Han Jue, first in the group. So fast. That's amazing. The 100 meters is called the Pearl of Athletics, and for good reason. It's the most popular and loved event in athletics. The explosive power and speed competition are truly alluring. Huff huff. After catching his breath, Han Jue looked up and saw Dan Sini's smiling face. 11.7. You've already surpassed the standard for a 2nd-level athlete. Considering it's your first time on the field and the wind speed, this result is quite good. Dan Sini smiled happily. Even with electronic timing, it would only be around 11.6, which isn't enough to win the championship. Han Jue remembered that in the last provincial primary and secondary school sports meet, the 1st place in the 100 meters had run 11.62. That's already impressive. This is your first time on the track, and there should be someone in the finals who has attended a sports school in middle school. Remember to maintain your pace. Dan Sini continued to encourage him. Han Jue nodded and didn't say anything further. In the stands, upon hearing the announcement of Han Jue's result, everyone was even more excited. 11.7. This was the best score among the 3 groups so far. Meanwhile, Han Jue, who was resting nearby, looked gloomy. As the physical committee member, he was overshadowed in sports by someone else. After the 4 heats, the finals began immediately. In the men's 100 meters final, the 8 advancing contestants lined up in a row. Han Jue was in the 3rd lane, adjusting his starting blocks while maintaining steady breathing. Han Jue was placed in the 5th lane. Ready. Bang. As the starting gun fired, Han Jue shot out, this time faster than in the heats, pulling ahead of the 2nd place by a length and a half. Han Jue. Han Jue. Even students from other classes in the stands instinctively joined Class 12 in chanting Han Jue's name. After the start, the race entered its acceleration phase. Han Jue maintained a rapid rhythmic breathing pattern, steadily increasing his speed. From the corner of his eye, he saw a male runner beside him, also wearing spiked shoes. Clinging tightly, his calf muscles sharply defined the track and field school athlete. Han Jue, go for it. Cheers erupted wave upon wave from the stands, surging like a tide. Han Jue sprinted with every ounce of strength the moment the starting pistol cracked. But within 10 meters, Han Jue's retreating figure had already vanished into the distance. No matter how bitterly Han raged inwardly, the sheer unbridgeable gap in raw ability struck him like a physical blow. Meanwhile, the track and field school athlete on Han Jue's right burned with quiet fury. He had dismissed the school sports meet entirely, boasting to friends well in advance that the 100-meter crown was already his. Who could have foreseen Han Jue's sudden emergence? Gritting his teeth, the athlete clung on fiercely for 40 meters, only to watch helplessly as Han Jue's pace surged ever faster. Defeated, he abandoned further acceleration and resigned himself to second place. Yet Han Jue accelerated still, pulling ahead relentlessly. He crossed the finish line. 11:92 seconds. When the time echoed over the loudspeaker, the Class 12 stand erupted into pure pandemonium. He had won by more than 2 seconds, over 2 full seconds ahead of second place. Congratulations to Han Jue of Class 12 for breaking the school sports meet record. A new record shattered. The stands exploded with renewed excitement, roaring Han Jue's name. On the track, take a few minutes to relax. You'll run the 200 meters in 1 hour. Here, have some chocolate, said Shansini with a warm smile, offering him a bar. Han Jue nodded. He felt his muscles tearing. Twice in quick succession had pushed them to their limit. After eating the chocolate, Han Jue continued stretching and loosening his muscles on the track. 1 hour later, Han Jue stepped onto the 200-meter preliminary track once more. This time his mind was calm. The surrounding clamor no longer disturbed him. The 200-meter race differs fundamentally from the 100. Blind, relentless sprinting leads to dramatic deceleration in the final stretch. Serving as the transitional event between the 100 and 400 meters, the 200 is a discipline most track athletes attempt at least once. Shansini had yet to finalize Han Jue's primary event. His competitive experience remained limited. More races meant broader exposure. Only through varied attempts could his true aptitude be revealed. At the school sports meet, far fewer students had registered for the 200 meters, and the format differed accordingly. 2 heats ran simultaneously, with rankings determined solely by time. This format demanded disciplined pacing. If runners blindly followed the leader, they risked losing all sense of timing. Should the frontrunner slow, the entire heat would drift off course. This time Han Jue was assigned to Heat 1. Upon seeing him, the other competitors' expressions turned strangely ambivalent, mingling apprehension with hope. On one hand, they feared his prowess. If he dominated the 100, surely the 200 would be no different. On the other, having Han Jue set the pace might lift their own performances, perhaps even outshine those in Heat 2. Han Jue gave none of this a thought. For men, the national level 2 standard for the 200 meters stood at 23.6 seconds. That was his target. Ready. Go. A sharp, crisp snap echoed from Han Jue's starting blocks in lane 2. At that instant, he felt a powerful spring-like force surge through his right leg, catapulting his body forward with tremendous thrust. First place. Han Jue of lane 2 has taken the lead, again. The announcer atop the podium erupted instantly, voice booming with exhilaration. Mid-stride, Han Jue couldn't hear the commentary. His body seemed to move of its own volition, every cell alight with exultation, each footfall met with vivid visceral feedback. No rival in Heat 1 posed any real threat to Han Jue. When he crossed the line, 3 or 4 seconds elapsed before the second-place finisher finally reached the finish. The moment that runner crossed the line, he collapsed, gasping desperately, utterly spent. His name was Ding Jian, a student who rarely exercised, seldom even ran. His participation had been reluctant, almost coerced. But watching Han Jue's triumph from the stands had ignited something fierce and unyielding in the boy, the raw, defiant spirit of youth. He wanted victory. He craved acclaim. So he poured every last ounce of strength into the race, knowing he could not surpass Han Jue, yet refusing to yield an inch. If I can't win first, at least I'll claim second. An ancient Chinese adage says, aim high and you may, aim for the middle and you'll settle for the lowest. By fixing Han Jue as his benchmark, even second place became an achievement worthy of distinction. Having expended his entire being, Ding Jian collapsed unconscious immediately after the heat. The 200-meter preliminaries are complete. The top 6 from Heat 1 and top 2 from Heat 2 advance to the final. Athletes, keep pushing. When the crowd heard the announcement, astonishment rippled across the stands. 6 runners from Han Jue's heat had qualified for the final. Ding Jian, you're amazing. His deskmate, a petite, slender girl, beamed at him sweetly upon hearing the news. It's all thanks to Han Jue's pace, Ding Jian stammered, flustered. In truth, he hadn't known he possessed such speed. Meanwhile, on the Class 12 stand, Han Jue once again stood at the center of attention. Class 1 still bragging about how fast their class rep runs, yet they didn't even make the final. Exactly. Just look at our Han Jue, what a powerhouse. Classes 1 and 2 were the top-performing cohorts in grade 10, elite experimental classes locked in perpetual rivalry. How are you feeling, Han Jue? Teacher Shan approached and knelt to gently massage his calves. Not bad, but my pacing wasn't ideal this time. I'll adjust it for the final. Han Jue showed no trace of smugness, only cool, incisive self-analysis. Precisely. Your first half was solid, but your second half accelerated too sharply. Remember, you have more events ahead. Depleting your energy now jeopardizes everything that follows. The more Shansini observed Han Jue, the more deeply impressed she grew. Students like him were rare indeed. Competitive sport cultivates the will to win like nothing else. Yet once that competitive fire ignites, it easily flares into arrogance, leading one to underestimate opponents and overestimate oneself. Though Han Jue competed only in the school meet, Shansini resolved to extinguish that seed of hubris early. Fortunately, Han Jue's own awareness was acute, and he did not disappoint her. Teacher Shan, I can handle the massage myself. Lie down. The men's 200-meter final is about to begin. The announcer at the podium declared in a crisp voice, and every time he announced a name, the respective class erupted in cheers. Lane 5. Han Jue. Han Jue. Han Jue. Go Han Jue. Han Jue is the strongest. Class 1 of the first year exploded with the strongest cheers like a cannonball ignited by a fuse far more intense than any other class. Han Jue waved his hand with a slight smile, bending down ready. Bang! When the starting gun fired, Han Jue surged ahead, as usual, claiming the lead position. There's no problem with the speed in the first half, just maintain it in the second half. The words of Shansini echoed in his mind. Han Jue didn't even glance at the others, his eyes were solely focused on the track ahead. Damn, how can he run so fast? Could it be he held back during the preliminaries? Oh my god, is he really just a first-year student? In everyone's eyes, Han Jue had actually pulled ahead by a good 5 to 6 meters in the first 100 meters. At this moment, Han Jue felt like a wolf charging into a flock of sheep leading far ahead. However, as he reached the second half, Han Jue also sensed something was off. What's going on? Why is there no wind around me while running? He couldn't help but glance around, finally understanding what was happening. Knowing he had the upcoming 400-meter final, he decided not to accelerate any further and jogged across the finish line. Han Jue crossed the finish line. First again, the announcer at the podium shouted with fervor. That's 2 times now. He's the champion in both the 100 meters and the 200 meters. High school students all have a hero complex, and this superiority in physical ability was clearly evident before their eyes. Han Jue. Han Jue. Thus the stands erupted, and even the second-year students began to cheer for Han Jue. It's worth noting that none of them could run faster than Han Jue. Han Jue, having crossed the finish line, easily controlled his body. Since he had held back a lot this time, he didn't feel overly fatigued. Very good, you didn't blindly sprint. Because of the results, you managed to slow down after speeding up. Impressive. Shansini was generous with her praise, and Han Jue's performance truly deserved it. Thank you, Teacher Shan. Han Jue gasped for breath, wondering if he could break the record. Here, drink this. Shansini handed over a bottle of mineral water, but unlike other bottles, this one was actually blue, looking somewhat like a copper sulfate solution. What is this? Han Jue instinctively recalled the tales his grandfather told him about fox demons, enchanting scholars, and heart thieves. Just drink it. This is an energy drink made from energy powder. The nutrients in this small bottle exceed what you would get from eating eggs for half a month. Seeing Han Jue's stunned expression, Shansini couldn't help but chuckle. What? This small bottle can compare to me eating eggs for half a month. Han Jue widened his eyes, taking the bottle with hesitation. He sipped it cautiously, curious about the taste. Unfortunately, while savoring the drink's flavor, Han Jue didn't notice Shansini's expression. Otherwise, he surely wouldn't have chosen to drink it slowly. Bitter, astringent, sweet, spicy. Suddenly, several flavors clashed in Han Jue's mouth. Even starting, Han Jue instinctively wanted to spit it out. This was too terrible to drink. No spitting. This is expensive. I only have this little. Seeing Han Jue's cheeks puffed up, Shansini immediately laughed. Upon hearing that it was expensive, Han Jue took a deep breath and forced that mouthful down. Upon opening his mouth, Han Jue surprisingly tasted sweetness in the air, which made him realize just how awful that drink had been. Teacher Shan, this is way too terrible to drink. Han Jue's face scrunched up, extremely bitter. So what if it's terrible? Good medicine is bitter to the mouth, but beneficial for the disease. Now just finish it. Shansini said with a deliberately stern face. Han Jue glanced at the bottle. He had only drunk a small half of what he had just poured. In the stands, an old man witnessed this scene and chuckled. Little Shan is quite generous. That's her salary for Although this old man had a layer of black hair, the underlying hair had already turned white by a couple of centimeters, indicating he was pained by the cost and didn't continue to diet. His sportswear had 2 patches, yet his eyes still sparkled with vitality, and he exuded a certain aura. Next to the old man, a young man in a suit hurriedly smiled. Old Moo Sister Cindy has no other expenses. Seeing a good seedling like this is rare, so of course, she must do her best to cultivate him. That's true, but this seedling is indeed impressive with great control. Not bad, not bad. Better than I was at it. Old Moo chuckled heartily. You're too modest, Old Moo. The young man in the suit continued to flatter him. Nonsense. Can you tell me how fast that kid is? I think it should be around 23 seconds. The young man in the suit showed a troubled expression, stammering. He couldn't fathom why the renowned Old Moo from Hayuan City would speak on behalf of this kid. It's worth noting that Old Moo was one of the first to engage in sports in Hayuan City. He had also achieved results at the national level. Although he later retired due to injuries, the disciples he cultivated were spread throughout the sports departments in Huyuan City. Around. Since when did we sports professionals start saying around? It's 22. 8 seconds. Listen up. Old Mu slammed his hand on the seat. Now announcing the results of the men's 200 meters first place, Han Jue from class 1 of the first year with a time of 22.79 seconds, breaking the school record. Second place. The young man in the suit was momentarily stunned upon hearing the announcement from the podium. Old Mu had been away from sports work for a full 5 to 6 years, yet he could still estimate the results. Coming back to his senses, the young man in the suit quickly smiled. Old Mu is truly amazing. The younger generation still has much to learn. Learn at the dining table. Learn at the restaurant. You guys are making a mess of good sports work. Don't contact me about that matter anymore. Old Mu waved his hand dismissively. Old Mu, please reconsider. Their products are really quite good. The young man in the suit still wanted to negotiate. Are you trying to force me to kick you out? Old Mu stared straight ahead. I wouldn't dare. Old Mu, please continue watching. If you change your mind, just give me a call. The young man in the suit didn't dare to provoke the old man, leaving with a parting remark. Who do you think you can win, my old? You'd better check your own worth. Old Mu snorted, sitting up straight as he continued to watch the upcoming 400-meter preliminary round on the track. Half an hour later, the energy drink that Han Jue had consumed had already transformed into energy. Though he had already run 4 races, Han Jue felt as if his body had no signs of fatigue. This was perfect for him, as he wanted to test the feeling of breaking 3 records in a row. Excited, Han Jue continued to move his body, relishing the atmosphere of the playground. However, while he was thrilled, the others on the track felt a sense of helplessness. Dude, are you some kind of beast? One person running 3 races in a row. Are you trying to monopolize the track? Hey, not that I'm Han Jue, could you let me run first in the preliminaries? I already boasted to my friends that I'd let you have it in the finals, okay? On the 6th lane, a man right next to Han Jue spoke to him. His name was Ding Weihuan, who had already bet 10 yuan with his friends before the competition started. Sorry, I have to respect this track. Han Jue smiled slightly, ignoring him, and continuing to adjust his Ding Weihuan showed a displeased expression and walked back to his position. Alright Han Jue, if you don't let me have it easy, I won't let you have it easy either. We're so close that if I accidentally bump into you, it's not my problem, right? Having made up his mind, Ding Weihuan adjusted his starting blocks with a cold smile. At this moment, Han Jue felt that something was off, but he said nothing, just keeping a slight guard in his heart. As the 5th runner, Han Jue knew that his position wasn't particularly advantageous. During the 400-meter start, there was still a considerable distance between the starting positions of each lane, which meant that before truly entering the straight path, if one lacked experience, it would be nearly impossible to gauge their position, making acceleration and speed control non-existent. Of course, this was just a school sports meeting, and for many it was just about rushing in. In fact, that's exactly what they did. On your marks. Bang! As soon as the gun fired, Han Jue dashed out. This start isn't too great. Once he took off, Han Jue assessed his start. There wasn't enough time to think about the reasons. He needed to qualify for the Han Jue. Han Jue. The cheers for Han Jue rang out from the stands, and among them were not only his classmates, but also fans from other classes. Damn it, this kid runs really fast. The starting position for the 5th lane was slightly behind the 6th lane, meaning Han Jue was about to dash right next to Ding Weihuan. When Ding Weihuan saw Han Jue's silhouette getting closer from the corner of his eye, he dramatically tilted his body to the left. Oh no! Watching Han Jue, Shansini felt her heart tighten. In sprint events, high-speed collisions can easily lead to injuries. Let alone this was during the starting phase. Han Jue's speed was already about to pick up. The other students in the stands also noticed this scene, and the cheers quieted down significantly. Many girls gasped instinctively, closing their eyes, fearing the sight of blood from a potential collision. Han Jue, startled by the high-speed movement, only wanted to stay wary of Ding Weihuan's strength. He never expected Ding Weihuan would do something like this. Han Jue wasn't foolish. Connecting the dots with Ding Weihuan's earlier cold smile, he quickly understood what was happening. Just as Ding Weihuan's body was about to collide with him, there was no time to change direction over such a short distance. Damn, it'll trip you. Ding Weihuan had already hugged his head. Unlike Han Jue, he was wearing long sleeves and pants, making him unafraid of the friction from the plastic track. Even Teacher Mu was nervously gripping his cup, worried that this kid wouldn't just fall like this. In a split second, Han Jue exerted force with his right foot, lifting his left foot high, his whole body leaping up like a human zigzag. Hurdle action. To train Han Jue's start, Shansini had taught him hurdles, and unexpectedly this action worked at that moment. As Ding Weihuan's body heavily collided with the plastic track, Han Jue gracefully leaped over him. After landing, Han Jue resumed his running motion, continuing towards the straight path. It seems something happened to the student in the 6th lane. He actually fell toward Han Jue. He jumped over. Han Jue wasn't injured. He cleared it directly. Han Jue. Han Jue. The announcer at the podium hadn't expected such a turn of events, and instinctively began narrating. Seeing this scene, Shanxini finally stopped in her tracks, slowly exhaling a breath of relief, her eyes shimmering with a hint of tears as she smiled. This kid reacts quickly. In the stands, teacher Mu slowly took a sip of goji berry water from his thermos, nodding in satisfaction. This kid's reflexes are pretty quick. Lying on the track, Ding Weihuan, after experiencing the pain in his body, opened his eyes looking puzzled at the sun. Where's Han Jue? Why didn't he fall? Ding Weihuan, filled with confusion, scanned around, and then realized that Han Jue was already nearing the finish line. What's going on? Student, did you hurt yourself anywhere? A cold voice came over belonging to Shanxini, who had a frosty expression. I am fine, Ding Weihuan instinctively replied. He recognized Shanxini, after all she was the female PE teacher. Fine. How can you be fine if you fell? Shanxini waved her hand, and two students came over to forcibly move Ding Weihuan to the side of the playground, pressing him down. Let go of me. I'm really fine. Let me get up. Ding Weihuan was unwilling to lie on the playground. The grass here was dirty, filled with dirt and little bugs. No way, what if you broke something? You two hold him down. Shanxini had no intention of letting him off easily. Cross the line. Han Jue once again secured first place in the men's 400-meter preliminaries. The excitement was palpable in the commentary's voice. Roar. Class 12 was ecstatic. Damn it, who was in the class that almost tripped Han Jue just now? Second year. Seems like it's also from class 2. Not good news. That's too much. The students in the stands were all fuming. Such a sudden misfortune was simply unexpected. At the finish line, Han Jue frowned slightly. The sudden leap had indeed affected him, and his ankle hurt a little. After all, the takeoff and landing were too rushed. It was already a stroke of luck not to trip. Are you okay? Does your ankle hurt? Shanxini ran over with an ice pack, looking worried. A bit. That action was just too hasty. Han Jue still wore a smile as he spoke. Still smiling. Do you have a conflict with that guy? It seems like it was intentional. Shanxini looked at Han Jue's ankle. He mentioned before that he had a bet with someone wanting me to let him take first in his group. I didn't agree. Han Jue had no intention of hiding it. He definitely needed to deal with this guy. I knew it. Come on, pretend to be injured. Shanxini blinked and said, Huh, pretend to limp. Shanxini had a look of exasperation, thinking how could this kid be so foolish. Only then did Han Jue comprehend. His right leg immediately stiffened as he limped towards Ding Weihuan. The struggling Ding Weihuan saw Han Jue approaching and immediately shouted nervously, Let go of me. My leg is hurt, Han Jue replied, limping over. Feigning ignorance. If it weren't for you, would I be injured? Don't forget what you said to me, Han Jue said coldly. What did I say? Ding Weihuan refused to admit it. Seeing Han Jue's stance, he knew Han Jue had guessed it. Then I can only let the principal arbitrate this matter. Han Jue pretended to leave. Wait. He'll pay for it. Ding Weihuan hurriedly shouted, not wanting the principal to find out. What if he— Alright, you two have heard it. As for how to compensate, well, contact your parents later. You can go now. Shanxini nodded in satisfaction, knowing that she wouldn't have to worry about eggs next month. Just don't tell my parents what happened, Ding Weihuan said, as he stood up feeling uneasy. What happened? Shanxini asked, pretending not to know. She realized Ding Weihuan didn't want her to find out about his— It won't be a problem, Han Jue waved his hand. Then he'll be leaving. Ding Weihuan rolled up his pant leg, revealing a small bruise, and walked towards the medical point on the playground to apply medicine. Alright, I'll give you a massage. Do you think you'll still be able to run the 400-meter final? Shanxini said with, Is my current performance enough to qualify? Han Jue asked in return, not placing much importance on the 400-meter championship. During countless training sessions, he had deeply remembered Shanxini's words, injuries are always an athlete's greatest enemy. You should be fine, after all there's no one in the school who has a better record than you. Shanxini nodded. Then I can rest easy, Han Jue smiled slightly. Just then he suddenly felt a cool stream of energy surging within his body. This stream seemed to reside in his ankle, directly enveloping the area where he had just been injured, rushing in without hesitation. In just a few seconds, Han Jue felt as if something had changed in his ankle. Looking down, he saw that the previously swollen area was now completely fine. Isn't this incredible? Han Jue was surprised, not expecting that energy could instantly heal his injury. This meant he had roughly discovered several uses for the energy within him. Firstly, it could be used to heal old injuries, such as the significant improvement in his previously torn Achilles tendon. Secondly, it could enhance training efficiency, allowing Han Jue to increase his control over his body during workouts. Thirdly, it could alleviate fatigue, clearing lactic acid buildup in his body without affecting the next day's training. The fourth and most useful point he just discovered was the instant healing of injuries. If Han Jue were a football player, such an ability would make him invincible on the field. Alright, since you've made your decision, I'll notify the organizing committee that you are withdrawing from the 400-meter race due to your injury. Seeing Han Jue lost and thought Shanxini assumed, he was feeling discouraged. After all, he had garnered quite a bit of attention earlier. Shanxini walked over, wrapped an arm around Han Jue's shoulder, and gently said, Don't feel bad, we have plenty of racetracks. You don't need to worry about 1 or 2 events, got it? No, Miss Shan, I don't want to give up on the 400-meter final. Look at me. I'm fine now. Han Jue smiled slightly, stood up, jumped a few times, and showed his ankle to Miss Shan. Is it really fine? Shan Sinny seemed skeptical, but looked down and saw that Han Jue appeared to be truly okay. This kid's recovery ability is astonishing. Shan Sinny showed a pleased expression. This kid was clearly born to run. Seeing her smile, Han Jue felt relieved. If she pressed for answers, he wouldn't know how to explain. Then he'll continue giving you a massage for a while. You can go directly to the 400-meter final later. Shan Sinny nodded and resumed massaging Han Jue. Han Jue had intended to stop Miss Shan, but after a while the warmth from her soft hands made him reluctant to let go. Don't move around. Miss Shan, completely unaware of her allure to Han Jue, continued squatting down to massage him. Han Jue, are you injured? Ho Zhuang sprinted over, panting, holding a bottle of water and a piece of chocolate. Are you okay? Why did you come running over? Han Jue smiled slightly, not saying much. Hey, everyone is worried about you. The homeroom teacher asked me to check on you. Ho Zhuang stuffed the chocolate and water into Han Jue's arms, scratching his head as he went back. He was still quite afraid of Miss Shan. After that last run, his legs had been trembling. Half an hour later, Han Jue stepped onto the track for the 400-meter final. In the stands, when Old Mu saw Han Jue back on the track, he angrily shouted, "This is just nonsense. Kids don't understand the importance of injuries, and you as a teacher should know better. How can you let him compete?" Not only him, but the classmates in the stands who were worried about him also erupted in cheers when they saw Han Jue on the field. "Xiaosu, why is it so loud outside?" Yin Sheng asked, curiously looking at the track, his suit tightly fitting, but his shoes wrinkled. "Principal, Yin, it seems like a freshman has already won the 100-meter and 200-meter championships, and is now participating in the 400-meter race." Director Su replied with a smile, as he had been worried about how to start a conversation with the new principal. It was known that Principal Yin came from a prominent family, and was only here to gain some experience. He lacked for nothing, leaving Director Su unsure of how to flatter him. "Oh, is it the one who broke 2 school records in a row? Let's go see." Yin Sheng smiled, and as soon as he stepped up, he heard 2 students at the broadcasting station worriedly say, "I wonder if he got injured earlier. How can he still run?" "Injured? How did he get injured?" Yin Sheng asked gently. "Principal, he almost got knocked down during the preliminaries by someone next to him. If he hadn't reacted quickly and jumped, he might have fallen," a student from the broadcasting station said, trembling. "I see, you all carry on. Once the sports meet is over, you'll all receive small prizes." Yin Sheng smiled slightly, looking towards the track. At this moment, Han Jue had already entered the straight path, and perhaps due to teacher Dawn influence, he was placed in the outermost lane. This means that Han Jue's starting point is the farthest. As long as his speed is sufficient, he can run straight to the finish line without anyone nearby to interfere. Crossing the finish line, Han Jue has once again claimed the championship. Can he break the record again? Let's wait and see. The announcer's voice from the podium was filled with excitement. "This student runs quite well," said Yin, observing Han Jue panting heavily, feeling a bit of admiration. At the finish line, Han Jue deliberately focused on his ankle, and after a few minutes, without noticing anything unusual, he finally felt relieved. When he came back to his senses, he was startled by the sound of his name. Han Jue. Han Jue. The entire stadium echoed with his name. This was a mark of respect for him. A respect for the strong. In the history of He Yuan No. 3 middle school, there may never be another student like this. "Han Jue, you're amazing." When Han Jue returned to the stand to rest, Ho Zhuang rushed over excitedly to congratulate. "Han Jue, I didn't expect you to really make a name for yourself. You ran well, and contributed greatly to the class. Take a rest now." Yuan Ming patted Han Jue's shoulder. He was the class teacher of Class 1 Grade 1, mainly teaching mathematics, and he also didn't expect Han Jue to run so fast this time. Earlier, when Dan Sinny came to ask him for Han Jue's leave, he hadn't taken it seriously. There were many athletes in He Yuan No. 3 middle school, and he hadn't seen anyone achieve anything remarkable. It would be better to have 2 students who come from a solid academic background. "Thank you, teacher." Han Jue smiled sincerely before returning to his seat to rest. As soon as he sat down, he noticed something was off next to his seat. Why were there so many snacks? Chocolate spicy strips, rainbow candies, deep-fried snacks, sticky candies, and even a sausage. "Han Jue, these are all given to you by your classmates. Just with your 3 first places and 3 records, our class is guaranteed to be first." "Ha ha!" Ho Zhuang exclaimed excitedly, as if he were the one running. Han Jue smiled. Securing a first place for the class made him feel quite good. The afternoon sports meet mostly consisted of field events. Han Jue watched from the side, finding it somewhat interesting. "What's wrong? Are you tempted?" Dan Sinny, seeing Han Jue eager to try, smiled slightly. After the morning's competition, she was quite pleased with her student. 3 championships, 3 records, qualifying for the provincial competition was definitely secured, and her recent efforts had not been in vain. No, I'm just watching." Han Jue waved his hand, as he hadn't performed too well in the current events, let alone the others. "Don't be too excited. In fact, in athletics, long jump is closely related to our running. There are 2 champions from the national games in Luzhong, both of whom started in long jump, and one even won the 200 meters. Danceny was not opposed to Han Jue trying more events. Let's talk about it after we return from the provincial competition. Han Jue smiled slightly. He had known since his childhood that one cannot achieve success overnight. Before Danceny could continue, she suddenly saw an elderly man approaching. Old Mu, what are you doing? Danceny was both surprised and puzzled as she hurried over. If I don't come, such a good seedling will be, Old Mu said, pretending to be angry. Ruined. What do you mean by that, Old Mu? Danceny was somewhat confused. Old Mu pointed at Han Jue's ankle and said unhappily, let me ask you, did this kid injure his ankle? No, not at all. Danceny shook her head. No. I saw you massaging this kid. Young people don't understand it's natural to want to run more to achieve results, but how could you follow him in this nonsense? If this leads to damaging his Achilles tendon, who will take responsibility? Old Mu became more and more agitated. Old Mu, I know my student's condition. I only let him run if he could handle it. I wouldn't force him to run if he couldn't. Danceny's tone was slightly cold. She understood the reasoning behind Old Mu's words, but she believed in Han Jue's physical condition. Nonsense. Young man, I ask you, are you willing to come with me to the county sports school to study? There you will have more professional teachers and equipment, and you will definitely achieve more development. Old Mu turned to Han Jue and said, his tone softened considerably. No need, I think Teacher Dan is already Han Jue smiled slightly and stood up. He didn't care about what background Old Mu had when he didn't understand his situation and came to criticize his mentor. Just this matter alone had already left a lot of negative feelings in Han Jue's heart. Let alone training together. Young man, you haven't experienced systematic training. Believe me, your innate conditions are quite good. I suppose you haven't undergone much systematic training, have you? As long as you follow me, becoming a national champion is not a problem. Old Mu smiled at Han Jue, thinking himself to be amiable. Only one national champion. That's far from enough. Han Jue smiled slightly and shook his head. Danceny, who had been holding her breath in her throat, finally relaxed. Although she was relatively assured about Han Jue, what if Han Jue wanted better training? Then she couldn't stop him. Old Mu, I believe my student has made himself quite clear. Sorry, we have other training tasks, so we won't stay here. Danceny smiled and led Han Jue away. He's stubborn. I've seen many stubborn seedlings. Old Mu's face showed displeasure as he turned and left. Teacher Dan, who was that grumpy old man just now? After walking away, Han Jue asked Danceny. Upon hearing this name from Han Jue, Danceny nearly choked. The renowned Old Mu in He Yuan had become just a grumpy old man in this kid's mouth. You can't say that in front of him. This old man has a very strong background. Danceny looked back, confirming that no one else could hear this before feeling relieved, and then she began to explain to Han Jue. But even so, why does he want to pull me into some sports school? Han Jue was somewhat confused. If I enter the sports school, does that mean I can't go to university? Danceny smiled at Han Jue, saying the reason he wants to pull you into the sports school is for your results. He Yuan County hasn't produced any notable results for a long time, not to mention your talent. As for whether entering the sports school will prevent you from attending university, that naturally won't happen. Han Jue pouted. Danceny gently rubbed Han Jue's head, saying, you're right, us athletes can go to university too. Thinking of this made Danceny feel a bit amused. No matter what Teacher Mu thought, he could never imagine that the reason for her rejection was that athletes could not attend university. The awards ceremony will start in 10 minutes. Please, winners of each event, proceed to the front of the podium. The announcer's tired voice came through the loudspeaker. Having been broadcasting all day, they were feeling a bit fatigued. It's time for the awards, let's go. He'll accompany you there, Danceny said cheerfully, setting her mind at ease. She didn't ask Han Jue if he was worried about his lack of qualifications, because she knew he wasn't that kind of person, so once we get back I'll ask my friends for some books. I must establish a good training system for Han Jue, Danceny thought to herself. In front of the podium, several wooden platforms were stacked to form a three-tiered award stage covered with a red carpet. Principal Yin stood to the side, holding numerous prizes, smiling. Winners of the men's 100 meters, Han Jue Lu Jika Xiaoyang. Upon hearing his name, Han Jue instinctively stepped forward. The entire student body of He Yuan No. 3 middle school gathered at the small podium. As Han Jue stood at the highest point of the award stage, he lifted his gaze and could see everyone's eyes on him. The most fervent gazes naturally came from the students of Class 1 and Class 2 of the first year. Each of them had excitement in their eyes along with a hint of envy. Who wouldn't want to stand on the podium in front of their classmates? Young man, you ran very well, you don't need to step down yet. Principal Yin walked over and handed him a backpack. Han Jue was a bit dazed, shyly smiling and nodding as he accepted the backpack and award certificate. Just as the men's 100 meters award ceremony concluded, Han Jue was about to step down when he suddenly felt someone tugging at him. Turning around, it was a teacher from the Student Affairs Department. No need to step down yet, the next events are the 200 meters and 400 meters, the teacher said with a smile. Han Jue then realized he was the champion of both the 200 meters and 400 meters. This stage was his. Wow, Han Jue is so cool. Ho Zhuang watched with envy, wishing he could rush up and take Han Jue's place to accept 3 awards. Why don't you give it a try yourself? You know how tiring that is. Naturally, someone beside Ho Zhuang poured cold water on the idea. No. If Teacher Dan hears about this, he'll have to run laps again. Wow, there's actually a badminton racket. I really want that. But it's too expensive. Learning committee member Li Danfeng said. Li Danfeng had good grades since entering school, looked pretty, and spoke softly, making her quite popular in class. Everyone cooperated well when collecting homework, and she was favored by the teachers. Li Danfeng, when Han Jue comes down, tell him he will definitely give it to you. Ho Zhuang teased, pinching his voice. Li Danfeng's face turned bright red, and wearing a cute dress, she looked even more beautiful with the blush. What are you saying, Ho Zhuang? He'll be the first to collect your homework next time. Li Danfeng said somewhat angrily. No, sister. I'm sorry, isn't that enough? Ho Zhuang had his own unique way of admitting defeat, quickly begging for mercy. What a joke. If she was the first to collect his homework, how could he live with that? Let's applaud Han Jue. The homeroom teacher said happily. Thanks to Han Jue's achievements, Class 1 and Class 2 of the first year also received a certificate for being in excellent sports class. Han Jue, holding the prize, felt a bit embarrassed, continuously nodding as he walked back to his seat, which was right in front of Ho Zhuang. Hey Han Jue, our class committee member, likes badminton rackets, and you happen to have two, you know what I mean. Ho Zhuang whispered near Han Jue's neck. Upon hearing this, Han Jue glanced at Li Danfeng, and coincidentally, she also turned to look at him, their gazes. For a moment Han Jue didn't know how to respond, and could only force a smile. Among the three prizes, besides the military green backpack being the most practical, the two badminton rackets didn't seem particularly useful. However, he felt somewhat reluctant to give them away just like that. After all, he had run for them, and he wasn't very familiar. He kept waiting until the award ceremony concluded, and as each class began to return to school, Han Jue still couldn't think of a solution. Meanwhile, Ho Zhuang kept urging Han Jue to give them away, having thought that if he could persuade Han Jue to do so, maybe the class committee member would let him off the hook someday. Upon arriving at the classroom, Han Jue felt a bit mentally exhausted. The events of the day were too much for a teenager from the countryside. Seeing no one had the heart to study, the homeroom teacher directly announced the end of the day, stating that there would be no evening study, and reminding everyone to pay attention to safety as they left. In a chorus of cheers, classmates began to head home. Han Jue, would you be willing to sell me your badminton racket? Suddenly a soft voice came from Han Jue's right side. While bending down to tidy up his desk, Han Jue curiously looked up and met Li Danfeng's big eyes. Ah, the badminton racket. I'm not selling it, Han Jue instinctively replied. After all, it was just a prize. What was there to sell? We're all classmates, I'll just give it to you. I happen to have a pair. Han Jue smiled slightly, taking out the unopened badminton racket from under the desk. This won't do, but it's yours. What do you mean by giving it to me? Li Danfeng hurriedly waved her small hand. Just keep it. How could Han Jue take my money? I say, class committee member. If you really want to thank Han Jue, just see if you have any good food at home, and bring some for Han Jue. Ho Zhuang, appearing from nowhere, said with a look of amusement. Ah, okay, thank you, Han Jue. Li Danfeng quickly grasped this point, hugged the badminton racket, and swiftly left the classroom, not giving Han Jue a chance to stop her. This was your idea? What do you mean by adding a meal? Han Jue playfully tapped Ho Zhuang on the head. Hey, I'm just helping you. You don't know Li Danfeng's family is in the military. There must be good food. You don't thank me, and still hit me. I'm angry. Ho Zhuang crossed his arms, looking sulky. Who's angry? Why not go run a few laps? I guarantee you won't be angry anymore. Dan Sinny said with a smile, standing at the entrance of Class 1 and Class 2. Ho Zhuang looked around the classroom and realized they were the only two left. Didn't that mean Teacher Dan was talking about— No, I'm not angry at all. Ho Zhuang instantly backed down and scurried out of the room with his backpack slung over one shoulder. Han Jue shouldered his own pack and approached Instructor Sean, asking, Teacher Sean, what training exercise are we doing today? You've already had enough physical activity for today. No training needed. Come on, I'll treat you to something delicious. Instructor Sean wrapped an arm around Han Jue's shoulders and declared with cheerful confidence. Only then did Han Jue notice that Instructor Sean had changed into a stylish denim ensemble, sharp-spirited and effortlessly commanding. Something delicious. I'd rather skip it, Teacher Sean. I can just eat at the canteen. It's perfectly fine, Han Jue replied, bashfully scratching the back of his head. The canteen. You've just claimed 3 championships today. Let's go. When your teacher speaks, you obey. Without waiting for further protest, Instructor Sean pulled Han Jue out of the classroom. At the building's entrance, her familiar bicycle stood parked below. Let's go, we're off. Instructor Sean announced, beaming. Though Han Jue had no idea where they were headed, he climbed onto the rear seat anyway, gazing curiously at the passing scenery. He hadn't truly explored the county since arriving. This was his first real chance. Guess where I'm taking you? Instructor Sean teased playfully. No idea. I don't know this place at all, Han Jue admitted with a helpless shake of his head. Have you heard of the night market? Instructor Sean smiled knowingly. She suspected Han Jue had never been there before. Never heard of it. I've only been to rural markets with my grandparents. Does it work the same way? Han Jue's curiosity deepened. The market always brimmed with mouth-watering treats. His grandparents rarely bought him anything, but whenever they did, those rare delicacies were unforgettable. Almost identical. Except this night market opens only after dusk. Instructor Sean replied with a gentle. Her athletic foundation from the sports school shone through. She pedaled steadily for 40 minutes carrying Han Jue, a lanky teenager, across nearly the entire county of Huyuan without slowing. We're here. If you spot anything you like, just say so. No need to hold back. Instructor Sean locked her bicycle securely inside the bike shed and grinned. Han Jue looked up. The street glowed beneath two vibrant ribbons of colored lights, festive and warm. Countless small stalls crammed the narrow lane, while even more people bustled about, drawn by the scent of food. Come on, I'll take you in and treat you. Instructor Sean led him straight to a stall selling roasted potatoes. Boss, extra large portion, sweet and sour spicy flavor please. When Han Jue finally stepped out of the stall, he still couldn't believe how extraordinary a simple potato could taste. Over the next hour, Instructor Sean guided him through skewers of grilled meat, chilled sweet jelly, and pungent stinky tofu. Full yet? Instructor Sean asked, eyes crinkling with amusement. Thank you, Teacher Sean. This is the most delicious food I've ever eaten. Han Jue scratched his head, sheepishly grinning. The food was exquisite, but undeniably expensive. Huh. No thanks needed, just train hard. Next time I'll take you abroad for even finer fare. With a soft smile, Instructor Sean turned toward the bike shed to begin their ride home, when suddenly a man in a beige coat emerged from the shed pedaling away on a bicycle. Han Jue glanced briefly and froze. Something fell off. The pattern on the rear seat cushion matched Instructor Sean's exactly. Before Han Jue could even call it out, Instructor Sean spotted it too. That intricate stitching had been hand-sewn by her mother, an utterly unique design. Thief, stop right there. Seeing the man speed onto the road, Instructor Sean shouted in alarm and instinctively gave chase. Whether spurred by her cry or sheer panic, the thief accelerated wildly, rising from his seat, legs pumping furiously against the pedals. Damn it, what rotten luck. I dare you to catch me. He pedaled harder still. Passers-by, hearing Instructor Sean's shout, parted instinctively to clear a path. In this era, a bicycle wasn't mere transport. It was a family's prized possession. Losing one would wound a household for half a year. Though Instructor Sean ran swiftly, she'd just finished a hearty meal, and the uneven pavement slowed her. Within moments, the bicycle surged ahead, widening the gap to over 10 meters and growing. Ah, what a shame for that young woman. Her bike's gone for good. These bike thieves are despicable. Exactly. Why didn't someone ahead block him? Bah, keep running. You think a girl like you can catch me? This bike belongs to me now. The thief glanced back, smirking with arrogant triumph. Instructor Sean grew angrier with every stride, until her body rebelled. She halted abruptly, breath ragged, and only then realized. Where's Han Jue? Her eyes widened in shock. Not just hers, but everyone's along the street, as if frozen mid-breath by some... There, dashing through the dense pedestrian throng in his school uniform, was a blur of motion. When obstacles loomed, he vaulted over them like an Olympic sprinter. In under 15 seconds, he closed the distance, nearly upon the thief. Only then did the thief register another pursuer behind him. Cursing inwardly, meddling fool, he prepared to surge forward again, when a sudden crushing force slammed into his left side. Thwack! Before the stunned crowd, Han Jue delivered a precise, powerful kick, toppling the thief from his bicycle. Bravo! What incredible speed! That young man runs like lightning. Scum who steal bikes. Kick him again. No one had intervened during the chase, but now spectators swarmed in from every direction. Within moments, the thief was encircled, trapped tight. Not that he could have fled anyway. His outer thigh burned with a raw, fiery scrape. He couldn't even rise to his feet. Run now? Dared to steal my bike. Blind are you? Instructor Sean finally pushed through the crowd, stomped forward, and delivered a sharp kick to the thief's ribs. Assault. This bike is mine. You have no right to beat me. The man in the beige coat lay sprawled, twisting the truth with chilling audacity. Oh, yours. Han Jue, now breathing evenly, stepped forward calmly, and yanked open the thief's pocket. Clatter clink. A cascade of lockpicks, wire cutters, and slim metal tools spilled onto the pavement. What exactly were you planning to do with these? Han Jue asked coldly, his school uniform the only thing holding him back from delivering another kick. Make way. I'm a police officer. Thankfully, the commotion had drawn Officer Zhang Feng, the local precinct's beat cop. Hello, I'm Officer Zhang Feng, assigned to this district. After introducing himself, Officer Zhang knelt to examine the scene. Officer, these people stole my bike, and now they're slandering me. The thief continued, lying even as the officer arrived. Officer Zhang glanced at the scattered tools, and instantly recognized their purpose. They slandered you. This is your bicycle. Officer Zhang pressed, locking eyes with the thief. Yes, absolutely. The thief clung to his lie, banking on the absence of proof. The onlookers nearby seemed to have been silenced, with no one daring to speak up. Sean Sinny wanted to take out her key as proof, but the lock had already been damaged by the thief, making it impossible to open. At that moment, Han Jue approached, crouched down, and lifted Sean Sinny's pant leg. Han Jue, what are you doing? Shan Sini suddenly blushed, not understanding his intentions. Officer Zhang, look, the pattern on the backseat of this car is identical to the pattern on my teacher's socks, and you can't find this pattern anywhere else. This should be enough to prove that this car belongs to my teacher, right? Han Jue's voice was not loud, but it was piercing. That's right. The pattern is the same. While this design is truly beautiful, ooh, I couldn't knit something like that. Officer, you can't wrongfully accuse innocent people. That thing on the ground is clearly a stolen vehicle. Zhang Feng also looked down, and at that moment his companion had arrived. Finally caught you, kid. You've already touched every car in the county, haven't you? Take him away. Another officer recognized the outfit immediately. It was identical to that of a notorious car thief they were after. They directly took him away. Young man, you run pretty fast, go back now. Zhang Feng nodded, patted Han Jue's shoulder, and smiled upon seeing the words on Han Jue's school uniform. Han Jue did not respond, merely nodded, walked over to lift the bicycle, checked that there were no issues, and then pushed it beside Shan Sini. Alright, everyone disperse now. Shan Sini waved her hand, got on her bike, and took Han Jue to the police station to file a report before finally leaving with him. After exiting the police station, Shan Sini said with satisfaction, I didn't expect you to really catch up. Yeah, he didn't initially realize I was also pursuing. When his speed dropped, I just charged ahead. Han Jue sat in the back seat, still feeling somewhat unreal. He actually ran that fast, and even went to the police station to file a report. Let's go back to school. Okay. After returning to school, Han Jue tidied up a bit before drifting into a dream. Before sleeping, Han Jue was quite excited if today's exercise was sufficient, and perhaps he would have more energy. In fact, when Han Jue fell into a deep sleep, he indeed saw that tree. The events of the daytime sports meeting and the nighttime chase of the thief began to replay in front of him. Waves of energy appeared from within, but as he replayed the moment, he won the championship. Suddenly Han Jue saw 3 long energy bars that were different from the previous energy. These 3 energy bars were directly attached to the trunk of that tree. Once they attached to the trunk, Han Jue could see the entire tree tremble, as if something had been activated. I wonder where this energy will be used for enhancement. Han Jue waited expectantly. However, something strange happened. Han Jue waited for a long time, and those energies seemed to vanish. Not only did new leaves not sprout, but the energy also disappeared. As he waited, Han Jue fell asleep. Until the next day, when he woke up, Han Jue still couldn't figure out where his... Regarding the tree inside him, Han Jue indeed did not have enough grasp. After having breakfast, as soon as Han Jue arrived at the classroom, he heard a soft call. Han Jue, these are for you. Li Danfeng pulled out 4 or 5 metal cans from her backpack and placed them directly on Han Jue's desk. What is this? Han Jue genuinely didn't know. He picked it up, and there was quite a bit of English on it, heavy in hand. This is beef canned food. Ooh, I brought it from home for you. Li Danfeng said this, and before Han Jue could refuse, ran back to her seat. Han Jue was about to chase after her, but the early self-study had already begun, so he gave up. Wow, military beef canned food. This is a good thing. I told you. Ho Zhuang said with shining eyes beside. This thing is probably more valuable than a badminton racket. I feel embarrassed to accept it. Han Jue shook his head, planning to return it after class. That's not the same. For us this thing is precious, but for her, she might be tired of it. I say you won't get her to accept it, Ho Zhuang said confidently. Sure enough, after the early self-study ended, Li Danfeng refused Han Jue, saying that if he didn't want it, he should never talk to her again. Left with no choice, Han Jue put away the cans, preparing to keep them for a snack. To be honest, kids at this age can eat a lot. As a growing boy, he could easily drain his parents' wallets, especially since Han Jue was also training his body. Which one is Han Jue? 2 men in police uniforms walked to the entrance of class 12. Oh no, Han Jue, what trouble have you gotten into? The cops are here. Run, I'll cover you. Ho Zhuang, unsure whether he had watched too many cop movies, directly stood in front of Han Jue. However, everyone else in the class was also very curious as to why the police were here to arrest Han Jue. I am Han Jue, may I ask what's the matter? Han Jue speculated that it was probably about last night, otherwise why would the police come looking for him? It's like this, due to your act of courage we managed to catch a group of thieves. We came specifically to thank you today. Zhang Feng laughed heartily, in a good mood. He had remembered Han Jue's school uniform last night, and just now, he had seen Han Jue's photo on the school's honor wall, which is how he knew Han Jue's name. Han Jue, no wonder you could catch up with that car thief. Oh, turns out you're an athlete. A colleague beside him joked. Han Jue actually caught a thief. Did he chase after the bicycle running? That's amazing. What a brave act. Han Jue didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Did the police really not know that he was with Teacher Shan? Did he think of himself as a bystander? Only then did Han Jue realize why Teacher Shan had not mentioned their relationship last night. It turned out there was such a consideration. Just as Han Jue was about to explain, Teacher Shan appeared just in time, giving Han Jue a look, signaling him not to say anything, and walked over. Han Jue obediently kept silent, and only after the 2 police officers left did Shan Sini proudly say, "You're about to get a certificate for bravery." Huh. I knew they would misunderstand. Han Jue also didn't expect Teacher Shan to be so clever, even fooling the police. Teacher Dan, what use does being courageous have? Han Jue, who had seldom watched television or read newspapers, was unaware of the impact of such bravery. It has plenty of uses. If you want to enter the system in the future, this will be very useful. As for now, the reward for being courageous is 500. You're lucky this time. If it were a regular theft, there wouldn't be any recognition for bravery, but this time is different. The thieves were from out of town, working in a team, very cunning. They hadn't failed for over 2 months. If you hadn't caught them, who knows when they would have been found. Dan Sini was in a good mood. Going out to grab a snack turned out to be quite profitable. Moreover, Officer Zhang just mentioned that they originally planned to stop, but that kid acted on his own, wanting to pull one last stunt, which led to his capture. Dan Sini said with a smile, "All right, you go to class first. Remember to come back for training tonight." Han Jue was also quite excited, having just earned 500 from running. This was money that took his uncle a long time to earn. Back in the classroom, facing his classmates' gazes, Han Jue could only share what had happened the previous night. Afternoon classes had yet to end, but the entire first-year grade already knew about Han Jue chasing down a thief. That evening, Han Jue, as usual, received an egg, but suddenly remembered he had a can of beef in his backpack and hurriedly took it out to give to Dan Sini. "Beef in a can? Where did you get this?" Dan Sini asked curiously. "I gave the last 2 badminton rackets to the class representative, and she brought this from home today. Here are 2 for you, Teacher Dan." Han Jue felt no regret. In his heart, Dan Sini's status was already very high. "This is good stuff. Eating half a can daily will benefit you. However, I can't eat it. How can I lose weight if I do?" Dan Sini smiled, but just seeing Han Jue willing to give her this made her very happy. "By the way, the Academic Affairs Office seems to want to commend you, so be prepared." "The Academic Affairs Office wants to commend me? What's there to commend about?" Han Jue was still a bit confused. "While this is an act of bravery, do you know the impact of such bravery? Just wait and see." Dan Sini said with a look of anticipation, as if suddenly recalling something. She asked, "If that weren't my bicycle, but someone else's, would you still have gone to stop them?" "Of course. If I couldn't catch up, I wouldn't try, but since I have the ability to stop crime, I would definitely rush over to intervene." Han Jue said firmly. "Good, now let's start our training for today." Dan Sini nodded with satisfaction and began assigning Han Jue his training. "From yesterday's competition, it's clear that your endurance is quite good, including your ability to withstand lactic acid. However, you need to understand that this is just a school sports meet. Your stage is not here. You cannot be complacent. First, your ability to maintain performance in the second half is still lacking. Today we will focus on improving that." Dan Sini took out a small notebook, evidently well prepared. Han Jue nodded and began his training. But at that moment, Han Jue suddenly noticed something unusual. In his line of sight, a small figure appeared in the upper. This small figure was composed of golden light, and its proportions looked very familiar, including the contours of its muscles and facial expressions. "Isn't this me?" Han Jue thought in surprise. What was going on? He glanced back at Dan Sini, noticing that her expression hadn't changed much, indicating that only he could see this thing. Back and forth running began. Dan Sini issued the command without knowing what Han Jue was experiencing. Han Jue didn't think much and started running, keeping an eye on the golden figure. As he moved, Han Jue suddenly noticed many red dots appearing on the golden figure. These red dots were gathered around the figure's waist, legs, and ankles. What do these red dots mean? Could they be appearing due to that tree inside my body? Han Jue pondered while completing a back-and-forth run. After Han Jue completed the back-and-forth run, something magical happened. A small portion of the red light spots on the figure's lower legs vanished, replaced by green light spots. When the green light spots appeared, Han Jue could distinctly feel a warm current in his calves. "Keep going." Dan Sini clapped her hands from the side. Han Jue had some guesses. Could it be that the energy he gained from yesterday's competition was used to condense this golden figure? After completing 4 or 5 training sets, Han Jue finally confirmed the purpose of this golden figure. The golden figure was a reflection of his body. The red dots on the figure indicated the areas that needed training. When he completed a training action that worked those areas, the red dots would disappear and be replaced by green light spots, indicating completion. And when the green light spots appeared, a surge of power would manifest to enhance his physical condition. How does this? Dan Sini approached to help Han Jue relax his muscles. "It's all right. By the way, Teacher Dan, how can I train?" Han Jue asked curiously while looking at the golden figure. After Dan Sini's series of training, he could see that the golden figure had turned into a mix of red and green. Unlike at the beginning, the green spots had now covered the figure's lower limbs. However, what puzzled Han Jue was that there were still red dots gathering around the waist area. The quantity suggested that this area also needed work, yet Teacher Dan had never made him train that area. Waist training. That area requires equipment. You can't train it without tools. You can do push-ups to exercise it a bit. Dan Sini looked at Han Jue with some surprise, wondering how he came to ask that question. "I see. Then I'll do some push-ups." Han Jue nodded, just as he noticed that the golden figure's chest also had some red dots. After doing 70 push-ups in one go, the red dots on the golden figure's chest finally disappeared. By then the golden figure was entirely green except for 2 spots on the waist. It felt extremely rewarding. The visible changes that can be observed with the naked eye are remarkably effective, much like clearing levels in a game. Every completed part of the training brings clear changes. Today's training ends here. There are 14 days left until the provincial competition, but we need to head over 3 days early, which means we have 10 days of training left. Let's do our best. Dan Xingyi smiled happily. Han Jue nodded and reached out to pat her. After returning to the dormitory, Han Jue quickly finished washing up and glanced at the clock. It was 9:40. I still feel a bit reluctant. That looks quite glaring. Han Jue, lying on the bed, sat up again. He observed closely. When he did push-ups, the red dot on his side had faded a little. Although it wasn't much, the effect was still noticeable. Then I'll do a few more push-ups. Maybe I can eliminate that red dot. Without hesitation, Han Jue sat up on the cement floor of the dormitory. 1, 2, 5, 10. After doing 50 push-ups, Han Jue looked at the golden figure, and the red dot on his side had indeed diminished considerably. Encouraged, Han Jue did another 50. Thus, in groups of 50, he completed 5 sets, indicating that his physical fitness had improved significantly during this time, otherwise he wouldn't have managed to do so. When he finished the last set, the red dot on his side had completely vanished. A surge of energy flowed into Han Jue's aching abdomen, and the refreshing sensation almost made him cry out. As Han Jue intended to admire the completed training figure, he suddenly noticed something amiss. There were a few incongruous black dots appearing on the chest and arms of the golden figure. Black dots? What is this? After studying for a while, Han Jue could not figure out what they were and had to give up, falling into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, after Han Jue woke up and was about to sit up, he suddenly realized something was wrong. His entire upper body felt as if it belonged to someone else, unresponsive and powerless. At that moment, Han Jue understood what those black dots were. This meant that something was indeed wrong with his body. Helplessly, Han Jue could only slowly wash his face and brush his teeth, struggling to put on his backpack before heading to class. It seems I really shouldn't train recklessly. Push-ups can indeed slightly train the side waist, but only when I meet the training requirements for that area. My upper body simply cannot handle such intense training. Even the tree within me couldn't fully recover. I wonder how today's commendation meeting will go. With my upper body like this, I wouldn't even be able to do the radio exercise. Hey, what happened to you? As Ho Zhuang approached, he saw Han Jue slouched over his desk, struggling to turn a page. I did too many push-ups last night, Han Jue said, helplessly feeling the growing soreness in his arms. Goodness, how many did you do to end up like this? Ho Zhuang's eyes widened. Oh, is this kid insane? Let me think, it was probably over 300, Han Jue replied helplessly. Turning his head, Han Jue saw Li Danfeng coming over with her homework notebook. He quickly called out to Ho Zhuang, help me hand in my homework notebook. All right, wait for me to finish copying this problem. Ho Zhuang replied, while busily replicating the homework. Han Jue, this is juice my mom made this morning. I brought it for you. I noticed you don't eat much fruit, and that's not good. Li Danfeng took out a glass bottle from her pocket, which bore the logo of Guangming Dairy. It was clear that this bottle was originally used for milk cleaned after use to hold drinks. Thank you for me to your mom, Han Jue said, seeing that Li Danfeng had already inserted a straw and did not refuse her kindness. No need to thank me. My mom had a car stolen by that group of thieves too. After learning that you helped the police catch the thief last night, she was incredibly happy. As Li Danfeng spoke, her face turned red. She quickly grabbed Han Jue's homework notebook and went to the back row to continue collecting homework. Ho Zhuang watched enviously from the side, making exaggerated expressions. That's juice. I've never had any. How awesome. If you want a drink, do it yourself. Han Jue awkwardly leaned forward to grab the straw, took a gentle sip, and the apple flavor mixed with a hint of sweet and sour was very refreshing. I also want to drink something someone else brought, especially if someone helps me insert a straw. Ho Zhuang looked at Han Jue with envy. Ahem, Ho Zhuang, you might be in trouble. Han Jue looked up at Ho Zhuang and said gleefully. Ho Zhuang followed Han Jue's gaze and saw Li Danfeng, who looked angry with her hands on her hips, staring at. Do you want to drink juice? Li Danfeng said with a smile. I don't want to, my good study committee member, please spare me. Ho Zhuang, who was copying homework, looked bitter. Do you still want me to help you insert a straw? Li Danfeng mercilessly snatched away Ho Zhuang's homework notebook. No, I was wrong. Ho Zhuang looked at his homework notebook with a face full of longing. When you were in my hands, I didn't cherish you, and now that you're gone, I realize your importance. Is it good? Li Danfeng didn't care about Ho Zhuang and turned to Han Jue. MHM. Han Jue nodded. Not only was the drink delicious, but the earlier scene was also quite entertaining. As long as it's good, I'll bring you some next time my mom makes it. Li Danfeng casually took away the milk bottle Han Jue had finished drinking. Han Jue turned around and met Ho Zhuang's eager gaze. I want to run too. Sure. The 2 classes in the morning passed quickly, and after the second class, it was time for exercises. Today is Monday, which should normally be a day for the leaders to speak, but as soon as Han Jue arrived at the playground, he saw a red promotional board set up for him. Once everyone was assembled, Director Su began to passionately commend Han Jue, almost lifting him to the heavens. After the commendation, Director Su also gave Han Jue a certificate. Once it was over, Han Jue returned to the classroom with the certificate, but as soon as he sat down it was taken away by Ho Zhuang. Wow, this certificate looks really nice. Han Jue, you could sell this certificate. If I had one I could definitely get a lot of pocket money at home. Ho Zhuang said enviously. The certificate is useless, it's worth less than 10 yuan. Han Jue chuckled. If this thing could be sold, he would sell it all. Ding ding ding. The third period history class began, and Han Jue obediently listened to the class. Meanwhile, outside Principal Yan's office. Principal Yan, you were looking for me. Shansini was still a bit puzzled about why the principal wanted to see her. Yes, come sit down. Principal Yan lifted his head from a thick stack of documents. Well, the playground is unacceptable, I suppose. Shansini wasn't very adept at handling such situations, and didn't know what to say. Then let's not change it. Principal Yan nodded, preparing to turn away. No, this playground is really hindering our school's development. It doesn't look good, and when the wind blows the whole playground turns black. Upon hearing the principal's words, Shansini immediately began to protest. In fact, these thoughts had been in her mind for a long time. I see the problems you've mentioned, and you know I was appointed here. Although I might not stay long, I still want to accomplish some. Principal Yin sighed. He could only share these thoughts with Shansini, as the others in the school were seasoned veterans who sought to avoid mistakes rather than strive for achievements. He also recognized her ambition through her dedication to Han Jue. After all, it was rare to find teachers who consistently volunteered to take care of children after work, and even rarer for them to spend their own money on nutritional supplements for students. A few days ago I secured some funding. This funding can either be used to replace desks or to upgrade the playground. Principal Yin said, looking at Shansini. Shansini knew it was time for her to try to persuade him. Principal Yin, the desks in our school were just replaced 2 years ago. In other words, almost every principal has replaced the desks upon arriving, and now there are still previous desks behind the gymnasium. But in reality, those desks aren't even damaged to that extent. However, the playground is something we use every day. In fact, the first thing visitors see when they look at the school gate is our coal ash playground. In the entire Huyuan, only one middle school has a synthetic track. If we want to catch up with one middle school, this synthetic track is essential, Shansini stated firmly. After saying this, she noticed her tone and quickly added, of course I'm not saying we must install a synthetic track this time. I just believe that the playground greatly enhances the spirit of the students. It's okay, I believe what you're saying makes sense. As for why every principal likes to change desks, I assume Director Su must have contributed quite a bit. I saw that the previous suppliers provided desks from the same factory every time. Principal Yin did not elaborate, just hinted. Teacher Shan, what is your understanding of the concept of a strong sports school, eh? After a moment, Principal Yin proposed another question to Shansini. A strong sports school. Shansini paused upon hearing this. She had naturally heard of this concept, which had been proposed in both the capital and the Magic City. However, there had been no such precedent in Donghai province. Principal Yin, for a strong sports school, first, the hardware facilities must keep up, and second, the quality of teachers must also improve, but these are not the most important. Shansini's expression grew more serious as she spoke. Principal Yin became interested, placing his hands on his large desk. Then what is the most important thing? It's students who achieve results. Shansini's eyes lit up. We must have a student who achieves results. Only then can they foster a sporting atmosphere in the school, and this successful student can also serve as promotional material for the school, potentially even becoming a means to secure funding from you. Shansini grew more certain as she spoke. After all, she had heard from her coach long ago that many schools in the southwest and southeast wanted to pursue this path, as the country offered considerable support for so-called strong sports schools. However, among so many schools there were many key schools. Why did they all fail one after another? That was because they did not produce results. You say you want to create a strong sports school, yet there isn't a single student who achieves results. What use is there in having a strong sports school then? So many sports schools are waiting for support. A strong sports school. Thus this concept has been shelved until now. I understand the difficulties you've mentioned, but Huyuan is so small that if we want to catch up with one middle school, we can only take a shortcut. Principal Yin certainly knew this too. By the way, are you taking students to the province for a competition? How do you feel? I do have some confidence. Han Jue's performance is quite good, and the key is that he is currently in a rising phase. Even if he doesn't win the championship this time, I believe he will definitely succeed in the future, this time taking him to see the atmosphere of the competition. Mentioning Han Jue, a different light immediately shone on Shansini's face. Even if he doesn't win the championship. So you're saying he has a chance to win? Principal Yin quickly grasped the implication in Shansini's words. Indeed, there is that possibility. Shansini nodded. Great. In that case, regarding the act of bravery, didn't the police reward him 500 yuan? Then I'll also reward him 500 yuan. However, I'll leave it with you, buy whatever you need. Later I'll see. As Principal Yin spoke, he directly pulled out 500 yuan bills from his pocket. No, Principal, Han Jue's nutrition is about enough already. Shan Sini instinctively tried to refute. About enough. Then there's still room for improvement. This money isn't for you, I take it, and buy food for the kids. However, don't put pressure on him, let him perform freely. Principal, Yin waved his hand. Then thank you, Principal. Shan Sini also realized that this was Han Jue's money, which was very important to him. Alright, go work well. He'll pay attention to the matter of the strong sports school. Principal Yin smiled and waved his hand. Shan Sini accepted the money and headed straight for the gate down. Teacher Shan is here. Just in time, a package for you just arrived. The doorman dragged out a heavy package. Wow, this is so heavy. What is this? Can you carry it, Teacher Shan? Should I call 2 students to help you carry it? The doorman said worriedly. It's all books inside, oh, I can carry it. Shan Sini smiled, lifted the package, and walked away without hesitation. In the evening, Han Jue was awkwardly drinking his porridge when he looked up and saw Teacher Dan sitting directly opposite. Seeing Han Jue's appearance, Dan Sini found it somewhat strange. Han Jue felt helpless. He originally did not want to tell Dan Sini about this, but unexpectedly got caught. No, after I returned home last night, I practiced some push-ups on my own, Han Jue said, forcing himself to some. How many push-ups did you do? Dan Sini said somewhat angrily. Just 5 or 6 sets, really not much. If he weren't so exhausted, Han Jue would have wanted to leave with his porridge. How many in a set? Dan Sini's cheeks puffed up in anger. 550 in total. Han Jue had no choice but to admit. Who told you to change your training plan on your own? Push-ups. Do you want to strengthen your waist? Dan Sini said angrily. The waist is indeed important, but you can't train like this. If this continues, your body will be ruined. When we get back, I'll see if I can find some equipment for waist training. Dan Sini felt helpless sitting opposite Han Jue, not knowing what else to say. Other students are often worried about whether their training volume is sufficient, considering whether to increase it for their students. And yet our own student not only completed the tasks, but also added extra ones. How can Dan Sini scold him? Alright, since it's like this, today will be a rest day. Open your mouth. After sulking for a moment, Dan Sini calmed down, picked up the porridge in front of Han Jue, stirred it with a spoon, and Teacher Dan, I can eat by myself, Han Jue said shyly. He had never been fed by anyone before. Eat? After you eat, will it look like your face? Dan Sini wiped Han Jue's face with a handkerchief, removing 4 or 5 grains of rice. Seeing Dan Sini say this, Han Jue felt embarrassed to refuse any longer. Fortunately, every time he went to the cafeteria for meals, he liked to sit in the corner, so this scene would likely not be seen by others. If it got out that he, a 100-meter athlete, needed a female teacher to feed him, it would be utterly humiliating. While eating, Dan Sini took out a pair of socks from her pocket and said, when my mom made me these socks last time, they turned out a bit big, so I'm giving them to you. Han Jue looked down and saw that these socks were indeed made for home use, bulky and well-sized, adorned with the unique pattern of Dan Sini's mother. Thank you, Teacher Dan. Han Jue did not refuse any longer, recognizing it as Teacher Dan's kindness. For these he could only repay with his performance. What do you need to thank me for? The bicycle you helped me retrieve is worth much more than a pair of socks. Dan Sini teased. If it weren't for Teacher Dan wanting to take me out for delicious food, the bike wouldn't have been stolen. Han Jue swallowed the porridge in his mouth and retorted. Alright, stop going in circles. Where's your canned beef? You should finish what was left over from yesterday. Dan Sini laughed at Han Jue's reasoning. After finishing, Han Jue put away the socks. Although his arm's soreness had improved a lot after a day, training would still be quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, there was no training today. Returning to the classroom, Ho Zhuang looked at Han Jue curiously. Aren't you with my hand like this, how can I train? Han Jue shrugged, preparing to read a book. However, when he sat down, Ho Zhuang leaned over and winked. I also want to injure my arm. If that's the case, a beautiful teacher will feed me. Teacher Dan is great. Han Jue suddenly stood up. Ho Zhuang nearly fell from his seat upon hearing this. With a gloomy face, he said, do you have to be like this? Every time it's like saying chow chow, and chow chow appears. Just as he was about to turn around to admit his mistake, he realized there was no sign of Teacher Dan in the classroom. Han Jue was tricking him. Just when Ho Zhuang wanted to turn back and continue talking about Han Jue, he bumped into Li Danfeng, who was walking over. Alright, I give up. I can't win against you. Ho Zhuang fully understood that it was best not to mess with Han Jue, as it would only lead to his own loss. This red flower oil is really effective. My dad uses it every time he's in pain. Li Danfeng took out a small red bottle from her pocket, which was more than half full of oily liquid. Han Jue had never used red flower oil, but just by looking at the exquisite patterns on it, he felt it should be quite still no need. I should be fine after resting for a couple of days. Han Jue smiled, wanting to return the eye. No way, that will delay your studies. Li Danfeng said, having already figured out Han Jue's temperament somewhat. She had also thought it through. After all, Ho Zhuang wouldn't dare offend her. Ho Zhuang, who was still goofing around with the students behind him, suddenly stiffened. Why am I being dragged into this again? I don't want to apply medicine to this bad guy. Ho Zhuang exclaimed defiantly. Alright then, tomorrow you might have to make a trip to the biology teacher's office, Li Danfeng said with a smile, turning to No, I can't do that. I was wrong. Ho Zhuang nimbly jumped out of his seat to block Li. With a smiling face, he rolled up Han Jue's sleeve, opened the red flower oil, and after applying it quickly rubbed his hands together. Didn't expect you to be so pale, eh? Ho Zhuang said in surprise while rubbing. Li Danfeng was also surprised by how fast Ho Zhuang was, and upon seeing Han Jue's two pale arms blushed and returned to her seat. Alright, hurry up and rub. I still want to read. Han Jue helplessly watched Ho Zhuang, feeling like applying medicine had turned into a bathhouse experience. Done. Slap. Ho Zhuang slapped Han Jue's flesh with both hands, looking quite pleased as he glanced at next. After a while, Ho Zhuang finally emerged from his fantasies and placed the red flower oil on Han Jue's desk. Tomorrow I'll continue applying medicine for you. Let's read. Han Jue felt a bit mentally exhausted. After the evening study session, he returned to the dormitory and tried on the socks, finding them to be just right soft and very comfortable. He decided to wear these socks for the upcoming competition. Since there was no training today, Han Jue speculated that the tree inside him wouldn't have changed much. Until he sat in the classroom, Han Jue still couldn't believe that his arm had actually grown thicker by a whole circle. Moreover, this thickness was not the result of swelling, but a genuine increase in muscle fibers. He could feel his strength had significantly improved. Something feels off. Could it be the effect of the safflower oil? Han Jue quietly rolled up the sleeve of his shirt, noticing a slight red mark under his skin. Of course, it was just a mark left by the clothing. After thinking for a long time, Han Jue couldn't figure it out, picked up the safflower oil to examine it, but there were no explanations written on it. With no other choice, Han Jue approached and asked after class Li Danfeng, "What does this safflower oil do?" At that moment, Li Danfeng was studying a hair accessory at her desk, and upon hearing Han Jue's voice, she quickly looked up. Safflower oil is for bruises and injuries. It can make you feel better after using it, Li Danfeng said instinctively, then looked at Han Jue in surprise. Could it be that your arm has already healed? Yes, thank you for the safflower oil. Han Jue returned the safflower oil, though he felt reluctant as he wanted to study why it had helped him gain strength. You're welcome. But you don't need to return the safflower oil. Keep it for yourself since you practice sports and are more likely to get injured. Li Danfeng said with a smile, feeling very happy at that moment. Han Jue got better thanks to my safflower oil. It was worth sneaking it out from home. At this moment in Li Danfeng's home. Huh, where did the safflower oil I left at home go? Li Danfeng didn't know that this was not ordinary safflower oil, but a special medicine her father had brought back from the military district. Normally, this was used for recovery after severe injuries, and only a few milliliters were needed at a time. It certainly wouldn't be used like Ho Zhuang did, as if it were lotion. After hearing what Li Danfeng said, Han Jue could only accept it. However, he was already planning to bring Li Danfeng a gift when he returned from the provincial city. After all, he had eaten so much of her stuff. After completing a day's classes, Han Jue returned to the playground to warm up as usual. Is your arm feeling completely better now? Do you need to rest for another day? Dancini approached with an egg and asked. It's completely healed. I can continue training today. Han Jue replied with a bright smile. Dancini suspiciously rolled up Han Jue's sleeve, pinching here and there, observing his expression and the dynamics of his arm muscles. It seems to be fully healed. Your Botus recovery speed is too fast. Although Dancini had witnessed it before, she was still quite surprised. A classmate gave me safflower oil, and after applying it yesterday, it was fine today. Han Jue scratched his head. Safflower oil. That stuff doesn't work that well. It must be due to your constitution. Alright, let's continue training. Dancini shook her head and resumed arranging Han Jue's exercise. She hadn't yet told Han Jue about the possibility of changing the playground at the school, just in case the principal changed his mind. Han Jue replied and immersed himself in the training. Like last time, the golden little man reappeared, guiding Han Jue as he trained. Dancini's training plan was very comprehensive. Although she had tried to tailor it for Han Jue as much as possible, her understanding of his body was still limited. But the projection of the golden little man showed Han Jue's body in its truest state, which was truly tailored to him. After training, Han Jue returned to the dorm with some other thoughts. He took out a piece of cloth, wrapped it around his calf to measure, and recorded the circumference of his calf with a pen. After that, he applied a small portion of safflower oil. Han Jue still had some ideas in his mind. After all, he knew his constitution was unique, and perhaps he could find a training path for himself. The next day, the first thing Han Jue did upon waking was to compare the cloth strip, checking if his calf had grown thicker. The result was quite disappointing. There was no change at all. How could this be? While brushing his teeth, Han Jue pondered the reasons behind this. This time, unlike the last one, difference was the area. Last time it was his arm, this time it was his calf. Another important difference was that last time he had overtrained and applied safflower oil, while this time Han Jue had only trained moderately. Glancing at the remaining safflower oil, there was only enough left for a few more applications. He'll try again tonight. He'll still apply it on my arm, first do push-ups, then apply the oil, and see the results after waking up. After making up his mind, Han Jue completed a day of study and training as usual. In the evening, Han Jue did 300 push-ups again. This time he had prepared a can and hot water early. After exercising, he immediately ate the beef and drank a lot of water, and while his body was still warm, he applied safflower oil all over his upper body except for his back. With great anticipation, Han Jue slowly fell asleep. It really works. Looking in the mirror at the communal sink, Han Jue's eyes lit up. Just from this time, his chest muscles were noticeably more pronounced. It seems this is truly related to my constitution. Training can tear muscle fibers, and safflower oil should play a role in recovery. Combined with my unique constitution, this effect has appeared. Han Jue analyzed in his heart. However, I've used up all the safflower oil, and with such a rapid change in muscle in a short period, Teacher Dan will definitely notice. This is enough for now. He'll look for another opportunity to use it later. Han Jue understood that for short-distance runners, having bulky muscles was not the most suitable. The current situation was just right, compensating for his nutritional deficiencies and age-related shortcomings. In the following days, Han Jue obediently followed the training and studying. Finally, the time came to September 27, 2002, just 3 days before the provincial middle and primary school sports meet. This was also the first stage that Dan Cine found for Han Jue. Early on, Han Jue stood at the school gate waiting for Teacher Dan. Last night, Dan Cine had already told him that they would take a tricycle from the school gate to the bus station and then take a bus to Haiyang City. Haiyuan is not far from Haiyang, but taking the bus still takes 3 hours. I'm here, let's go, we're off. Dan Cine said, standing next to Han Jue with a large bag on her back. Teacher, let me carry your bag, Han Jue said, placing his own backpack in front of him, wanting to carry Dan Cine's bag as well. No need, oh, your teacher, am an athlete. Dan Cine could see that although Han Jue's backpack was lighter than hers, it was still a considerable burden. But Han Jue stubbornly took the bag from Dan Cine and carried it on his back. Alright, let's set off. Dan Cine was momentarily stunned, then turned to look at the street, where a faint glimmer appeared in the morning sun. That was joy. On the swaying bus, all sorts of people were crammed inside. The seats were rather small, perhaps to sell a few eggs. Han Cine's legs felt a bit cramped, let alone Han Jue. Uncomfortable, Han Jue could only focus his attention on the scenery outside the window. At this moment, the bus had already entered the expressway. It was Han Jue's first time knowing about the highway with various vehicles driving along. Is this your first time coming this far? Han Cine initially worried about Han Jue getting carsick, and specially brought motion sickness medicine. Teacher Sean, can you drive? Driving? I really can't do that. We usually don't need it. I might learn it in the future. Han Cine thought for a moment and replied. Oh, are you interested in driving? Han Cine asked. Yes. Look, how can those cars go so fast? Han Jue chuckled. It would be great if I could run faster than cars. If we count the starting speed, you might actually. Han Cine smiled, finding Han Jue's idea rather amusing. Alright, if you're tired, take a nap. It'll wake you when. Seeing Han Jue's eyelids droop, Han Cine said softly. Han Jue responded affirmatively and fell asleep. After more than 2 hours, Han Cine led Han Jue off the bus. As they disembarked, they saw someone at the bus station holding a large sign. Warm welcome to the athletes participating in the provincial primary and secondary school sports meet. Han Cine hurriedly pulled Han Jue over. That should be our contact. Upon reaching the person, Han Cine presented her teacher's certificate and Han Jue's student ID to verify their identities. Teacher Sean, right. Please wait by our bus in the back for a moment. We can leave once the next group arrives, the welcoming staff said warmly, also handing over 2 bottles of water. Thank you, Han Cine nodded and boarded the bus in the back with Han Jue. Han Jue followed Han Cine, and as soon as he got on the bus, he was met with various curious gazes. The bus was mostly filled with athletes and coaches, and the young people's curiosity was all directed at Han Jue. Han Cine didn't think much of it. After smiling, she led Han Jue to an empty seat at the back. Did you see that? They are all older and a bit stronger than you, so when you run this time, don't feel pressured, just do your best. Han Cine took every opportunity to impart advice to Han Jue. Yes, Teacher Sean, you don't need to worry. Han Jue nodded and continued to observe the others. 10 minutes later, the bus started moving. Han Cine. I thought it looked like you, but I wasn't sure until I saw. Suddenly a man turned around and smiled at Han Cine. Chu Yuanbin. What are you doing here? Han Cine clearly recognized him and asked in surprise. Chu Yuanbin and Han Cine were former long-distance running teammates, and he had also become a coach 2 years after Han Cine. Chu Yuanbin turned around and pointed to a dark-skinned young man next to him, saying, Hey, I brought one of my students here to run and prepare for the Provincial Youth Championship. Oh, preparing for the Provincial Youth Championship. It seems you're doing quite well at Haiyang no. One high school. That's what a key school is all about. Han Cine nodded and smiled. What about you? Does Haiyuan have any good talents? Chu Yuanbin showed no sign of modesty and began to inquire about Han Cine's students. In fact, he did have the confidence. Haiyang no. One high school was a key school in Haiyang City, excelling in both sports and academics provincially. Whether they are good or not, that's not for me to say. We'll see when we run. Han Cine smiled, her meaning already quite clear. So you Chu Yuanbin saying your student is good means he's good. It's better to let the results speak. Teacher Sean is implying something. I see this kid isn't very old, should be a freshman. Is he some kind of sprinting genius? How could he qualify for the primary and secondary school sports meets so early? Chu Yuanbin was not one to back down easily, and after hearing Shan Sini's words he even changed how he addressed her to teacher Shan. I wouldn't dare to say whether he's a genius or not, but he shouldn't have any problems keeping up with you in running. Shan Sini was quite proud of Han Jue. Tisk teacher Shan is still the same as before. How about we make a bet? Chu Yuanbin's expression darkened slightly. He couldn't understand why a mere teacher from Haiyuan No. 3 high school would think she could compete with a sports teacher from a key school like him. A bet. If the stakes are too low, I'm not interested. I don't want to waste time. Shan Sini laughed, even laughed. Let's bet on which of our 2 students performs better. As for the stakes, if I win, teacher Shan will treat me to a meal near the Haiyang Sports School. How about that? Chu Yuanbin wore a fake smile. The Haiyang Sports School had nothing to do with Shan Sini, but their coaches were currently teaching there. That meal had significant implications. Alright, if I win, I won't ask for much as a stake. Just 2 Roman shares, surely young Master Chu can afford that. Shan Sini deliberately provoked him with her words, knowing that Chu Yuanbin's family was quite wealthy. The Roman share was a piece of equipment specifically for training the waist, as she had only seen it in books, and had never heard of anyone selling it nearby. No problem. But why do you want a Roman share? Chu Yuanbin found Shan Sini's stake a bit strange, but when he saw Han Jue he immediately understood why. Looks like you've put a lot of thought into this, kid. Chu Yuanbin frowned, an unkind thought creeping into his mind. The bet is on, and the other teachers should have heard it too. When young Master Chu loses, don't think about going back on your word. Once Shan Sini said this, even Han Jue understood why she had spoken so loudly just now. Going back on my word? Impossible. Teacher Shan remembered to treat me to that meal. We can also invite the old coach to see who should have been valued back then. Chu Yuanbin snorted and turned around. Shan Sini didn't say more as she hadn't expected to encounter him here. A true scoundrel. Thankfully she had managed to avoid him and took a sip of water. Then she leaned close to Han Jue's ear and whispered, "You need to give me some face." The kid he brought has already participated once last year and won 2nd place in the 100 meters. This year he's aiming for the championship. Han Jue felt increasingly amazed. Didn't she just say not to put pressure on himself? Now she was changing her tune. Grandpa was right, women truly could be frightening. As for the deeper reasons, Dan Sini did not elaborate. Han Jue did not ask further. After arriving, Dan Sini took him to the organizer to collect the keys, and they first dropped off their belongings at their accommodation. I didn't expect the organizer to be so generous this time. They even got a hotel, Dan Sini said with a smile, leading Han Jue up to the 2nd floor. Since Dan Sini and Han Jue were a male and a female, they stayed in separate rooms. Fortunately, they arrived early and there were still plenty of standard rooms available. Those who came later would have to squeeze into one. How's your condition? Should we head to the stadium to try it out? Dan Sini glanced at the time. It was still early, just past 10 in the morning, not yet lunchtime. Sure. Han Jue nodded. He didn't want to stay in the room watching TV. After all, he came here to achieve results. As they stepped out, they ran into Chu Yuanbin and his group. The dark-skinned young man had already changed into athletic shorts and held a pair of short spike shoes, clearly indicating his impressive capability. Looking at Han Jue, who was only wearing regular shorts and holding an old pair of long spike shoes, Chu Yuanbin remarked, "Dan Lauscher, I must ask, are the conditions in Haiyuan really that bad? It's quite easy to twist an ankle running 100 meters in long spike shoes, right? And pulling them out requires effort as well." Chu Yuanbin said, pretending not to know. After a few seconds he feigned enlightenment and said, "Oh, I forgot, you must still have cinder tracks over there, right? If that's the case, then it's understandable that the conditions are poor. Only long spike shoes can produce results." Dan Sini had been pulling Han Jue down the stairs, ignoring him. The only reason she had acknowledged him earlier was to tempt him into making a bet. "It's me running, not the shoes." Han Jue did not look back and coldly dropped a remark. "It's interesting that you say that, isn't it?" Chu Yuanbin paused for a moment and then disdainfully recited, "You know, the rich are skilled, the poor are educated. How can you talk about achieving results with poor gear?" After exiting the hotel, Dan Sini turned back and smiled. "Well said, it is the person running, not the shoes. But don't worry, after we check out the track today, they'll take you to buy shoes. That was part of the plan. Anyway, Haiyuan doesn't have specialized sports shops like this." Hearing Dan Sini's words, Han Jue couldn't help but feel a little moved. New shoes. Aside from the ones his grandmother made for him during the new year, he had never worn new shoes. Directly opposite the hotel was the impressive Haiyang City Stadium. As the venue for the Youth Championship Haiyang City Student Games and the Provincial Middle School Student Games, the stadium was built with an emphasis on aesthetic appeal. From the outside, the large shell-shaped stadium was quite eye-catching and was regarded as a point of pride by the people. "Let's go." Dan Sini pulled Han Jue along, submitted the athlete's credentials, and then entered the competition area to begin acclimatizing. At this time, the competition area was already crowded with people. The starting blocks on the 8 lanes were filled. They only set up 8 starting blocks. This stadium is so stingy. Dan Sini looked around in surprise. But the fact was, even after Han Jue finished warming up and had run a few times, he still hadn't had a turn at the starting. As for Chu Yuanbin, he seemed quite familiar with the person occupying the starting block, having his dark-skinned companion run 7 or 8 times. This is simply ridiculous. Are they bullying people at the stadium? If they lack strength, they resort to these tricks. After returning to the hotel, Dan Sini said angrily, "Don't be angry, Dan Lauscher. Even if I can't get used to the starting blocks, I can manage." Han Jue comforted her, not understanding what she meant by these tricks. To Han Jue, such things seemed quite normal. After all, even in the village, not everyone could enjoy the taste. Moreover, this was someone else's home ground, so it was natural to practice more. You don't know, Haiyang City wants to be recognized as a sports civilized city, and that's definitely the reason they assign tasks to the students there. They must achieve results. After Dan Sini finished speaking, she realized she had misspoken. Oh, why was she telling the students all this? Let's not talk about that. Come on, let's go downstairs for a meal, and after eating, I'll take you to buy shoes. Dan Sini awkwardly changed the subject. After eating, she took Han Jue on a tricycle directly to Huan. Upon arriving at Huanyang Street, the entire street was filled with sports goods shops, and there were a few stores specializing in shoes. Come on, Han Jue, try on these pairs of shoes. Dan Sini looked at the prices above, picked out 3 pairs of shoes for Han Jue to try on. Han Jue nodded carefully, trying on the shoes. The feeling of new shoes is so strange, they feel a bit stiff. Han Jue said whatever came to mind. Stiffness is normal. Oh, just wrap them with a hot towel when you get back. The main thing is to see if they fit well and aren't too tight. Dan Sini smiled. Both of these pairs are fine. Han Jue pointed to a pair of orange and a pair of black shoes. Oh, these 2 pairs are my shop's best shoes, made from imported materials. I can give you a 20% discount for both. The shop owner, seeing Han Jue's demeanor, knew he wouldn't bargain and instantly beamed with joy. What do you mean by imported materials? Do you think I don't understand goods? Dan Sini interjected with a local dialect. How much for just the orange pair? Oh girl, since you're local, I won't overcharge you. 200, that price is definitely not expensive. Old Lee across the street sells it for at least 300. Upon hearing Dan Sini's words, the shopkeeper quickly changed her tune. 150. 200, if you go lower I can't sell it. I'm only making $10 off this pair. 140. 160. 130. Alright, just take it for 150. Oh, I concede. Seeing Dan Sini's insistence, the shopkeeper hurriedly relented and took a box to pack the shoes for her. The purchase price for her was 130, so selling it for 150 was quite reasonable. Dan Lauscher, this color is too bright, isn't it? Han Jue gently tugged at Dan Sini's sleeve. Bright. Young people should wear bright colors. It makes their eyes shine. Dan Sini laughed heartily and happily paid for the shoes. Don't mention it, this is all sponsored by the principal. After all, we are representing our school, so buying a pair of shoes is not excessive. Dan Sini said, satisfied as she carried the shoes out. After returning to the hotel, she dampened a towel with hot water, placed a layer of tissue in the middle, and stuck it on the shoes. You can wear them tomorrow. The competition is the day after, so there's time. Dan Sini arranged the shoes with satisfaction. Dan Lauscher, I will definitely run well. Han Jue said firmly. Silly child. Time swiftly passed, and it was now the end of September, the day of the provincial primary and secondary school sports meets opening. At this moment, the autumn breeze was gentle and the temperature was just right. Even after some exercise, one wouldn't sweat much, attracting many spectators. Let's go for registration. Remember, don't think about anything, just run. It's 100 meters, just go for it. Dan Sini encouraged Han Jue with a pat on his arm. Han Jue nodded vigorously and headed towards the registration area. This kid has really packed on muscle. Even his muscle definition is showing now. Dan Lauscher, what if your student doesn't even make it out of group stages? Winning wouldn't mean anything then. Chu Yuanbin approached from somewhere, feigning concern. I think the same. Dan Sini replied coolly. Damn. Just wait until mealtime to see how you explain it to the coach. Chu Yuanbin spat viciously. Registration area. Han Jue wore bright orange spikes, and combined with his old shorts, this odd combination attracted quite a lot of attention. While waiting for registration, a dark-skinned boy approached and hoarsely said, I will definitely beat you. Oh, Chu Lauscher is much better than your teacher. Oh. Sitting in a well and watching the sky, Han Jue shook his head, portraying a sense of pity for him, then turned away. The dark-skinned boy was left stunned for a while before reacting and harshly inhaling through his nose. On the spectator stand, Old Moo, I didn't expect you really came. What? Is there some good talent that caught you? The speaker was a bald man, shiny and obviously well-groomed, wearing a high-end watch on his wrist and shiny leather. What? Just because Lu Daquan came to watch it doesn't mean an old guy like me can't come. Old Moo jokingly reprimanded, indicating a good relationship between the two. Seriously, is there any good talent? I haven't come down to scout in years. Lu Liang looked at the track below. What? You, the leading figure of the East Sea Province's elite program, afraid that there are no good talents? Old Moo teased. Don't get me started. There are so many connections, each one wanting to push their people in, and for every one pushed out, another one comes in, each weaker than the last. If you ask me, the elite program should be renamed the connections program. Lu Liang felt upset just mentioning it. It's good to have powerful connections who wouldn't want their students to succeed. Old Mu countered, looking at the field below. Sprinting has always been weak domestically, but there might be some good seedlings this time. Sprint seedlings. Lu Liang suddenly got excited. Sprinting is a major event in athletics, whether at the World Championships or the Olympics. It garners a lot of attention, yet domestically it has remained relatively unnoticed. When the Japanese athlete won the World Championship last year, it not only broke the control of black athletes over sprinting, but also opened a path for domestic athletes. Both Japan and we are of the yellow race. Why can they do it, and we cannot? Suddenly sprinting once again became a focal point for sports schools everywhere. Which one is it? What's the number? Is it a sports school student or a regular student? Lu Liang eagerly asked a string of questions. Look at you at your age, still acting like a child. Oh, what's the rush? Sit down and watch slowly. Old Mu leisurely took a sip from his thermos, calmly observing. At this moment, the first group of 100-meter runners had already stepped onto the track. There were 3 groups for the 100 meters, and Han Jue was placed in the third lane of the first group, while the dark-skinned boy was in the second group. Hey buddy, you bought those shoes at Huanyang, right? Aren't you afraid they'll come apart while running? Just as Han Jue squatted down to adjust his starting blocks, a boy beside him suddenly spoke up. When Han Jue instinctively wanted to respond, he suddenly fell silent, gave the boy a cold glance, and continued adjusting his starting blocks. He knew that this was one of the disruptive competitors. Dan Sini had warned him about randomly finding points to attack the nearby competitors. Regardless of whether it was effective or not, even if it delayed him by a mere fraction of a second, it was worth it for those disruptive competitors. Indeed, upon seeing Han Jue's gaze, the boy understood that Han Jue was aware of their tricks and stopped speaking. However, this still delayed quite a bit of time, causing Han Jue's starting blocks not to be adjusted to the most suitable position, and he felt something was off with his starting blocks. Ready. After hearing the command, Han Jue could only step onto the starting blocks. Bang! As the starting pistol fired, Han Jue immediately dashed forward, but just as he successfully took off, he heard the referee give a command. Someone false started. Han Jue was momentarily stunned, turned back to his starting spot, and saw that the false starter was none other than the boy who had just spoken to him. In official competitions, there is typically one opportunity for a false start. In larger events, a time limit is set for the runners. If it falls below 0.1 seconds, it is definitely a false start. This is due to experiments showing that a human's reaction time cannot be less than 0.1 seconds. If it is, it must be a deliberate false start. Such a young age, and already resorting to this kind of stuff. Lu Liang snorted coldly from the stands, clearly aware of the boy's actions. Competitive sports have been twisted by these people. What does a child know? It's all taught by their coach. Old Mu said helplessly, suggesting this situation had occurred many times. For the competitors, the impact of a false start is even greater. Once a person releases their energy, it's not easy to ramp it back up in a short amount of time. Fortunately, Han Jue had good physical fitness, quickly adjusting his mindset and squatted down again. Ready. Han Jue slowly raised his butt, facing the track. Bang! Han Jue shot out like an arrow, but as soon as he took off, he sensed something was wrong. The starting blocks, the spring didn't bounce up. This caused Han Jue to lose his balance and nearly crash to the ground. What? Dan Sini immediately clenched her fists in nervousness upon seeing this scene. Han Jue's starts were usually fine. How could he make such a mistake? Even if I report this to the organizing committee, the decision to rerun doesn't rest with me. I must seize this opportunity. Han Jue gritted his teeth, forcing his body to adjust. However, at this point, Han Jue was already in 8th place, with the first place runner 10 meters ahead. The qualification for advancing from the group is the top 2 plus the 2 best times from the remaining groups. The contestant in lane 3 seems to have encountered an issue at the start. Currently leading is Gu Zhong from Haiyang No 2 Middle School, who secured 3rd place last year. The rapid-fire commentary from the impromptu announcer has caused him to overlook Han Jue. Breathe, accelerate, I can definitely catch up. After running another 10 meters, Han Jue got into his rhythm, with proper folding and breathing rates continuously boosting his speed. Moreover, the training during this period has greatly improved his physical fitness. In just 2 seconds, Han Jue overtook 4 people, becoming 4th. Heavens! The contestant in lane 3 who just stumbled at the start has surged up and is now in 4th place, the commentator exclaimed. After witnessing Han Jue's performance, Shan Sini couldn't hold back her tears. Just 3 more. Run. Han Jue took a deep breath and, facing the final 50 meters, poured all his strength into a furious sprint. 3rd place, 2nd place. Crossed the finish line. Han Jue is 1st. In spite of the earlier misstep at the start, Han Jue managed to come from behind and cross the finish line 1st. The previous leader, the boy who had spoken and jumped the gun, stared wide-eyed as he slowed down, panting angrily. How is this possible? A few meters away, Han Jue, gasping heavily, let out a cold laugh. A frog at the bottom of a well. Han Jue from Haiyang No 3 Middle School, starting from last place in the group race, became the group champion and successfully advanced to the 100-meter final. Teacher, there's a problem with my starting block. The spring is malfunctioning. Han Jue finally caught his breath and pointed at his starting block while speaking to the teacher at the finish line. At this moment, Shansini ran over and squatted down to check Han Jue's ankle. Are you okay? What happened at the start? Shansini asked worriedly. The starting block, it seems the spring broke and didn't spring up. I couldn't recover it. Han Jue smiled foolishly, but I'm still first. Yes, you are first. Come on, go take a rest. The organizing committee must give me an explanation about this. Shansini angrily went to confront the organizing committee. In the stands, Lu Liang pointed at Han Jue's position. Old Mu Yu also came from Huyuan. It must be him, right? Did you come just to watch him? What? Do I need to report to you about who I want to watch? Old Mu replied with a smile, clearly pleased with Han Jue's performance. This Haiyang organizing committee is truly excessive. Their little tricks are too obvious. Lu Liang said, his expression darkening. This shouldn't be their doing. That kid just had bad luck. Starting blocks like that are too unreliable. Old Mu shook his head. Let's continue watching. If I were that kid, I'd at least demand some mental compensation. Lu Liang said angrily. Shansini indeed did just that, fully utilizing her status as a woman when facing the two committee staff. How did you inspect this? Such a big competition. Didn't you check the spring of the starting block? What if my student had broken a bone? What if his career ended? I warn you, if you don't provide sufficient compensation, I'll contact the reporters right now to make sure you get some publicity. Shansini pointed directly at the noses of the two staff members. You must be Teacher Shan, right? Please calm down. We all wish such incidents wouldn't happen. Look, your student has also made it to the finals. It seems he isn't hurt. Nonsense. He made it to the finals because of his strength. Should I be thanking you for that? Not injured. If he had been, I would have called the police right away. You are intentionally causing harm. Shansini directly yanked the glasses off the man's face and set them aside. I didn't harm you. If you bump into something because you weren't wearing your glasses, that's not my responsibility. Shansini said coldly. Teacher Shan, please calm down. I'm Xiaoyu, the person in charge this time. How about this? I'll personally offer 2,000 yuan to take the child to the hospital for a checkup and get him something good to eat. How does that sound? Finally, someone is speaking sense. That attitude is much better. 2,000 is too much. 1,500 should suffice. Shansini nodded in satisfaction. Upon hearing her words, Xiaoyu felt relieved. If this escalated to the media, he would be in trouble. Not too much, just my heartfelt gesture. It's not easy for kids to practice sports. Xiaoyu forcibly stuffed 2,000 yuan into Shansini's pocket. I have other matters to attend to. Teacher Shan, I won't keep you. After saying that, Xiaoyu ran off. Shansini didn't even glance at the bespectacled teacher and turned to leave with the money. After returning, she helped Han Jue relax his muscles while boasting about the situation for a while. Be careful in the finals. The display from Haiyang this time is a bit unsightly. But we won't concern ourselves with that. Just run. The issue with the starting block isn't their fault, it's just your bad luck. Go for it, and run your best. While Shansini comforted Han Jue, the students from Chu Yuanbin had already finished their races. The dark-skinned boy came in second in his group and also advanced. I didn't expect that kid to run quite fast, but you don't need to worry. The overall performance of their group is generally poor. Consider it good luck for that kid. You won't need to hold back in the first half. Just let loose in the finals. Chu Yuanbin instructed. Teacher Chu, I will definitely be the champion. The dark-skinned boy gritted his teeth. He's just a frog at the bottom of the well. The same words echoed from Gu Zhong, who verbally attacked Han Jue, while his coach across from him happened to be the bespectacled man. Teacher, don't worry, he'll definitely be the champion in the finals. Gu Zhong recalled Han Jue's gaze and wished he could start the finals immediately. The teacher believes in you. I don't let that kid distract you. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses and continued to instruct. 40 minutes quickly passed, and the men's 100-meter final was about to begin. Once again, Han Jue was in lane 3. It was uncertain why, but to his left was the dark-skinned boy, and to his right was Gu Zhong. The runner-up and third-place finisher from the previous competition were now surrounding Han Jue. As for the last champion, he could not compete this time due to age. Just as the referee was about to raise his hand, Han Jue calmly remarked, "Frog at the bottom of a well." The 4 words immediately disrupted the emotions of both competitors. Gu Zhong's muscles immediately tensed, and the dark-skinned boy gritted his teeth. Bang! At the sound of the starting gun, this time Han Jue's starting block did not malfunction. The sudden force from his right foot propelled Han Jue ahead by a large margin. He was off to a great start. After 30 meters, Han Jue's speed had already increased, and at that moment he took a deep breath and stopped breathing, charging directly towards the finish line. The dark-skinned boy was able to keep up with Han Jue at the start, but as Han Jue increased his speed, he could only watch helplessly as Han Jue pulled ahead by half a body length. The same was true for Gu. His start was poor, which is why he resorted to such petty tricks, but his pride in maintaining speed in the second half meant nothing in front of Han Jue. Leading from the start all the way to the end. Crossing the finish line. Timing 11:57 seconds. Breaking the record of the provincial middle school sports meet. Han Jue from Huyuan No. 3 middle school has shattered the record. As the commentary echoed, the crowd at the scene generously applauded. Clap, clap, clap. Han Jue, who had crossed the finish line, slowly came to a stop. Am I first? Am I the champion? The applause from around him surged into Han Jue's ears, making him... It seemed as if all eyes in the stadium were on him. Han Jue, you ran so well. The excited Shansini embraced Han Jue. She shouted loudly. With this shout, Han Jue snapped back to reality. He had truly won the championship and the prize he desired. However, upon hearing the cheers, Han Jue suddenly felt that the prize was not that important anymore. He enjoyed this feeling, the feeling of being cheered by thousands. This feeling of receiving applause through his own strength on the track. It wasn't until Han Jue left the track that the noise began to subside. It felt so exhilarating. As for Gu and the dark-skinned boy, one was third place and the other second, and their age meant they could no longer participate in this competition. At least in this competition, they would forever be the third and second place, which meant they were failures. Let's head back to the hotel. We can talk after the 400 meters tomorrow. Don't worry, your Roman share is secure, Shansini said excitedly. She had already informed Principal Yin of this good news over the phone. Han Jue responded, and followed Shansini back to the hotel. How is that possible? Why can he run so fast? Chu Yuanbin slammed the table heavily, while beside him the dark-skinned boy stood silently. Xiaoyi, you've run well enough. This kid was just a fluke. The teacher's anger was due to the bet, not because of you. After venting, Chu Yuanbin quickly comforted his student. I'm fine, teacher. I will run well in the 200 meters this afternoon. The dark-skinned boy ran back to his room, his mind filled with those 4 words. A frog at the bottom of a well. On the stands, Lu Liang and Old Mu were still discussing Han Jue. What? Are you smitten? Old Mu could tell what Lu Liang meant from his expression. I am indeed intrigued, but just by watching this kid's running posture, it's clear he is not professionally trained. The biggest issue with latecomers is their instability. Although Lu Liang was envious, he remained calm in his analysis. It's good to know this kid even rejected me. Old Mu became somewhat angry when mentioning this. What? You've already invited him, and he rejected you? Lu Liang exclaimed in surprise. Old Mu's status was already among the best in Heiyuan County, yet he was still rejected by that kid. This kid has some ambition. Oh, after it's over you can try again. To be honest, after so many years, talent is much more important than professional training. Old Mu took a sip of water and said slowly, Indeed, let's talk about it after it's over. I wonder if this kid has any other events left. Lu Liang rubbed his bald head and nodded. The next day Han Jue came to the competition venue, as usual. This morning was his 400 meters race. After yesterday's 100 meters, Han Jue had gained some recognition. The others who saw Han Jue were somewhat puzzled. Why was he not running the 200 meters, but going for the 400 meters instead? Even Lu Liang and Old Mu in the stands couldn't understand this. Something's off. When I saw this kid not participating in the 200 meters yesterday afternoon, I thought he had no events left. This isn't right. Is this kid's physique really that special for him to run both 100 and 400 meters? Old Mu also shook his head, unable to comprehend. You can tell just by watching this kid's performance. Lu Liang rubbed his shiny head, focusing his gaze on the field. The 400 meters had 2 heats, and Han Jue was in the first heat. Due to the less critical start in the 400 meters, the athletes generally had a poorer start. This led to Han Jue taking the lead from the very beginning. However, after Shansini's guidance, Han Jue also understood that he couldn't run the 400 meters the same way he did the 100 meters. Especially at Han Jue's young age, he was only pacing himself in the first 100 meters, and due to overpacing he fell to the middle of the pack around 4th or 5th place. What is this kid doing? Is this how you run the 400 meters? Old Mu frowned more and more. Did this kid just come to the competition for fun? After seeing this scene, Chu Yuanbin scoffed. What a joke. Anyone can dare to run the 400 meters nowadays. It's simply chaotic. The 100 meters passed in the blink of an eye. Han Jue firmly remembered Shansini's guidance and began to accelerate in the second 100 meters. Of course, he did not reach his maximum speed, only achieving 80% of it. After all, the 400 meters required speed maintenance. At this point, Han Jue could only maintain his maximum speed for about 80 meters. By the end of the second 100 meters, Han Jue's speed had increased, and he had already overtaken 2 people. As he entered the third 100 meters, Han Jue finally reached the top speed he needed for the 400 meters. After 20 meters, he had already surpassed the second place. At this point, the qualification for the next round was already secured, and Han Jue maintained this situation until the end of the race. After the previous matches, he slowly understood that in the heats, qualifying was enough. There was no need to showcase all his strength. Unfortunately, Han Jue could never have imagined that despite his performance, he was still being watched. A secret message was transmitted through a special channel. The broadcast announced, Han Jue has once again performed a comeback. He has secured a ticket to the finals. Could he possibly pull off another miracle in the 400 meters final? Let's wait and see. The sender of that secret message frowned upon hearing the commentary. When did this kind of competition also require commentary? Remove it. Yes. Half an hour had flown by, and based on the previous competitors' performances, Han Jue estimated that obtaining a card should not be a problem. Now it was about seeing if he could fight for a gold medal. Although even without a gold medal it was fine, after all for Han Jue no. 3 middle school this gold medal was already sufficient. Ready. Han Jue stood on the starting blocks that had been specially checked, his calves taut. Bang! At the sound of the gun Han Jue dashed forward, but after just a few meters he heard the referee's command. False start. According to the referee's indication, it was the boy in the first lane who had false started. What puzzled Han Jue was that when he looked at that boy he seemed completely unconcerned about the false start, as if it had been planned. With no choice, all the competitors had to return and prepare to start again, and this time, they were all very cautious. After all, the opportunity for a false start only came once, and if it happened again, they would be disqualified. Ready. Bang! At the sound of the gun Han Jue deliberately slowed down before running out. Yet even so, after running a few meters the referee still issued the false start command. Just as Han Jue was about to see who the unfortunate soul was for the false start, the referee actually announced that it was Han Jue himself. How could it be me? I deliberately slowed my reaction time. Han Jue immediately raised his protest. The chief referee, expressionless, said, I saw it very clearly, you did false start. This is your second false start, and you are disqualified from the competition. What do you mean? We all saw it clearly. His reaction time at the start was definitely not the fastest. Even if there was a false start, it was that one with the fastest reaction time. Dan Sinney also rushed out protesting loudly. I saw it very clearly. Oh, please do not disrupt the order of the competition, or I will call security. The chief referee continued, expressionless. You are cheating. I will file a complaint against you. Dan Sinney was furious. She knew that the standards for this provincial middle school sports meet were not that high, meaning there were no surveillance cameras, so whether there was a false start relied solely on the chief referee's word. Please do not disrupt the order of the competition. The chief referee continued, preparing to issue the command, knowing that even if he was complained about, it wouldn't matter. With his competition qualification gone, even if the champion had emerged later, what would it matter if you succeeded in your complaint? Han Jue to the track. Dan Sinney understood a bit at this point, and snorted coldly. Please ask unrelated personnel to leave the track. The chief referee put down the gun for issuing commands. We can at least not worry about the results, right? Aren't you just worried about our results? It's fine if our results are... Dan Sinney glared coldly at the chief referee. If you don't let us run, I won't even take a gold medal, but I will ruin your competition. The chief referee was momentarily stunned until he heard a message in his earpiece. Let him run. He nodded. After all, the delayed competition had attracted quite a bit of attention, and if reporters came it would be bad for everyone. Ready. Upon hearing the sound, Han Jue instinctively arched his body. These past 2 days had made him furious. Why was such a simple race being turned into a chaotic mess by these people? Why cancel his qualification to run? Let them see. Even without qualification, I am still the undefeated. Bang! At the sound of the starting gun, Han Jue remained squatting in his position, not moving an inch. Didn't you say I false started? I want run right. Until the other 7 had run 10 meters, Han Jue finally dashed out. What if you played dirt? I let you 10 meters, and I can still catch up with you. This fool, I shouldn't have done this from the start. Isn't this an extra layer of assurance? Don't worry, I've already taken care of those reporters. No one will come over. The voice flowing through the chief referee's earpiece also echoed in the room, with a large screen on the track. Due to Han Jue's false start, he was behind for the first 100 meters. After all, those who made it to the finals were all quite skilled. But by the second 100 meters, the anger within Han Jue had transformed into energy. 1, 2, 3, 4. By the last 100 meters, Han Jue had become the 4th place. At this moment, the boy who had false started was only 70 meters from the finish line. In the last 100 meters of the 400 meters, what was tested was each competitor's endurance. At this point, everyone's speed had plateaued. The speed over 100 meters had also declined, and it was a contest of who could hold on. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. Han Jue's speed actually began to pick up. What the heck? This kid can still sprint. The elder Mu on the stands joyfully slapped his thigh. This is incredible. I remember that even Daezong couldn't manage a second sprint in 400 meters. Lu Liang also excitedly stood up. If there were reservations, it might be possible to sprint for another 20 or 30 meters, but if it's like this kid sprinting 100 meters without holding back, even Daezong couldn't do it. Elder Mu nodded. The Daezong they mentioned was the 400 meters champion of the National Games 5 years ago. On the track, Han Jue, who was 50 meters from the finish line, had already become 2nd place. At this point, even Han Jue's physique felt the burden from his body. His eyes were sore and swollen. His chest felt as if something heavy was weighing down, and every sensation was extremely uncomfortable. I cannot give up. I must run past. I need to prove that I am the first. Han Jue gritted his teeth, his legs folding even more fully. God, this kid is sprinting again. This time, even Elder Mu stood up. A 3rd sprint in 400. Is this kid really only a freshman? With this talent, I won't be able to save face. Lu Liang exclaimed. 40 meters. 30 meters. 20 meters. Overtake. That boy seeing the finish line, so close, still dared not let down his guard. A glance out of the corner of his eye nearly disrupted his running rhythm. Is he even human? He was given a 10-meter head start, and can still catch up. He wanted to grit his teeth and catch up, but the burden on his body was becoming heavier. He could no longer push himself. Under normal circumstances, it was already quite difficult for him to maintain his current speed. Who would have thought Han Jue would be so monstrous? Crossing the finish line. At that moment, the entire venue erupted in cheers. Han Jue, who had crossed the finish line, did not stop running, continuing for over 100 meters, raising his hands high and reveling in the cheers that belonged to him. When Shansini saw that Han Jue had indeed crossed the finish line, she breathed a sigh of relief. This kid is truly impressive. Soon after, Shansini hurriedly ran over, grabbing Han Jue and pulling him out of the venue, giving no chance for anyone else to speak. Today, Shansini was dressed in a full set of orange sportswear, which matched Han Jue's shoes perfectly, giving off a very casual vibe. You ran well. With this level of skill, we can go back and report successfully. Shansini patted Han Jue's shoulder with satisfaction. Han Jue nodded, pleased as well. Once they returned to the spot where Shansini had been sitting earlier, she took out a red sports outfit from her backpack and handed it to him. Here is a reward for your 2 races. The red sports outfit had a hint of yellow stripes on it, looking very spirited. This is my reward. When did you buy it, Teacher Shan? Han Jue looked surprised, holding the clothes, but not wearing them yet. I knew you would definitely come in first. Hurry and put it on. It's important for athletes to keep their bodies warm, so don't catch a cold. Shansini directly took a jacket and put it on Han Jue. I washed this outfit last night, it's clean. Thank you, Teacher Shan, but I really didn't jump the start. They are framing me. Han Jue said helplessly as he finished putting on the clothes. Not bad, you look spirited. As for what they said, don't pay attention to it. We know in our hearts that we are the champions. Shansini said dismissively. Let's go, I'll take you to eat something delicious. She linked her arm with Han Jue's and happily walked out. Meanwhile, in the small room inside the podium, a hidden voice angrily smashed a cup. Useless. Can't even run faster than others. If it weren't for my prior arrangements, what would we use to participate in the youth championship? Coach Lee, calm down. That kid is an unexpected variable. Didn't we still manage to qualify? Besides, Xiaoyin doesn't know about this. A man beside him immediately tried to appease him. Get lost. Remember to reward Xiaoyin. Coach Lee waved his hand, his plain face highlighted by an eagle-hooked nose, suggesting he was not a good person. In the stands, this kid is quite good. Since I've finished watching, this old bone won't sit here any longer. Leave. Old Moo stood up and said, Don't. It's hard to get to my place. At least let's have a meal before leaving. Come on, I know a place that makes great pickled fish. Let's go try it. Lu Liang grabbed Old Moo's hand, ignoring his protests, and directly pulled him away. As for Han Jue and Shansini, after enjoying some delicious snacks outside, they planned to return to the hotel to pack their things. The medals and certificates for the provincial middle school sports meeting are usually sent out uniformly after the event, so they wouldn't need to wait too long here. Besides, after going through so many obstacles, they had no good feelings towards this organizing committee. However, before leaving, they still needed to find Chu Yuanbin to get some items. Ding ding ding, who is it? I told you not to change the sheets. Chu Yuanbin's somewhat cold voice came through the door, and with the sound of the door lock, the door slowly opened. Whether to change the sheets or not is none of my business, but didn't young Master Chu forget something? Shansini stood at the door of Chu Yuanbin, speaking smugly. What did I forget? Chu Yuanbin pretended to be clueless. 2 sets of Roman chairs. Are you pretending to have amnesia? So many people in the car heard it. Shansini said, crossing her arms with a smug expression. Well, the results haven't been announced yet, have they? Chu Yuanbin felt a pang of heartache. Those Roman chairs were hard to get from abroad, and he only brought back 6 sets. Losing 2 sets like this was quite painful. Teacher Chu, as a physical education teacher, don't you understand the rules? I am the champion, no one else ran. Han Jue deliberately said loudly in the corridor. This hotel was specifically prepared for the provincial middle school sports meeting, and since it was mealtime, many people were coming and going. When Han Jue spoke loudly, many people turned to look at the excitement. How could I not know the rules? I was just thinking that the official notice hasn't come down yet. I would wait to hand things over after it arrives. As soon as Chu Yuanbin noticed so many people paying attention, he immediately admitted. However, I have already won the championship and don't want to stay here any longer. We found a car, we can take the Roman chairs. Han Jue continued to speak loudly. Is this kid the champion of the 100 meters? I recognized him too, he ran really well. Exactly, he could come in first, even with a problem with the starting blocks. Chu Yuanbin, you wouldn't be trying to renege on your bet, would you? We all heard you betting in the car. The physical education teachers were already a bit rough, and after hearing Han Jue's words, they had guessed the issue. Hearing those around him talking, Chu Yuanbin's face turned as colorful as spilled dye. How could I renege? The most I can do is let you take it today. Chu Yuanbin grabbed his hair, feeling very troubled. Good, then we'll go to Haiyang no. One high school today. Oh, Teacher Chu, don't forget to make a call. If we don't get it after we go, we'll come back to find you. Han Jue said with a worried expression. After finishing he added, Teacher Chu, you can't force results with grades. Don't make such bets next time, otherwise if you lose again it will be so painful. Hurry up. I want to eat. Chu Yuanbin felt that everyone around was laughing at him, angrily slammed the door. Eat slowly, eat more. Han Jue obediently shouted, smiling at the corridor. Thank you, teachers. No worries, young man, did well. Exactly how can you not honor a bet if you lose? If he does anything shady, we'll take care of him. The teachers in the corridor immediately developed a good impression of Han Jue. Where can you find such a polite and accomplished student? Teacher Shan, you really found a good student. In the corridor, a male teacher enviously voiced the thoughts of the other teachers. Not at all, it's me who found a good teacher. If it weren't for Teacher Shan, I wouldn't have known that practicing sports could allow me to stay in a hotel. Han Jue scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Ha ha, well said. In the corridor, laughter and cheerful voices erupted. Laugh, laugh, what's there to laugh about? The hotel had poor soundproofing, and upon hearing the laughter, Chu Yuanbin angrily slammed the table. Crack! The corner of the table broke, and he looked at the compensation form posted nearby. Are you crazy? A broken table costs 100. Han Jue, I didn't realize you were so eloquent. As they descended the stairs, Shan Sini looked at Han Jue in surprise. Han Jue smiled. This was just child's play. He relied on his silver tongue to secure funding every year when collecting the harvest. However, with this you've become somewhat of a local celebrity. No need to mention it, schools in the province must know your name by now. Shan Sini teased Han Jue deliberately. Not really, what kind of achievement is this? Han Jue was still feeling a bit frustrated. After all, he had lost the 400-meter championship that was rightfully his. Anyone would feel uneasy about it. And it wasn't even because of his own poor performance, but due to external interference. Shan Sini curiously shifted the topic and asked, by the way, when did you call for the car? When did I call for a car? It was just to frame him. Han Jue chuckled, surprised that even Teacher Shan had been You little rascal, I almost fell for your trick. Come on, we can really get a car now. I just learned about the usefulness of that Roman chair a few days ago, and now someone has delivered it. Shan Sini walked into the hall. Just as she was about to step outside, she ran into a familiar face. Teacher Shan, what a coincidence we meet again. Old Mu approached with a cheerful smile accompanied by a bald man. Old Mu, what are you doing here? Who is Shan Sini had already formed a suspicion upon seeing Lu Liang, but since Old Mu didn't introduce him, she hesitated to draw any conclusions. However, Shan Sini understood that since Old Mu had brought him here, he must want to introduce him to either herself or Han Jue, otherwise there would have been no reason for him to appear. This is Lu Liang, you must have heard of him, Lu the Bald, responsible for the province's elite program. Indeed, Old Mu smiled and introduced Lu Liang's identity. Hello, Teacher Shan, you have taught well. Lu Liang said with a smile, extending his hand. Come, let's sit over here, it wouldn't be good to block others from entering. Seeing Shan Sini's confused expression, Old Mu hurriedly beckoned them to sit down in the chairs in the hall. Shan Sini nodded and pulled Han Jue to sit down. At this moment, Han Jue had already begun to grasp a bit of the situation. These two must have come for him. After all, the bald man had focused his gaze on Han Jue since he arrived. He would occasionally size him up, his gaze reminiscent of how Han Jue would inspect pigs when he followed his grandfather to slaughter during the new year. However, the commotion of the four had already attracted quite a bit of attention. After all, while Old Mu's fame was modest, Lu Liang the Bald had considerable renown in the province. Now who didn't know that Lu the Bald was the one in charge of the elite program? If he took a liking to someone, it was needless to say that the youth championship was within reach, and there might even be a chance to bring them to the national games. Why is Lu Liang here? Last time I couldn't even arrange a meal with him. He knows the score. You just want to push students in, would he agree? Though you say that, I also want to push students in. In no time, more and more people filled the hall. Even on the second floor, many were watching the excitement. That kid's performance is really impressive. Yeah, he's in his first year of high school, and I heard he picked it up midway. Lu the Bald must be interested. Hearing the discussions around him, Lu Liang remained unfazed and smiled at Han Jue, saying, you must be Han Jue, right? You ran quite well. Do you have any goals for the future? I want to run faster than a car. Han Jue started to talk freely, seeing that Shan Sini hadn't said anything. After all, he didn't have any good feelings towards Old Mu. And as for Lu the Bald, who had come with him, he felt the same way. Faster than a car. Haha, well said. The potential of the human body is limitless. I believe you can do it. I wonder if you, Han Jue, have any interest in joining the elite program. Lu Liang did not expect such a response from Han Jue, smiling awkwardly. After Lu Liang finished laughing, he couldn't help but glance at Old Mu, who was watching the excitement next to him. No wonder this old fellow brought me here. It seems he's already faced a setback. I also believe I can, but unfortunately the results I've run won't count, so it's meaningless. Teacher Shan, let's go back. Oh, I want to focus on my exams. Han Jue shook his head and stood up, wanting to pull Shan Sini away. Han Jue, don't rush. The clouds are too heavy, it might rain. Shan Sini smiled, pointing to the sunny weather outside. Lu Liang felt helpless. This teacher-student duo was quite the talkers. With such bright sunlight, where were the clouds? However, he understood what Shan Sini meant. A good 400-meter result had been sabotaged, and anyone would be unwilling in their heart. Moreover, they were also blaming themselves having run and now wanting to ask for assistance. Where were they before? Yet Lu Liang also had his own difficulties. While he indeed had great power, he couldn't control the provincial middle school sports meeting. These clouds will eventually dissipate. It can't be cloudy every day. Isn't that right? Lu Liang said awkwardly. Old Mu, unable to watch any longer, cleared his throat and said, we only just learned about Han Jue's results being cancelled. Such matters are indeed quite disgusting in small settings. After all, we have no evidence. But if it were elevated to a higher level, there would be electronic cameras, and such things wouldn't happen. Right, and don't worry, you won't become teammates with that person. Lu Liang spoke with confidence. No matter how that coach tried to meddle, he would never expect Lu Liang to come personally to watch the competition. The very program he wished to push his disciple into was the elite program that Lu Liang supervised. That makes sense. I won't become teammates with him. Han Jue nodded. Thank you for your kindness, Teacher Lu, but I don't think Haiyang is suitable for me. Oh no, young man, you've only just arrived in Haiyang. There are many interesting things here. Lu Liang became anxious, grabbing Han Jue's arm. After making this gesture, Lu Liang felt quite helpless. For you, Han Jue, I've lost my old face. Shansini also noticed this detail, immediately thinking of many things. It was a fact that Han Jue's results were excellent, but it shouldn't be to the point that Lu Liang would lower himself to this extent. Could it be that there were policies from above? Is Han Jue being given a chance? Lu Liang would never have expected that just a single action would lead to so much insight from Dancini. However, at this moment, he noticed the other coaches around him were enviously wanting to shout out. Heaven knows how much effort they had expended trying to get students into the elite program. But then take a look at Han Jue. It was as if he was being forced to do something, and then just turned to leave. Han Jue, don't be anxious. Let me tell you, joining the elite program won't hinder your college applications, and you'll have access to more equipment and nutritional products, all of which are suitable for you. Lu Liang spoke with a hint of urgency. Indeed, we heard about your bet with Teacher Chu on the road, and it seems like you might be lacking in equipment as well. We still have plenty of equipment like the Roman chair in our elite program base, which can fully train you. Mu Lao also explained from the side. The two of them were so parched from talking that they wanted to drink water, and only then did they realize they were not in a reception hall, but simply in a hotel lobby. The two exchanged a helpless smile, and Lu Liang thought to himself, what a stubborn kid. Thank you both, but having the Roman chair is already sufficient. Teacher Dan has his own training plan, and I believe it's more suitable for me to learn from him. Han Jue smiled. With the Roman chair, he could now work on his previously inaccessible areas, so why should he join the elite program? At that moment, someone came down the stairs from the first floor saying, Waiter, your table is broken. Come with me to assess the damage. This person had sunken eyes and walked with a limp. It was Chu Yuanbin. The waiter acknowledged and prepared to follow Chu Yuanbin upstairs. But at that moment, Chu Yuanbin recognized Lu Liang at a glance. After all, a bald head is quite easy to spot in a hotel lobby. Excited, Chu Yuanbin was about to go over to greet him. He wanted to send the dark-skinned youth to the elite program. If he could train a champion for the provincial youth championship, or even the national games, his own status would rise significantly. But when he saw who was with Lu Liang, his footsteps suddenly halted. Dancini, Han Jue. How did those two end up with Lu Liang? Chu Yuanbin was a bit far away and couldn't hear their conversation. However, the discussions from the others in the corridor still reached his ears. This kid really has guts, actually rejecting Lu Liang's invitation. Who wouldn't want that? If my kid could join the elite program, wouldn't he be jumping for joy? But I still think it's a bit foolish. How can the conditions in that little place of Heiyuan compare to the elite program? Who knows? We'll see during the provincial youth championships. Anyway, this kid is already qualified. I wonder if he can make it in the 400 meters, but the 100 meters qualification is assured. What? This kid actually received Lu Liang's invitation. Chu Yuanbin could hardly believe his ears. Not only that, but this kid actually rejected Lu Liang's invitation. What kind of world is this? Just because I'm not as good as her, why is it that my student isn't either? Excuse, sir? We can go assess the damage now. The waiter rushed over, looking a bit displeased at Chu Yuanbin. Assess the damage, my foot. Chu Yuanbin yelled, then realized he had lost his composure and ran toward his room. Crazy man. The waiter mumbled and followed him, determined to make sure to squeeze a good sum out of this kid. Hearing the sounds from upstairs, Dancini turned her head in confusion, wondering why the voice sounded somewhat familiar, but she didn't think much of it. Alright then, but if Han Jue changes his mind, he can call me anytime. Lu Liang left behind his business card. This card was different from the ones given to others. It had Lu Liang's personal phone number on it, which showed how much Lu Liang valued Han Jue. Okay, thank you, Teacher Lu. Han Jue nodded and carefully put away the card. Sorry, but we have to go to Haiyang now. One middle school to fetch the Roman chair, so we won't stay longer. No, it's US who took up your time. Teacher Dan, student Han Jue, see you at the provincial youth championships. Goodbye. After Han Jue and Dancini walked a few meters away, Lu Liang gritted his teeth and said, I will help you fight for the qualification for the 400 meters. Upon hearing this, Han Jue stopped in his tracks, turned around, and bowed deeply, not for any other reason, but for Lu Liang's willingness to fight for his qualification to be on the competition stage. Thank you, Coach Lu. Alright, just wait for the notification. You kid, you really don't give up until you see the rabbit? Lu Liang felt a warm sensation in his eyes. After all this time, he had seen many people wanting to give him gifts, but it was the first time he encountered a kid who bowed after rejecting him simply because of a competition qualification. With such children in Huaxiao sports, how could it not thrive? Laomu, let's go, let's drink a few glasses. I'm in a good mood today. Lu Liang nodded to those around him, and then directly pulled Lao Mu into the car. I can't drink much though, Lao Mu replied happily, as opportunities to see Lu Liang humbled are rare. Can't drink much. You old man, you know this kid's character, and didn't tell me. Just wait and see how I settle this account with you. Lu Liang scolded with a laugh. In the tricycle, Dan Sini glanced at Han Jue, who was curiously looking at the street on both sides, and thought for a moment before asking, why did you refuse to join the elite program? To be honest, the conditions of the elite program are certainly better than ours here. Han Jue smiled and replied, though Haiyang is a big city, I feel the sports atmosphere isn't significantly stronger than ours. That's true. Although we've been striving for changes in the past 2 years, how can such changes be accomplished in just 1 or 2 years? Then why should I squeeze in there? Changing to an unfamiliar place with a different coach doesn't provide enough value for me. Teacher Dan, you also mentioned that I am still solidifying my foundations. I believe the training at Haiyuan No. 3 middle school is already sufficient for me, and there's no need to run outside. Han Jue had expressed his long-considered excuse. After all, he couldn't just say he had a golden little figure that could see his training progress, could he? Before participating in the provincial primary and secondary school sports meet, Han Jue had also discovered that the red dots on the golden figure changed every day. It was truly customized just for him. Not to mention the elite program. Could any team preparing for the national games offer such a degree of customization? Well said. The Provincial Youth Championship is still some time away in March next year, and by then we will definitely be able to avenge this 400 meters. Do you have confidence? Yes. The old man driving the three-wheeler found it bewildering, thinking these two must be fools. He only hoped they would not stiff him on the fare. They rode on until they reached their destination, Guanli Street. Only after Dan Sini paid the fare did the old man leave reassured. Guanli Street was the bustling market of Haiyang, where all manner of sundries gathered. Dan Sini secured a small truck there for 80 yuan. By chance it could take both her and Han Jue back, cargo and passengers together. The driver, a talkative, burly man, chattered all the way to Haiyang. Yizhong, young miss, I'm just heading back to Haiyang anyway, otherwise you wouldn't find a price like this for 2 people and a load. At the gate of Haiyang, Yizhong, Dan Sini and Han Jue stepped down. Dan Sini called through the glass, sir, I am a classmate of teacher Chu Yuanbin. Oh, we're here to collect athletic equipment. You can call teacher Chu to confirm. A classmate of teacher Chu. The old gatekeeper muttered and lazily picked up the phone to call. At that moment, Chu Yuanbin was in a rage over a shabby inn. A waiter had extorted 200 yuan from him and even insisted the bed was cracked. Rubbish hotel. He'll never come back. Hearing the phone ring, Chu answered in a foul mood. Who is it? It's me, the gatekeeper. Teacher Chu, one of your classmates, says they're here to fetch equipment. Is that true? At those words, Chu's temper flared. He grunted in assent, hung up abruptly, and flopped onto the bed, the room narrowing at the edges, as if the world had gone dark. The old gatekeeper heard the dial tone, and with a helpless shake of his head, opened the gate and let the small truck. Only when the truck bearing the 2 Roman chairs arrived at Haiyuan Sanzhong did Dan Sini finally exhale. She hurried off the vehicle. At last they had reached their destination. Had they gone on any farther, she felt she might not have survived. After paying, the driver even helped unload the Roman chairs and set them by the gate. Fortunately, it was Monday, and the students were in class. The entrance lay empty. Huff, I'm exhausted. Han Jue, go to the sports office and call teacher Zhang and teacher Li, have them move these. Dan Sini sat on a Roman chair feeling queasy. The truck driver's driving had been rough. Okay, Han Jue replied, shouldering 2 large bags as he ran toward the sports office. Teacher Zhang, teacher Li, teacher Dan asked you to come downstairs to move the Roman chairs, Han Jue said obediently to the 2 male PE teachers. Oh, you must be Han Jue. Well run. You've made the school proud. Teacher Zhang patted Han Jue's shoulder. Roman chairs. We still have those. We do have such things at our school. Teacher Li asked in surprise. Yes, teacher Dan brought them back, Han Jue replied, vague about how they had been obtained. Han Jue did not explain how the items had been retrieved, speaking only evasively. That's splendid. These are rare, I haven't seen one in years. Teacher Zhang laughed. Teacher Zhang smiled and came downstairs with teacher Li. Teacher Dan, you came back quietly and yet returned with 2 large pieces. He said, his eyes shining. Make the arrangements, I'm exhausted. You 2 carry them inside. Don't leave them on the field for those unruly kids to wreck. Put them in the gym, teacher Zhang instructed. Dan Sini stood up, her face ashen. Teacher Li crouched and laughed, oh, they're brand new. Teacher Dan, these must have cost a pretty penny. When did the principal become so generous? At that moment Principal Yan's voice came from a nearby path. Ha! When have I not been generous? Principal Yan, I didn't mean it like that, Teacher Lee stammered as he saw the principal approach. Oh, never mind. But you're right, these weren't bought with my money. Principal Yan was not offended. He rolled up his sleeves and helped carry. Not bought by the principal. Teacher Dan, did you hit the jackpot? Teacher Zhang asked in surprise. Dan Sini patted Han Jue's shoulder proudly. I didn't win a prize, but Han Jue made us proud. I won these from Haiyang Yizhang in a bet. The 100-meter champion. Teacher Zhang instantly recalled the good news had heard the day before. Yes, Dan Sini nodded. We were champions in the 400 meters too, but someone schemed against us. Otherwise we would have taken 2 championships. Principal Yin smiled kindly. Don't say that. The 100-meter title is already excellent. Hanji, thank you for your support, Principal. If not for these shoes I might not have performed so well, Han Jue said with a modest smile. And he was telling the truth. Haha, enough talk. Get the equipment inside. These are trophies from Haiyang Yizhang. Principal Yin seemed unusually cheerful today. After the gear was set down, Teacher Zhang and Teacher Li excused themselves and slipped away. They were not naive. They had clearly seen that Principal Yin had come to the gate for the sake of Han Jue and Teacher Dan. I know about the 400-meter incident. I will file a protest. But don't lose heart. Next March is the Provincial Youth Championships. That will be our opportunity. Principal Yin produced a roll of printed plans from his bag. Here, take a look. Dan Sini took the paper. At first she did not understand, but when she unfolded it and saw the layout, realization dawned. Isn't that the playground? Could Heiyuan Sanzhong be getting its own synthetic track? A synthetic track? Han Jue standing nearby could make sense of it. Yes, and thanks to Han Jue's fine results I had the confidence to secure the funds. By the winter break, we'll have our own synthetic track. Principal Yin said happily. Principal Yin was pleased. Even if in 5 or 10 years he were no longer in post, this track would endure as a legacy. Thank you, Principal, Han Jue said shyly. No need to thank me. Keep it up, Han Jue. I have matters to attend to, so I want say more, Principal Yin replied, and took his leave. After encouraging Han Jue, Principal Yin departed. Dan Sini smiled faintly and said, I can't eat anything tonight. You go to the canteen and eat. No training today, I'll resume tomorrow. Dan Sini forced a smile. Teacher Dan, are you feeling unwell? Han Jue asked with concern. It's nothing. I just get motion sickness, so I can't eat. You go and have your meal, she answered. Dan Sini managed a weak smile. Then he'll help you back to the dormitory, Han Jue said anxiously. He had never experienced motion sickness himself, but he knew it was not a grave illness. All right, Dan Sini nodded. She truly had little strength left. After Han Jue helped her back to the dorm, he went to the canteen for a meal and then ran out of the school in his shorts. The gatekeeper at the entrance assumed he had urgent business and did not stop him. 1 hour later, Han Jue pressed a stainless steel cup to his chest and jogged into the school. Han Jue, take it easy. You're drenched in sweat. I'm fine, thank you, sir. Having entered the school, Han Jue did not go straight to evening study. Instead, he hurried to Dan Sini's door. Knock, knock. Who is it? It's me, Teacher Dan. What is it? As she spoke, Dan Sini opened the door. She wore a beige set of pajamas and had let her hair down. She looked decidedly feminine, without a trace of the stern physical education teacher she usually appeared to be. Teacher Dan, thank you for your help. I brought you something tasty. Han Jue said, hastily thrust the stainless cup into her hands and turned to run. Hey, have a drink of water before you go. Dan Sini called after him several times, but Han Jue was already gone too fast for even a shadow to remain. What is this? Dan Sini curiously lifted the lid of the stainless cup. Inside were 4 crowded pieces of tofu topped with scallions, coriander, and chili flakes, sitting in a savory braising sauce. It was Dan Sini's favorite, the beloved fried tofu. And yet this delicacy was only sold at the Hayu. Dan Sini knew Han Jue could not ride a bicycle and would never have taken a motorized tricycle. Judging by his hurried appearance, there was only one conclusion. He had run the whole way on his own 2 legs. No wonder he was so sweaty and unwilling to come in. He must have been afraid of imposing his odor on her. What a foolish child. Dan Sini was deeply moved, prone to motion sickness, and usually unappetizing. The fact he had sought out her favorite fried tofu touched her heart. Han Jue, the teacher hasn't cared for you in vain. Dan Sini murmured, happily fetched a spoon and ate heartily. After leaving the teacher's dormitory, Han Jue did not return to the classroom. With 5 minutes until the bell, there was little point. He decided instead to take a satisfying shower, wash the clothes of the past few days, then go back to his dorm and sleep soundly. In his dream, the once bare tree now bore dozens of leaves. During the days of competition, his sleep had been poor, and he had not seen the tree. Tonight it finally reappeared. Under Han Jue's careful gaze, the tree revealed a new change. Where there had once been only 3 vein-like ridges along the trunk, there were now 5. Moreover, the 2 newly emerged ridges were much thicker than the original 3, pressing conspicuously against. Han Jue frowned and pondered. 3 ridges had appeared the night after the school sports meet. 2 more had grown after the provincial primary and secondary school games. What accounted for the difference? Suddenly he realized. Could it be the number of championships he had won? could each ridge correspond to a first-place title. In other words, because he had taken 3 first places at the school meet, 3 ridges had formed. Afterward, the 2 first places at the provincial games had brought 2 more. It seemed the tree within him was keenly discerning, recognizing which victories were truly his. The size difference was easy to understand. A school meet could not compare in scale to the provincial games, so the ridges that grew from the latter were correspondingly larger. Still, Han Jue could not help but wonder what use these ridges served. The leaves had been able to heal injuries. The red spots in his body had indicated areas needing training. What could these ridges do? He thought, and then slowly reached out to touch the ridges. At first he concentrated on the smaller ridges, the ones born of the school meet. They hovered in the air like doves. After many attempts, Han Jue finally discovered the true function of those ridges. When he activated the first ridge, it drifted downward and sped toward his foot, transforming into a streak of black energy along the way. What on earth? Han Jue watched the black energy with some unease. Its hue was far less comforting than the golden and green lights he had seen before. Nonetheless, he did not stop it. The black energy burrowed directly into the right big toe of his right foot. Then it vanished. Is that all? He wondered, perplexed, and studied himself closely until he spotted the change. In his vision, the little golden figure that represented him now bore a small patch of black precisely at the spot corresponding to his strengthened right big toe. The right big toe. Could these ridges be meant to strengthen specific parts of my body? Han Jue tried plucking another ridge from the tree. The second ridge drifted down like the bamboo fungus he had eaten as a child. Once detached, it turned into black energy and surged into the second toe of his right foot. So that's how they work, Han Jue sighed. Why must the strengthening begin with the toes of all places? From the looks of it, each small ridge could only fortify a single toe. To strengthen his whole body in that way would take, who knew how long. Never mind. Han Jue resolved to draw out all the ridges he could and strengthen as many parts as possible. By the time the ridges from the school meet were exhausted, Han Jue had fortified 3 of his toes. I wonder how much the provincial first places can strengthen. If after all that effort, they couldn't even fortify a single sole, that would be a problem, he thought anxiously. Dan Sinney had always emphasized balance in his training. If his body came out unbalanced, how could he hope to achieve? Moreover, he had not yet used this newly strengthened body. If the power distribution skewed, the trouble would. To his delight, however, the ridge granted by the provincial 100-meter champion brought a pleasant surprise. It strengthened the remaining 2 toes on his right foot, and the leftover energy even reinforced part of his sole. It seems the larger the competition, the more potent the champion's ridge. Perhaps an Olympic title could strengthen the entire body at once. Han Jue mused. Could the Olympics truly do that? As a boy from the countryside, Han Jue had never dreamed so far ahead. But after these 2 competitions, his outlook had begun to shift. Early the next morning, Han Jue rose before dawn and went to the sports field for a run. Dan Sinney had told him that anyone training in athletics must never be lazy. 3 feet of ice do not form in a single day. To achieve results, one must endure arduous effort. Because Han Jue had gotten up so early, Heiyuan San's sports field was deserted. He could see no one, and there was no sign of the other students training in athletics. What would Teacher Dan do if I hadn't come? As he ran, Han Jue's thoughts drifted. He still could not understand why Teacher Dan, so young and evidently ambitious, would have come to such a small place. Young man up so early to run. Lao Li emerged from the canteen doorway holding a mop, apparently preparing to clean the floor. Oh, Han Jue replied. He thought for a moment it had been to the canteen many times, but had never really noticed. Nice run, remember to swing your arms, Lao Li said with a smile, seizing his mop and scrubbing the floor vigorously. Han Jue nodded and paid attention to his arm swing. A tiny doubt fluttered in his mind, but he felt no grief. After all, he had heard from Ho Zhuang that those women in the canteen, though elderly in appearance, were mostly the parents of the school's teachers. They were all city folk and had been allocated quite a few schoolhouses. Hurry, hurry, the principal told us about this last night. Lao Li, you always slack off. If it weren't for you, wouldn't the banner already be up? A scolding came from the small side gate by the school entrance. Han Jue looked and saw 5 or 6 men in yellow work uniforms hoisting ladders and running toward the gate with lengths of red cloth. Yes, yes, Brother Liu, don't be angry. Those kids simply haven't woken up yet. It's not too late for us to put it up. The man carrying the ladder grinned apologetically. When they reached the gate, they set the ladder upright. What honor has the school received this time that they hang a banner? Han Jue glanced and then looked away. After running for a while, Han Jue went to have breakfast and then headed to the classroom to prepare for the morning self-study. The first-year curriculum was not excessively demanding, yet Han Jue still found it a struggle. Because of training, he had missed many evening study sessions. Although he had managed to keep up with the homework, he had not fully assimilated the material and lagged behind. Well done, kid. Came back first. Ho Zhuang burst in and slapped Han Jue hard on the shoulder as soon as— How did you know? Han Jue did not deny it, but asked curiously, did Teacher Dan tell you? No way. Didn't you see the banner at the school gate? Warm congratulations to our student Han Jue for claiming the boys' 100-meter title at the provincial student athletics meet. Ho Zhuang cried, theatrically dragging Han Jue to the window. From the window, they could see the school gate where a small crowd had gathered staring at the banner and murmuring among them. Even the elderly women passing by on their way to the morning market had stopped to read the banner and were whispering. "See, all these people are looking at you. Aren't you surprised?" Ho Zhuang said enviously. "What a pity. If ID competed, perhaps ID have a banner too. You wouldn't know. When my father brought me here, he was so envious. Shall I tell Teacher Dan and ask her to let you compete too?" Han Jue smiled and patted Ho Zhuang's bony frame. "Come on, if there were a captain selection for the skinny team, I'd have some confidence, but I'm not entering these pure speed contests. By the way, did you falsify your age?" Ho Zhuang curled his lip. He knew he was not cut out for such things. "Falsify my age? What do you mean?" Han Jue looked puzzled. He had just turned 16. What age would he alter? "I mean, change the age on your ID card. Don't you know? Those who do athletics all do this. If you don't change your age, you'll be taken advantage of." Ho Zhuang stared in disbelief that Han Jue truly did not know. "Take our school's 2 athletes, for example. Seems they made themselves a year younger. That's not too extreme. My cousin at Yizhong told me a special athletics student who came back last year shaved 3 years off his age. They brazenly call themselves prodigies. Nonsense." Ho Zhuang said angrily. "No thanks, I won't play those games," Han Jue replied with a faint smile. "Congratulations, Han Jue. You're amazing. First in the province." At that moment, Li Danfeng entered. "Thanks, just a bit of luck," Han Jue smiled. He did not wish for too much entanglement with Li Danfeng. After all, he thought it better for boys to keep some distance from girls. "Luck? If it were all luck, why race at all? We might as well decide with rock, paper, scissors." Li Danfeng laughed and pulled a chocolate from her pocket. "Here, eat this and replenish your energy, champion." No, I'm fine." Han Jue looked down at the chocolate. It seemed oddly familiar. "You like this chocolate, don't you?" Li Danfeng asked in puzzlement. Han Jue glanced at Ho Zhuang and realized. During the athletics meet, it had been Ho Zhuang who gave him this very chocolate. "Yes," Ho Zhuang said. "You really like this chocolate," Li Danfeng said, as understanding dawned. "Ho Zhuang, hand in your homework. I'm collecting yours first today. Help." Ho Zhuang, backpack on his shoulders, grabbed the homework from the back row and bolted for the door. "Stop. What are you doing? Don't you know morning self-study has started?" Just then the bell rang, and the homeroom. "Oh, I'm going back now." Ho Zhuang deflated like a punctured balloon and trudged back to his seat. "Everyone else review yesterday's lesson. I'll quiz you in the first period. Han Jue, come with me for a moment." The homeroom teacher pushed up his glasses and called Han Jue. Han Jue answered and puzzled followed him out. What did the teacher want? "Teacher Yuan, what's the matter?" Han Jue asked as they left the classroom. "You ran quite well this time, took first place." Yuan Ming smiled, but did not continue the conversation in the corridor. Instead, he led Han Jue to the office. "Do you intend to take the college entrance exam in the future?" "Of course," Han Jue answered at once when Yuan Ming posed the question. "But your academic grades right now are some—" Yuan Ming adjusted his glasses. He taught mathematics, and merely by glancing at the 2 math assignments Han Jue had submitted, he could discern the problems. "I will work hard. Besides, I will try to take the college entrance exam as a high-level athlete," Han Jue said, nodding. He knew he truly was not adept at the sciences and mathematics. After so much training, Han Jue had still not perceived any improvement in intellect from the little tree inside his body. With such an opportunity at hand, would he squander it, and still devote the bulk of his energy to academic courses? A high-level athlete. "Has Teacher Dan mentioned this to you? Is there any real hope?" Yuan Ming sighed. "Teacher Dan did not say whether my results would qualify, but I am confident. Teacher Yuan, if by the 2nd year of senior high I have not achieved much, I will dedicate myself to my academic studies." Han Jue nodded. "Very well, keep striving. Still pay attention to your academic lessons. And take care of your food. You've lost some weight recently." Yuan Ming patted Han Jue's shoulder and smiled. Han Jue nodded. He had more or less expected such a conversation from his homeroom teacher. After all, if his sports training caused him to fall behind in academics and his athletic achievements did not materialize, Yuan Ming, as his homeroom teacher, would bear significant pressure from the department. "Listen, I am your homeroom teacher. If you heed me, concentrate on academics. Those accomplishments are steadier. In sports, an injury or illness can ruin a career for life. But I will not stop you. The path is yours to choose. Do your best." Yuan Ming stood and spoke. A warm feeling passed through Han Jue upon hearing this. He had to admit Yuan Ming had handled it well. Before entering the office, he had already braced himself for a stern talk. "All right, go back to your morning self-study. If you do not understand something, ask your classmates." Yuan Ming waved him off, indicating he could leave. "Thank you, teacher." Han Jue nodded and jogged back to the classroom, where his classmates were bent over their math books. "Hey, why did the homeroom teacher call you? Is he going to give you a bonus? You must not be stingy then. You ought to buy me a meal." Ho Zhuang hid behind his math book and asked Han Jue with eager curiosity. "No, the homeroom just wanted to have a talk with me," Han Jue said without elaboration. "Ho Zhuang, hand in your homework quickly. After self-study, I need to deliver it to the Chinese teacher." Li Danfeng said anxiously, "Hurry, hurry." At her words, Ho Zhuang dared not pry further and hastened to write with all his might. Han Jue stared at his book while his thoughts wandered. He could not reveal this unusual ability of his. He certainly did not want to be treated like a lab subject for study. He also did not know whether to tell his grandparents about it when he returned home. They were so traditional, he was uncertain whether they would accept his choice. To them, getting into a good university and securing a stable lifelong job were the greatest concerns. Pursuing sports simply did not fall within their scope of consideration. All morning Han Jue pondered the matter and drifted in class. After all, he was still a youth, and such dilemmas could occupy one for a long time. The ringing telephone on the desk interrupted Dancini as she read. "Teacher Dan, someone downstairs has delivered a basket and says it's for you," called the guard. The guard's voice carried. Coming. Dancini set aside the sports health textbook, slipped on her coat, and went downstairs. A basket? Have I forgotten to receive a book? That shouldn't be, she wondered. She had indeed made many calls while searching for the book, so it would not be impossible for someone to have found it and sent it on. As for the basket itself, she did not overthink it. Books would be acceptable. Downstairs through the mailroom door, Dancini saw the familiar basket and paused. It was identical to the one used by the person who had delivered eggs before. When she lifted the basket, its weight alone told her it could not be books. "Who brought this?" she asked. Dancini untied the wrapping as she questioned the guard. "A man in a military coat delivered it. He could not even say your name clearly. He only said it was for the female PE teacher at our Sanjong, who teaches Han Jue. I figured it must be you," the guard said proudly. Dancini looked puzzled. "Did he say anything else?" she asked. "He said you two should eat together." "Teacher Dan, who are you two?" the guard asked curiously. Dancini sighed and said, "It's nothing, thank you." She lifted the basket and walked back toward the office, counting the eggs inside as she went. More than 30 eggs. "They'll go bad if we keep receiving them like this," she said in exasperation. She added helplessly that there were still a dozen or so from the last delivery. Although the weather had cooled, if the gifts continued like this, they would surely be unable to eat them all. Strange. Who could it be? Dancini set the basket down in the office and compared it to the previous delivery. The method was exactly the same. Never mind. They'll ask him tonight. She decided and resolved that for now Han Jue could have 2 eggs each. With that decided, Dancini picked up her book again. She had already read more than 40 pages of the sports health text. Truly, one never stops learning, and those pages had already proved beneficial. Looking at the large pile of books in the corner gave her a slight headache. If matters were already this difficult, should Han Jue truly reach the stage of the national games, her own knowledge might be insufficient, and finding a better coach would become necessary. But that was still some way off, as she would study well first. Dancini took a sip of water and continued reading. In the afternoon classroom, the lessons were dull. Chemistry was a subject Han Jue was weak in, and he struggled. Nonetheless, Han Jue continued taking notes. By contrast, Ho Zhuang twirled his pen so vigorously that it seemed ready to take flight. As expected, the twirling pen caught the chemistry teacher's attention. "Ho Zhuang, write this reaction on the blackboard." "Coming," he replied. Ho Zhuang answered in a drawn, helpless voice and trudged step by step up to the podium. The kettle gurgled on. 4 minutes had passed. Dancini snapped it shut, certain the 2 eggs inside had long since steamed through. She lifted the eggs with a small spoon and rinsed them in cool water. They became the plain boiled eggs Han Jue ate each day. Glancing at the time, Dancini was about to go downstairs when the telephone on the table rang again. "Not another egg," she half-joked to herself as she answered. A bright voice came through the line. "Dancini." "Who is this?" Dancini felt the voice tug at a thread of familiarity, but she could not place it at once. "Me. Fong Lixiang," the voice replied. "Hey, old classmate, how could you forget so fast?" There was a hint of awkwardness on the other end. "Oh, Lixiang, what is it?" Dancini responded, finally realizing who it was, and answering with mild embarrassment. Yet she wondered inwardly, Fong Lixiang. Wasn't he always attached at the hip to Chu Yuanbin? Why on earth was he calling her? "I'm in Heyuan now. This is your territory. Shouldn't we have a meal together?" Fong Lixiang invited. "All right, where are you?" Dancini could only agree. The caller had pushed the invitation that far. "At the bus station. He'll wait for you here," Fong Lixiang said before hanging up, leaving no room for refusal. Dancini felt powerless, but still took the eggs and went downstairs. The playground sat between the bike shed and the office, so on her way to fetch a bicycle, she crossed it and found Han Jue there. She offered him the eggs. "Take these as extra rations for now. 2 boiled eggs a day. After you finish, follow your training plan on your own. Oh, I have something to attend to." Han Jue glanced at Dancini's expression, accepted the eggs, nodded, and watched as she mounted her bike. And where is teacher going? Han Jue wondered aloud as he ate, curiosity stirring, but not enough to make. He felt a secret relief that Dancini would not be there that evening. Since her arrival, he had been testing the augmented capabilities of his body. After several continuous laps, Han Jue had discovered the secret in his right soul. This strengthening was unlike anything he had understood before. It was not permanent. The effect resembled the stimulant Dancini had once explained to him. In other words, Han Jue could deliberately trigger a burst of power from the sole of his foot far greater than normal. but the surge lasted only a brief interval. The duration depended on the black substance clinging to the golden little figure. After 5 explosive starts, the black material on his right sole had already faded to gray. I hope it can recover. If I only get 5 uses, that would be troublesome, Han Jue fretted. The initial effects of that black substance had been astonishing. When the 5 reinforced toes gripped the ground, they could unleash tremendous force, thrusting Han Jue forward. On his first attempt, he even felt as if he were flying. They had lifted him more than a meter. If Dancini had seen it, she might have immediately set him onto long jump drill. Yet every boon carries a cost. When the black matter turned gray, a stabbing soreness spread through his right sole until it was nearly immobile. Fortunately, no other part that had not been enhanced showed such symptoms. Han Jue crouched by the edge of the playground, cataloging what he had learned about the little tree. First, during training, he could observe the red dots on the golden figure to measure his progress. This kind of improvement was permanent. Second, after each session, green leaves would sprout on the dream little tree. These leaves could restore fatigue and injuries, and they could be stored. Han Jue resolved to test tonight whether the green leaves might heal the exhaustion in his right sole caused by the black substance. Finally, and most recently discovered, winning a school level or higher athletic championship would cause a vein to form on the little tree. That vein could be used to fortify a part of the body, granting a modest explosive boost at the cost of soreness and fatigue. Sorting these abilities in his mind lightened Han Jue. Each of the 3 was a dream to any athlete. Since he had the chance, he would seize it. While pursuing more championships, and thus more veins, he must not neglect daily training, for the gains from training were permanent. As for the black substance, it would serve as a tactical reserve in competitions, a momentary surge to improve results. But he had to consider subsequent events. If recovery took too long, he could not squander it in preliminary rounds or semifinals. The black substance could only be an option. The most important thing remained to strengthen his true ability, training. After a long swallow of water, Han Jue returned to the track. The path lay beneath his feet, so he would run. If he could not see the future, he would carve one step at a time. On the track, there were no origins, no schemes, only speed. Real measurable results were the truest language. Han Jue could now proudly say, "I love the track." Much later, after finishing his run, Han Jue washed briefly in the dorm and prepared to rest. Early the next morning, he hurried to check whether the black substance on the golden figure in his mind had recovered. The result delighted him. The black material had recovered halfway. Although the regeneration was slow, at least Han Jue knew it could restore itself. He was not left utterly without hope. That morning, Han Jue was preparing for his routine run when he suddenly saw Dancini approaching. Han Jue, up so early to run. She wore the same tracksuit he had first seen her in. "Yes, I finished last night's training," he replied with a nod, sensing that she had something else to say. "Then I'll be blunt. Would you like to raise someone?" Dancini asked, her voice tinged with embarrassment. It was her matter, yet now she wanted Han Jue to run it. She felt a little shy raising the subject, but the request was sincere. She needed him to compete. "Race again? What do you mean, teacher?" Han Jue stopped, puzzled. Dancini pulled a photograph from her pocket and handed it over. She said, "Simply race him." In the picture, following the direction of her finger, was a grinning black teenager, flashing a wide white smile. "A black person. We have a black person here." Han Jue felt a touch of wonder. He had only seen black people on television. "He's not from around here. Do you remember Chu Yuanbin?" Dancini glanced at the time and simply tugged Han Jue toward the cafeteria for breakfast. "I remember him. What about Chu Yuanbin?" Han Jue obediently followed, wondering to himself, could Chu Yuanbin have come all the way to Huyuan after him? That would be petty, wouldn't it? Besides, Han Jue hadn't even used those Roman chairs yet. Chu Yuanbin and I used to attend the same sports school. He has many close friends. For example, that man standing beside the black youth is one of them. His name is Fang Lixiang. He's now a coach at Fangcheng Sports School. That black boy is a talent. He scouted, and his nationality has already been changed to ours. Dancini spoke with indignation. Befriending Chu Yuanbin had proven unwise. Why seek out foreigners instead of capable local athletes? She fumed that he went abroad to recruit those reputed to have superior natural endowments. They can do that. He doesn't even look Asian. Han Jue's eyes widened. He had thought falsifying an age was outrageous enough. He had not expected nationality could be altered as well. Never mind him. But last night he invited me out to eat and proposed a 100-meter race, calling it practice. You and I both know it's just to get back at Chu Yuanbin. Dancini said angrily. A race is not an issue. Did he stipulate any other conditions? A hunter's gleam crossed Han Jue's face. The chance to race a black runner sounded intriguing. Besides, he had gained a new ability the night before and thought it ought not to pose much of a problem. Yes. If he wins, he'll take back the 2 Roman chairs, Dancini said helplessly. And if we win, will he give us 2 more Roman chairs? Han Jue asked with curiosity. If we win, he'll pay to add another lane to our existing synthetic running track. Dancini said proudly. Fang Lixiang had originally tossed out 2,000 yuan as a bet, but Dancini knew money as a wager could be awkward. If it leaked, it would harm them. Besides, those 2 Roman chairs weren't something one could acquire for 2,000 yuan. Recalling the blueprint for the synthetic track she had seen upon returning, Dan Sini had a flash of inspiration and proposed the condition, which Feng Lixiang readily accepted. Perhaps in Feng Lixiang's mind, he was invincible. Add another lane. So our synthetic track will have 7 lanes from now on. Han Jue asked with delight. Though a 7-lane track might appear odd, it was an upgrade. One could not be too fast. Only if we beat him. Dan Sini tapped Han Jue lightly on the head. Don't underestimate that black boy. If Feng Lixiang went to such lengths to bring him here, he must be fast. After all, he knows your times. It's fine, Teacher Dan, accept it. I am confident I can outrun him. Han Jue thought for a moment, and said this to Dan Sini. Very well. Since you have such confidence, they'll send him a message. We agreed earlier that if it were confirmed, we'd schedule it 2 days from now at the Huyuan Gymnasium. Dan Sini nodded. Good. Thank you, Teacher Dan. Han Jue smiled faintly, hearing Dan Sini say that made him feel reassured. She had considered his feelings rather than deciding on her own. No need to thank me. Win or lose matters less. The experience of racing against athletes of African descent is valuable. He'll watch closely to study their running mechanics and how they generate power. Dan Sini nodded. All right, it's getting late. Go to class. She smiled and prepared to inform the principal about the arrangement. Once in the classroom, Han Jue did not dwell on it. In his mind, black people were still human. Besides, everyone had 2 legs. What was there to fear? What surprised Han Jue was that after the first period, Ho Zhuang returned with a mysterious look, darted straight to his seat, and crouched beneath it. Didn't you turn in your homework again? Han Jue asked, curiously looking at Ho Zhuang. Ho Zhuang slapped his thigh, gripped Han Jue's shoulders, and with exaggerated earnestness exclaimed, I never imagined you'd already be standing on the international stage. Li Danfeng, chatting with her friends, glanced back and asked, Ho Zhuang, what are you saying? TSK, you don't even know? Ho Zhuang crowed. If I weren't so sharp-eared and quick-eyed, none of you would have known. I just went up to the 5th floor. Guess what I heard? Ho Zhuang urged, eager for them to ask. Students at Huyuan know. 3 knew the 5th floor housed the principal's office. Though a complaint box hung outside, dust had settled thickly upon it, and whether the principal ever read its contents was anyone's guess. Han Jue, are you going to race a black runner? Ho Zhuang asked, grinning at him. Who told you that? Han Jue replied with helplessness. Teacher Dan certainly would not have told Ho Zhuang. He did not know where the boy had heard it. That's none of your business. Blah. Spill it. Why are you suddenly racing that black boy? Ho Zhuang asked, eyes alight with curiosity. It's nothing. Just a training race, a bit of trial running. Han Jue glanced at the pressing crowd and dismissed it. A trial run? That won't do. I'm going to cheer for you. You must understand, you don't represent only yourself. You represent our senior 1 class too. This is not merely a practice. It's our class face before international guests. Ho Zhuang proclaimed with self-importance. One might have mistaken him for an ambassador. All right, behave. Han Jue pinned Ho Zhuang down and covered him with a sheet of paper. Alas, Han Jue had underestimated Ho Zhuang's propensity for trouble. Within half a day, the whole of Senior 1 knew Han Jue would race the black boy. By evening, Dan Sini wore an exasperated expression. What had been a small running contest had become widely. Her chief worry was not the publicity, but whether Han Jue would buckle under pressure. Surrounded by familiar classmates, a defeat would invite unbearable scrutiny. Why don't we move it to class hours? That way they certainly won't have time to come and watch. Dan Sini proposed the change. If held as originally planned 2 days hence, it would fall on Saturday, and many Senior 1 students might attend. If moved to class time, likely no one would turn up. Let them watch if they wish. Teacher Dan, this is my home field after all. Oh, perhaps that boy feels more pressure than I. Han Jue smiled faintly. Just now a thought had occurred to him. The most tangible difference between a school meet and the provincial youth games is the presence of spectators. So now if his classmates came to watch and he won first place under those eyes, would he also reap some recognition? After all, he would lose nothing. Running is the same whether there are many or few onlookers. With that in mind, Han Jue found himself somewhat eager to see how large the crowd might be. If that is how you think, then we will not change the time. Let them watch if they want. Come, we will train as usual today. Dan Sini clapped her hands, helping Han Jue settle into his rhythm. In truth, when Dan Sini saw Han Jue agree to let the other classmates watch, she was quietly pleased. For an athlete, acclimating to the atmosphere of the arena is paramount. No matter how well you run in training, if you falter in competition, you will not achieve results. 2 days passed at 8:30 on Saturday morning, Han Jue and Dan Sini arrived at the Huyuan Gymnasium. Upon entering, Han Jue immediately saw several familiar figures. "Ha, I knew you'd come," Ho Zhuang boasted as he slapped Li Danfeng's backpack. "I knew you'd even have your deskmate come ask me about the time and place." "Mind your own business, I didn't come to see you," Li Danfeng snapped, fussing with her hair. When she saw Han Jue enter, she forced a smile and ran over. "How long have you been here?" "Thank you for coming," Han Jue said warmly. "After all, who wants to leave the comfort of home so early in the morning, if not for something important?" "Isn't it just to watch Han Jue's race?" they replied. "Not long," they said. "That black boy has already arrived and has been warming up over there." Ho Zhuang picked up his water bottle and offered one a sip of my carefully concocted treasure, while Li Danfeng scoffed, "What carefully concocted treasure? It's just an instant noodle seasoning packet." Li Danfeng pushed Ho Zhuang's bottle aside, took her own pink bottle, and said, "Now this is where the truly carefully prepared treasure is. No need you to drink it. You shouldn't drink too much before running." Han Jue smiled, motioning for them to take their seats in the stands. At that moment Fong Lixiang arrived with the black boy. It was Han Jue's first time meeting Fong Lixiang. Fong wore a pale green sweater, his narrow eyes lent him a calm, bookish air, making it hard to tell at a glance that he taught physical education. "Teacher Dan, I didn't expect you to be so gentlemanly as to arrive just on time," Fong said with a smile. His smile was tinged with hypocrisy. Even Han Jue could see the implication, a thinly veiled reproach toward Dan Sini for arriving late. "After all, we're not in a hurry to lose, right, teacher?" Fong Dan Sini retorted coldly. "Words are useless, let the track show the truth." Fong shrugged as if he did not care what Dan Sini said. Behind Fong, the black child had already changed into his running gear. When he noticed Han Jue watching him, he pressed his lips into a smile and flashed a set of bright white teeth. "Hey, that boy's teeth are really white," Ho Zhuang exclaimed, eyes widening in surprise. "Did you bring a small mirror? Let me check if mine are as white." "Don't be ridiculous," Li Danfeng snapped, without bothering to answer. Ho Zhuang, her attention fixed on Han Jue, as he changed, murmuring, "How can Han Jue's physique be so good?" "Indeed," Ho Zhuang observed, "didn't he say he does farm work at home often? Well-defined muscle lines are to be expected." "Enough focus on watching," Li Danfeng warned, Ho Zhuang, eyes on Han Jue warming up on the track. On the track, Fong Lixiang looked at Dan Sini with a tone of smug satisfaction, and said, "I spent some time in the United States and learned a great deal, though I must admit many of our current methods are somewhat outdated. If we are behind, then catch up. Don't try to find shortcuts," Dan Sini replied, icily, revealing no attempt to hide. All right, Fong conceded. "Hey, race, what I'm thinking, instead of running one race, how about three? We're not in a hurry. After 3 runs we'll be able to see precisely what is lacking. What do you think? Besides, the various methods I learned in the United States cannot be judged by a single trial," Fong added confidently. Fong inwardly suspected that Dan Sini would more or less agree. After all, she was a proud athlete. 3 times. Best of 3, Dan Sini wondered. Running 3 races could strain one's endurance. Might that be his intention? After all, it is commonly thought that black athletes often possess greater physicality than Asian athletes, a notion people around them readily accept. If it is to be 3 races, then the rest interval before each should be extended to 20 minutes, and I will need to consult my students for their opinions," Dan Sini said. "No problem, you can ask them freely," Fong replied with a small smile. "As for 20 minutes in this cold weather, 25 would be acceptable." Fong gestured that Dan Sini could go and ask. She walked over to Han Jue, concern in her voice, and asked, "He just said best of 3, what do you think?" 3 races. "Why 3? What is his reason?" Han Jue asked curiously. Although he suspected Fong would not disclose his true motive, Han Jue knew even the explanations offered would carry a hint of ulterior intent. "He says he learned many experiential methods in the United States, and wants to try them one by one," Dan Sini replied, shaking her head, still uncertain of his real purpose after so many years apart. "No matter, best of 3 then," Han Jue nodded. "I also feel 1 race isn't quite satisfying. Teacher Dan, next time something like this happens, I'll follow your call. You are my coach after all." "All right, then the coach is merely respecting your opinion," Dan Sini teased, ruffling Han Jue's hair as she went to agree with Fong. Han Jue went through the final few warm-up exercises. He had been performing this set for a full 20 minutes. Though tedious, and in his view not entirely scientific in places, he persevered. Athletes hear such instructions from coaches all the time. If only Xiao Shu could provide me with a simple, efficient warm-up routine, he thought. After finishing the warm-up, Han Jue could not help but reflect that the personalized nature of his training already revealed the depth of Xiao Shu's expertise. When doing warm-ups, Han Jue had been watching the black youth. It must be said that the physique of the black youth is indeed somewhat superior to that of the yellow race, with limbs proportioned harmoniously, exuding strength. After seeing Shan Sini's gaze, Han Jue walked to the starting line, where 2 starting devices had already been set up. Upon approaching, he instinctively began to adjust the starting device. "Go for it." At that moment, a strange intonation of Mandarin burst forth from the black youth's mouth. "You go for it too." Han Jue smiled, and said, then realized that he might not understand the meaning of "you too." After thinking for a moment, he added, "Go for it." "Huh." The black youth also found Han Jue's English amusing and laughed while holding his stomach. "Ready." After seeing that both were prepared, Fong Lixiang shouted loudly from the starting line. He had previously discussed with Shan Sini that Fong Lixiang would be at the starting line, while Shan Sini would be at the finish line. For 100 meters, the coach could hardly run from the starting line to the finish line, so the two would alternate in controlling it. "Run." Upon hearing Fong Lixiang's words, Han Jue's body shot forward. This time he did not use the restored black substance within him. This kid's start is not bad, much better than Wallace's initial performance, Fong Lixiang thought, nodding. Meanwhile, at the finish line, Shan Sini was watching Wallace start. After observing Wallace's complete starting mode, "It shouldn't be like this. The start was much different from what she had imagined. In fact, Shansini felt that Wallace's start was somewhat clumsy, which should not be the case for someone his age. Although he could maintain his arm swing and balance if that were all he had, why would Fong Lixiang propose a race? That's right. 3 rounds. Could this kid be hiding something? Shansini looked at Han Jue with concern as she realized that Han Jue's running performance should be similar to before. On the track, just as Fong Lixiang and Shansini thought the black youth Wallace's start was decent, but when competing against Han Jue, he was still slightly inferior. After 3 steps, Han Jue had already taken a half-body lead. Realizing this, Han Jue did not let his guard down. The characteristics of the black race did not lie in the start, but rather in speed enhancement and maintenance. Sure enough, after a few steps the black youth's speed rapidly increased. Shansini had previously mentioned that the black youth was actually half a year older than Han Jue. In his peripheral vision, Han Jue could see a dark shadow closely tailing him, and this sense of urgency pushed him to continuously accelerate forward. After 90 meters, Han Jue could now see that the black youth was merely half a body length behind him. At this moment, Han Jue's chest felt as if a fire was burning inside. Though he had done plenty of warm-ups, it was still somewhat lacking for an athlete. His body had not fully opened up. The rapidly accumulating lactic acid was stimulating Han Jue's brain, yet his body's inertia propelled him forward. At the finish line, Shansini was already close at hand with the stopwatch. I cannot give up. Han Jue, go for it. The cheers from the stands reached Han Jue's ears. Sprint to the finish. Shansini quickly pressed the stopwatch twice. Who won? Ho Zhuang and Li Danfeng were both in a daze. Even though they were close to the finish line, they still could not tell who had won. Han Jue 11:31, while Li 11:42. Han Jue wins, Shansini said, glancing down at the stopwatch. Roar. Han Jue won. Amazing. Little black dude, yay. Ho Zhuang and Li Danfeng shouted joyfully, but unfortunately, they did not see the concern on Shansini's face. After announcing the results, Shansini ran towards Han Jue, who had crossed the finish line a few dozen meters ahead. Fong Lixiang, however, did not run, and strolled leisurely towards the black youth, already having an idea of the result. These 2 scores were hand-timed. If it were electronically timed, it should be around 11.5 seconds, which matched Han Jue's capabilities. How do you feel? Shansini draped a coat over Han Jue, speaking with concern. I feel okay. That black youth is strong, Han Jue replied, slowly calming his breath. Indeed, but you need to be mentally prepared. I feel that black youth did not exert his full strength. Shansini thought for a moment before stating her conclusion. After all, it's better to say this conclusion herself than for Han Jue to discover it on his own. Did not exert full strength. Is he holding back? Han Jue was somewhat surprised, although he had not used the black substance either. From Shansini's words, it seemed that if the black youth showed his hidden potential next time, he might not be able to keep up. His start was somewhat off. Logically, Fong Lixiang wouldn't bring out a student with starting issues. That would be too. If that's the case, this should not be his usual starting method. Shansini recalled Fong Lixiang's face. This might also be his intended goal. What goal, Han Jue asked curiously as he pressed on his calf muscles. He might want to undermine your confidence. Shansini thought for a moment, and said, of course this might just be my guess. We still need to see the results of the upcoming races. It's fine, I'm not afraid of being undermined. Han Jue smiled slightly. The black youth did not exert full strength, nor did he. Since you want to undermine me, then he'll run like this in the second round, and see what tricks you have up your sleeve. 25 minutes passed quickly, and when Han Jue and the black youth stood on the track again, Fong Lixiang's smile could no longer be hidden. Young man, you ran well. Keep it up, Fong Lixiang said with a cheerful smile. Shansini saw this scene and coldly remarked from the side, my student, no need for your concern. All right, I won't interfere. You go to the finish line, and we'll prepare to run, Fong Lixiang replied without anger. Wait, the lanes should be spaced further apart. Shansini walked over and pulled Han Jue's starting device 2 lanes to the right. What? Are you afraid I might pull some tricks? Fong Lixiang frowned. Better to be cautious, but it never hurts to be prepared, Shansini replied, without feeling embarrassed. Fong Lixiang's eyes flicked again, displaying a hypocritical smile. Upon seeing his smile, Shansini felt somewhat uncomfortable, but she still walked to the finish line to wait. Go for it. Go for it. Ready. Run. Upon hearing the starting signal, Han Jue immediately got into his starting position. However, at that moment he caught a glimpse of a shadow on his left rushing forward much faster than he could. By the end of the race, the black youth Wally had actually pulled ahead of Han Jue by a significant margin. As expected. I knew it. Shansini felt a surge of anxiety. She hadn't been nearby to see clearly, only catching a general view. The starting technique used by the black youth seemed somewhat similar to what she had seen in a book. It was likely a variant of that starting method. This kid definitely held back in the first race. Moreover, his starting technique is quite polished. It seems this is his usual way of starting. Fong Lixiang, how unexpectedly devious you are. Shansini was very angry. Since Fong Lixiang had gone to such lengths to change this black kid's nationality, it surely meant he intended for him to participate in domestic competitions. And with Han Jue's strength continuing to grow, he would undoubtedly have his place in the domestic scene. Thus Fang Lixiang meticulously prepared for these 3 races, aiming to plant the seed of failure in Han Jue's heart. After all, if it were another teenager of his age discovering that a peer with similar abilities could surpass him so significantly after changing starting techniques, would be enough to disrupt his mindset. The emotional turmoil alone would be enough to overwhelm a teenager. So despicable. Dan Cindy watched Han Jue on the track, her heart filled with worry. On the track, there were less than 30 meters to the finish line. Han Jue's face was already flushed, yet even so the black youth was still leading by a considerable margin. By the time the second race began, the black youth's ability to maintain speed was fully demonstrated. At the finish line, Dan Cindy quickly recorded the results for both competitors. Black youth Wally 10.98, Han Jue 11.11. Although Han Jue improved by a 0.1, Dan Cindy felt no joy that black youth had actually run under 11 seconds. After announcing the results, she hurried over to Han Jue's side. "Teacher Dan, I'm fine." Han Jue raised his hand to signal her not to say anything before she could speak. "No wonder he said there would be 3 races, however this is also a lesson for me." Han Jue lowered his head, continuously reflecting on the issues he faced. 2 consecutive 100-meter sprints, even with some rest, could still affect one's competitive state. Han Jue was well aware of this, and certainly that black youth Wally was too. "Teacher, I should have been allowed to run this way long ago. Why let him win 1 race?" Outside the finish line, Wally, wrapped in a jacket, complained to Fang Lixiang while relaxing his muscles. "Do you know? That person has only been running for less than 2 months, while I have trained you for a year and a half." Fang Lixiang frowned, somewhat dissatisfied, having not expected that after using his favored starting technique, he could only gain such a small advantage. "So what? He can never outrun me," Wally said nonchalantly while chewing gum. "Let's drink something and prepare for the 3rd race." Fang Lixiang said to Wally, and as Wally prepared to walk over, Fang Lixiang added, "Drink from the purple." "Okay." Wally approached and saw 2 energy drinks in Fang Lixiang's bag, one in a white bottle and the other in a purple bottle. Wally picked up the purple bottle and gulped down the drink inside, shaking his head before placing the bottle back down. Unaware, he spat out his gum. "Why does this drink taste a bit strange?" However, he didn't think much of it and continued watching the track. Meanwhile, Han Jue was standing by with 2 others who— "Han Jue, did that black kid cheat? You had already run past him the first time. How could you not beat him the second?" The nearby Ho Zhuang said anxiously. "What do you know? Han Jue is conserving energy." "Be quiet," Li Danfeng replied, discontentedly glancing at Teacher Dan, asking worriedly, "Teacher Dan, could it be the weather?" There is indeed a bit of a reason, but regardless of how Han Jue performs, this competition is a good thing for him. Do you remember the results of his 2 runs? With a good opponent, his results have improved significantly. Dan Cindy smiled slightly at Ho Zhuang and Li Danfeng, who didn't understand sports. Her words were not only to comfort Ho Zhuang and Li Danfeng, but also to reassure herself. This competition began because of her, and if it affected Han Jue's athletic career, truthfully, she wouldn't forget. "Don't worry, I'm fine. In the 3rd race, I will definitely win." Han Jue stood up, a resolute expression. When he had lowered his head, Han Jue had reflected on the 2 runs against Wally. He realized that Wallace's running technique was far superior to his own, and even without the advantage of the starting technique, he might not be able to outpace Wally. Firstly, he had been exposed to racing for too short a time, and secondly, Han Jue's original body did not possess great physical qualities. If I can beat this kid, then the Provincial Youth Championship should be no problem. Han Jue calculated in his mind, and slowly stood up. Han Jue, why don't we postpone this 3rd race until tomorrow? Both of you are already beginning to lose your physical edge. It would be better not to compete now. Dan Cindy was still somewhat worried. "It's fine." Han Jue glanced at Fang Lixiang's smiling face, feeling an inexplicable urge to punch him. There was no enmity between them. It was simply that as Han Jue's results improved, Fang Lixiang sought to undermine him, affecting his competitive mindset. "Teacher Dan, do I sense that you are a bit reluctant to compete in this 3rd race?" Fang Lixiang approached with a slight smile. "Of course not. This time we will all be at the finish line. Ho Zhuang, you go over and call for the start." Dan Cindy smiled slightly, knowing that although Ho Zhuang was not professional, it would disrupt Fang Lixiang's starting rhythm. She had also considered that this black youth must have grown accustomed to Fang Lixiang's starting rhythm. Perhaps both of the previous races had been under a false start. "All right, kid, you must shout loudly." Fang Lixiang nodded, not stopping him. "No matter how much preparation you and Dan Cindy have done, Wally will still win this time. A genius. A fallen genius is just an ordinary person." Dan Cindy pulled Ho Zhuang aside to teach him how to call the starting command. As she shouted, her heart was still very worried. The more Fang Lixiang behaved this way, the more unscrupulous he seemed. Would Han Jue be able to win? Han Jue slowly walked towards the starting point, occasionally stretching his wrists and ankles. After running twice, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. At this time, the sports field gradually became more crowded. Elderly men and women practicing Tai Chi gathered on one side, occasionally glancing over. Seeing a black person in this small city of Huyuan was still quite rare. As for the stands, a dozen students living nearby had rushed over. Li Danfeng was bustling about distributing the snacks she had brought. With so many eyes upon me, I will not disappoint them. Stepping onto the starting block, Han Jue didn't wait for the black youth to speak. He turned to Wally and smiled. Let's go. Let's go. Wally nodded, stepping onto the starting block. By the starting line, Ho Zhuang stood proudly, feeling honored to give orders for the first time. This can be considered an international competition, right? Then I am now the judge of this international competition. Ho Zhuang thought proudly for a long time. You can prepare to start. Han Jue could not help but remind him. Okay, ready. As Han Jue and Wallace backs barely lifted, they heard Ho Zhuang shout, run. As the command was given, Han Jue focused his mind, and the black substance under his right foot began to deplete. In an instant, he shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Due to the speed of his sprint, Han Jue's starting height was even higher than before. How is this kid running? How does it feel like high jumping? Shan Sini was utterly bewildered. Even more confused was Feng Lixiang standing beside her. What kind of starting technique is that kid using? How can he run faster than what I mastered? Feng Lixiang knew that since he wasn't the one to shout start, Wally could only rely on his personal reaction. Yet even so, it shouldn't be this far behind. After 3 steps, Han Jue, just like in the first race, had already gained a lead of more than half a body length over Wally. The consumption of this black substance is too fast. Just 1 start and half is gone. Han Jue adjusted his body while continuing to sprint forward. Meanwhile, Wally gritted his teeth, his arm swings exceeding his forehead, the motion so broad it resembled a fan. As he entered the speed enhancement phase, Han Jue noticed something was off with Wally. He was accelerating too quickly. Compared to Wallace's speed enhancement in the previous 2 races, this time, it was simply excessive. In just 20 meters, Wally surprisingly overtook Han Jue. How could this be? The previous 2 races had clearly shown that Han Jue and Wallace's speed endurance and absolute maximum speed were not far apart. But why had such a drastic change occurred in the 3rd race? Feng Lixiang, you've hidden quite well. After running 2 races, you still have energy left. Children's thoughts are all over the place, Shan Sini sneered. Han Jue's performance had already exceeded her expectations, and she hadn't anticipated that the black youth also had hidden strength. He was still holding back in the first 2 races. After sensing Wally's overtaking with his peripheral vision, Han Jue no longer held back, continuing to utilize the black substance. His right leg burst forth with tremendous power, and Han Jue's speed suddenly surged. Go, go, go. He surpassed him. Han Jue, go. The crowd in the stands erupted. They couldn't see much, but they knew that Han Jue, who had initially led, was being overtaken by that black youth, and now Han Jue was about to overtake him. Overtake. After a full 30 meters, Han Jue finally surpassed Wally, but at that moment, there was only a small amount of black substance left. Teacher Shan, didn't you hide quite a bit of strength too? Feng Lixiang frowned. He wasn't someone who liked to frown, but today he had frowned more times than he had in an entire month. Where did this kid even come from? He repeatedly broke Feng Lixiang's plans. I don't know, it's all his own idea. Unlike Feng Lixiang, who had just lied, Shan Sini truly had no idea. Teacher Shan is impressive. Feng Lixiang wouldn't believe Shan Sini's words. How could a teacher not know the performance of their student? At this moment, Shan Sini indeed looked bewildered. When did Han Jue develop such explosive mid-range capability? While the 2 were discussing, Han Jue and Wally were already nearing the finish line. When Wally saw Han Jue leading twice, a fierce competitive spirit surged within him. His failure in the first race was due to the teacher's leniency, who otherwise he wouldn't have lost. However, this time he absolutely would not lose. There were less than 20 meters to the finish line. Normally at this stage, Wally would have run out of energy. After all, he was just a 17-year-old boy. But this time Wally didn't know why he felt he could sprint one more time. In fact, he did just that. His body surged forward, as if squeezing out the last bit of potential. How is this possible? Where did he get this latest-stage acceleration ability? Seeing this scene, Shan Sini exclaimed in shock. Latest-stage acceleration capability in the 100 meters was almost a talent exclusive to adult black athletes. Damn, how can he still accelerate? At this moment, Han Jue felt the limits of his body, but he didn't expect Wally to still be able to accelerate. The finish line was right in front of him. Han Jue burned all of the remaining black substance in one go. Roar. At the moment he crossed the finish line, Han Jue finally shouted out loud. To be honest, he didn't see who won, but he felt this run was exhilarating. It should be his best performance. Originally, Han Jue wanted to hold back a bit. After all, the black substance was his trump card, and he hadn't intended to reveal it from the start. But there was no other choice. Who would have thought that the black youth would charge forward with such vigor, as if on steroids? The crowd in the stands rushed over to care for Han Jue as soon as the race was finished. Teacher Shan, who won. When they crossed the line, the 2 were too close together, and the students in the stands couldn't tell. Yet Teacher Shan, did Han Jue win? Ho Zhuang jogged over, curious to ask. After all, this was his first time serving as an international referee. Next to the finish line, Shan Sini and Feng Lixiang were both engulfed in silence and shock. Fong Lixiang never expected that after 2 years of finding a good seedling and nurturing him for over a year, he would lose to a kid from a mountain village. Especially under the premise of having taken that substance. Even if the venue was unprofessional and the referees were unprofessional, that was still not a reason for losing. Indeed, both Fong Lixiang and Shan Sini saw very clearly. Han Jue won. 10:95. The one who crossed the finish line was Han Jue. The reason for Shan Sini's shock was even simpler. When did Han Jue become so strong? She had long prepared for Han Jue to lose. After all, losing to a black competitor was not shameful. Yet she never expected that Han Jue actually won. In the short distance of 100 meters, Han Jue surprisingly showcased 3 highlights that she hadn't even. At the moment of the start, Shan Sini was certain that it wasn't something she had taught. The mid-course and final burst were also not what she was familiar with. Does this kid have such great potential? Shan Sini had to admit that she had slightly misjudged. The way Master Shan teaches is truly excellent. It's mediocre, right? By the way, Teacher Fong, when will the money for the plastic track be transferred? Shan Sini said with a cheerful smile, a taunt coming from the victor. They'll transfer it right away. Fong Lixiang took out his phone and made a call. After sorting things out, he turned and left. Teacher Fong, you're welcome to come back to add more tracks for our school. Shan Sini called out proudly as she watched Fong Lixiang's silhouette. I will be back. Fong Lixiang didn't look back, grabbed his backpack, and got into the car outside the gym, leaving directly. That can't be right. Did that kid get so exhausted just from running 100 meters? After seeing Fong Lixiang get into the car, Shan Sini felt something was off. Moreover, based on Fong Lixiang's usual demeanor, even after losing, he wouldn't easily admit defeat. Coupling this with the black competitor's late burst capability, Shan Sini suddenly thought of a taboo topic. Fong Lixiang shouldn't do that, right? But how did Han Jue achieve that result? As soon as Shan Sini thought of this, she felt a surge of worry in her heart and hurried toward Han Jue's location. Han Jue, you won. The students coming down from the stands cheered happily around Han Jue after hearing Shan Sini's result. Isn't it because I issued the commands well? I knew that furried kid was up to no good. Who knows how many times they practiced behind our backs. Look, it was still Han Jue who had the quick start. At this moment, Ho Zhuang was madly taking credit beside them. Thank you all for braving the cold to watch me on such a chilly day, Han Jue said sincerely, as he slowly stood up wanting to bow. No need, no need. You represent us too. It's good for everyone to move a bit in the morning. Li Danfeng's little face was flushed red from the cold. Exactly. Teacher Shan is coming. Teacher Shan. Han Jue won. As Shan Sini approached and saw this scene, she fondly reminisced about this kind of atmosphere, recalling how it was when she was in sports school, where everyone encouraged each other like this. But how did it come to this today? Just as she thought for a moment, Shan Sini hid that emotion away. Now is the time to enjoy the victory. I have good news for everyone. When you have physical education class next year, there will be a plastic track. Shan Sini said with a smile, while tidying up her things. Teacher Shan, is it the red track like the one at Yizhong? Li Danfeng asked curiously. Yes. However, our plastic track will be a bit larger than theirs. Theirs has 6 lanes, and ours has 7. Shan Sini patted Li Danfeng's head. Originally, we were also supposed to have 6 lanes, but that extra lane was thanks to Han Jue's performance. No, that was earned back by Teacher Shan. Han Jue, who had just put on his clothes, quickly waved his hands. Alright, I said, what about both of your contributions? Shouldn't we head back to school and return those 2 starting blocks? Ho Zhuang on the side had indeed caught onto the crux of the issue. Yes, it's almost noon, and let me ask the cafeteria to prepare some stir-fried dishes for us. Shan Sini said happily. Stir-fried dishes? Does the cafeteria have that? Ho Zhuang's eyes lit up. Is it the kind that you teachers eat? Do you want to eat? Then come over and help carry things. Shan Sini teased Ho Zhuang on purpose. Carry? Then of course I will carry. As soon as Ho Zhuang thought of delicious food, he immediately got energized. Not just him, every mealtime in the school cafeteria, a tempting aroma would waft through the air, but that fragrance couldn't be found in the large pots of food in the cafeteria. Thus, among the students of Class 3 there arose a legend about a small cafeteria claiming that the teachers ate stir-fried dishes that tasted particularly good. Han Jue also wanted to lend a hand, but just as he lifted his foot, he revealed a bitter smile stopping in place. Li Danfeng, who had been paying attention to Han Jue, hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Are you out of strength?" Shan Sini also noticed Han Jue's movements and pulled him onto her shoulder. "Are you exhausted from running?" "Yes, I can't move anymore," Han Jue said helplessly. This was also his first time using the black substance to its full extent. The effect was immense, but the cost was high. Han Jue felt that he had little sensation in his right foot and was also experiencing waves of pain. "Let's go, we'll help you over. Later I'll take you there on my bicycle." Shan Sini directly lifted Han Jue, stepping forward slowly toward the outside of the gym. No need, Teacher Shan, I can walk by myself." Han Jue felt a bit embarrassed, already so grown up, yet he needed Shan Sini's assistance. "Alright, just behave, and make sure to eat more later," Shan Sini said with an annoyed tone, thinking, how can you not even tell your teacher about your progress? There are many people now, oh just wait until there are none, and he'll deal with you. In stark contrast to the joyous sounds coming from the sports field was the scene inside the van that Feng Lixiang was riding. While he was sweating profusely drinking from a white bottle, while speaking in English, why can't I outrun him? That kid is quite strange. Don't think too much about it, he probably also used drugs. Otherwise he wouldn't have sprinted twice in a row. Just continue training after returning, and when there's a chance we can compete again. Don't worry Al, with that supplement no one will be your opponent. Feng Lixiang shook his head while sitting beside him. He had already convinced himself that Han Jue definitely used performance-enhancing drugs, he just didn't know which type. When will the new drugs arrive? Well, he asked anxiously. What's the rush? You can still use this one for 2 months, oh just switch it out then. Feng Lixiang impatiently replied, then closed his eyes and fell silent. The driver in the car said nothing, but he knew that the black guy had long since reached adulthood. Rather than saying Feng Lixiang was his coach, it was more accurate to say he was his partner. On the seat, Wally wiped the sweat off his forehead and shot a fierce glare out the window. I propose. Should we have Han Jue give us a demonstration? Ho Zhuang raised his glass of orange champagne. This orange champagne tastes a bit astringent, but it still has a bubbly sensation, and as for the artificial coloring in the drink, they have already ignored it. As long as it tastes good. Are we supposed to drink cola? Han Jue smiled and said, thank you all for coming to support me, I will strive to achieve better results. You all continue eating, I need to go to the restroom. Shan Sini smiled and left the room. However, instead of going to the restroom, Shan Sini turned around and entered the kitchen. Dad, the dishes you cook are getting better and better. Shan Sini directly picked a piece of meat from the pot. Stop trying to charm me, tell me, did you give that kid anything he shouldn't have eaten? How could he possibly outrun that black guy? In the kitchen, an old man asked, frowning while washing a pot. I really didn't. How could I give him such things? And you saw it too, he just exhausted himself. In that mental state, how could it be from eating that kind of thing? Shan Sini waved her hand. However, I suspect that black kid did eat something, otherwise how could he have such latest-stage sprinting ability? Shan Sini pouted. How did Feng Lixiang become like this? In school he was the most averse to these things. Often life forces a person to become what they hate the most. However, I suspect Feng Lixiang not only changed his nationality, but also made him at least 3 years younger. He must be an adult, otherwise he couldn't withstand the side effects of that stuff. The old man shook his head. Anyway, you make sure to keep an eye on him. This kid is a good seedling, don't let him go astray. I know. You only know how to scold me. Shan Sini pouted, and after eating another piece of meat ran out of the kitchen. Having a good seedling isn't easy, what if he gets injured? The old man sighed helplessly after seeing Shan Sini leave, then slapped his mouth saying, what am I saying? After the meal, everyone in the room went home, but Han Jue did not leave. It wasn't because he didn't want to return to the dormitory, but because he couldn't move. Han Jue, tell me the truth, how did you run at the end? After seeing off the other students, Shan Sini came back and earnestly asked Han Jue. I don't know, maybe it's because I had a good opponent. Han Jue had already prepared his answer. Have you eaten anything strange in the past few days? Shan Sini continued to ask. No, what strange things can I eat? Han Jue shook his head, saying that the teacher's questions were getting stranger. Anyway, Han Jue, you must understand that we athletes cannot take the wrong path. We cannot rely on any stimulants to improve our performance. Shan Sini said earnestly. I really didn't. Han Jue said helplessly. Well, I believe you, that stuff is so expensive you wouldn't be able to get it. After running 3 competitions today, how do you... Shan Sini teased Han Jue on purpose, breaking the previous atmosphere. That black guy is very strong. His starting method is indeed more suited to him than the first match. Besides, the pressure on that black guy is immense, the time to reach his absolute speed is very short, and he transitions directly into high speed, maintaining it very well. It's normal for me to lose. Han Jue thought for a moment, and said he had already told himself these things. Well said. As for the starting method, indeed, he must have learned a lot in America. This is something I can't compare to. However, I will do my best to find a starting method that suits you better. Also, I don't know if you noticed, but the muscle lines on that black guy show he must have put in hard work, very harmonious. Shan Sini nodded, saying that acknowledging the strength of others does not reflect a lack of self-confidence, but rather a pursuit of a better self. Alright, I will take you back to the dormitory, you should rest. This kind of exhaustion won't last long. As for food, if you don't come to the cafeteria tonight, he'll bring some to you. Ignoring Han Jue's objections, Shan Sini directly helped him up and carried him to the dormitory building. Thank you, Teacher Shan. By the time Han Jue said this, he was already sitting on his dorm bed. It's fine, if you need anything, just call the dorm supervisor downstairs. After Shan Sini instructed this, she closed Han Jue's door as she left. As soon as Han Jue returned to the dormitory, he immediately went to bed. For this kind of exhaustion, as long as he fell asleep, the green leaves in his dreams would help him recover. Moreover, what Han Jue was most curious about now was whether he could obtain the meridian this time. He had already tasted the sweetness of the black substance, and if it weren't for the fact that there were no competitions right now, he would want to compete every day. Lost in thought, the exhausted Han Jue fell into a deep sleep. In his dreams, he once again saw the small tree. At this moment, there were already dozens of green leaves on the small tree, and the trunk had marks where the meridians had existed. 3 or 4 green leaves slowly floated down, gathering around Han Jue's right foot, gently sticking to it, as energy poured in, helping him recover from his injuries. Meanwhile, Han Jue's consciousness was carefully observing whether new meridians would appear on the trunk. The result was quite disappointing. After looking several times, he still did not see any sign of meridians forming. It seems that it must be in a proper competition to work, Han Jue thought, just as he finished that thought. Suddenly from the roots of the small tree, golden dots began to emerge from an unknown source. These golden dots seemed to have suddenly appeared, gathering at the roots of the small tree, and then, as if being absorbed by the small tree, they gradually rose from the roots to the trunk. Then under Han Jue's gaze, a familiar shape gradually formed. Until no new golden dots were generated in this space, a meridian smaller than that of the school sports meet appeared on the trunk. It really works. The meridian has formed. Han Jue was very excited. This meant that as long as there were onlookers present, he could obtain meridians through competition. Then the meridian transformed into a surge of energy that flowed into Han Jue's right foot, continuing to fill the black substance. This competition was worth it. Han Jue was very satisfied, but recalling the golden dots from just now, he was a bit puzzled about what those where did they come from? Why could they transform into meridians? It was not until a week later that Han Jue still had not figured out how this thing came about. However, after that he received a letter from Daikai City. That afternoon when Han Jue passed by the guard station, he was surprised to see his name and familiar handwriting behind the glass. Hiyuan Sanjong Han Jue. Seeing this scene, Han Jue quickly walked into the mailroom, feeling his palms sweat immediately. He was very nervous. He recognized that handwriting, while having copied it many times during middle school. "Sir, that's my letter." Han Jue pointed at the pink envelope. Han Jue, take it. The old man waved his hand and said, for others he might check. After all, many people like to open others' letters, and he had to be strict about it. But when it came to Han Jue, the old man felt most at ease. "Thank you, sir." Han Jue nodded, carefully placing the envelope in his backpack. During class, he wanted to take out the envelope to take a look several times, but every time he glanced at Ho Zhuang beside him, he abandoned that idea. If Ho Zhuang saw the color of that envelope, wouldn't he explode immediately? During training, Dan Sini also noticed something was off. "What are you thinking, kid?" "I'm not thinking about anything." Han Jue scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. "Alright, today's training ends here. Go back and rest well." Not knowing why, Dan Sini gave a reminder and let Han Jue go back. Once in the dormitory, Han Jue first washed his hands, thoroughly dried them with a towel, and then placed 2 of the cleanest books on his bed as a cushion. Only then did he take out a small knife and carefully open the pink letter. As soon as he opened the envelope, 3 or 4 photos slipped out. Han Jue hurriedly put the small knife aside and carefully held the photos in his hands. When picking them up, he only dared to grab the edges, fearing that the sweat on his hands would dirty the photos. The person in the photos was Choi Nan. In the first photo, Choi Nan was standing on a stone bridge, waving her hand, wearing the long dress she had given Han Jue when he left. In the second photo, Choi Nan was holding a large pomegranate, pretending to take a bite out of it. In the third photo, Choi Nan was making a big fist, looking as if she was about to hit someone. After looking at the photos for a while, Han Jue finally took out the piece of paper and gently unfolded it to read. "Han Jue, did you wash your hands before reading the letter? After putting away the photos, make sure not to damage them." In the first line, Choi Nan reminded Han Jue a few times. The following text was quite long, as Choi Nan wrote about interesting things in her life and events from this period. Moreover, the letter had traces of both black and blue ink, indicating that Choi Nan had taken a long time to write it. "Alright, you should go to bed now. I'm waiting for your reply. Don't forget to include photos." At the end of the letter, Choi Nan reminded Han Jue a few more times, finishing with a small heart sketch. Han Jue looked at the letter several times before carefully putting it away. As for the photos, he stuck them beside his bed. Young people's thoughts are always quite extensive. The next day, Han Jue ran to the photo studio outside the school gate and took a few photos of himself, planning to pick them up 3 days later. After thinking for a moment, Han Jue also visited a copying shop to make a copy of his award certificate, totaling 4 copies, all first place. Han Jue thought that should be pretty cool. 4 days later, Han Jue sent his reply, just like when he received the letter from Choi Nan. He affixed 7 stamps as the photos made it a bit overweight. After sending it out, Han Jue returned to his normal routine, practicing every day. During this time, Dan Sini read quite a few books, and after each reading she would try to use her newly learned knowledge to help Han Jue improve. This also led Han Jue to try various starting methods during this period, and his performance fluctuated significantly. However, he was not worried. He took it slow. 7 days later, Daikai City No. 1 High School. This is the best high school in Daikai City, and the students who enter here basically do so based on their academic performance. Outside the mailroom, Choi Nan came again to check for letters. "Little girl, you've been coming here every day this week. Did someone send you a letter?" the mailroom lady said with a smile. "Oh." Choi Nan nodded and began to sift through the letters delivered today. Is it a young man who sent it? Just flip through the yellow envelopes, and you won't be wrong. The lady smiled even more happily. Xiao Yinan curiously glanced at the lady, and then started flipping through the yellow envelopes inside. 1 not it, 2 not it, 3 not it. When is this fool going to send me a letter? Or did he completely forget? Or maybe he hasn't received the letter yet. That's right, I never told him about sending letters. Should I give him a call? Xiao Yinan thought as she continued to flip through. Xiao Yinan received. Found it. Just as Xiao Yinan was lost in thought, she saw her name on the last yellow envelope. Thank you, Annie. Here's my school ID. Xiao Yinan. Xiao Yinan said excitedly. Go on, classes. The aunt waved her hand looking at Xiao Yinan's back with envy, saying, being young is really nice. That night, after climbing into bed, Xiao Yinan secretly faced the wall and opened the envelope. Yinan, what are you doing? Xiao Yinan's roommate Da Hua walked over curious while wiping her face. Ah, Xiao Yinan was startled and wanted to hide the letter. A letter? That kid wrote back to you. You didn't even tell us. That's too much. The photos were taken by me. Da Hua guessed what was happening as soon as she saw the envelope. Then let me see the photos, I can show them to you guys. Xiao Yinan said after thinking for a moment, as she still hoped Da Hua would take photos for her in the future. Alright, I want to see what kind of boy our Xiao Yinan is missing so much. Da Hua nodded happily. The other roommates saw this and all gathered around. However, they were also quite tactful and did not rush to grab the letter and photos from Xiao Yinan's hands. It wasn't until Xiao Yinan handed them over that they began to pass them around. He looks pretty handsome. Da Hua nodded. He actually got several first places. Xiao Yinan said in surprise, handing over the copies of Han Jue's awards. He runs that fast. He got first place in the provincial competition. Da Hua said in amazement. I don't know how he runs so fast, but he really is quite fast in the village. Xiao Yinan recalled. By the way, I heard my brother say that the provincial youth championship is held in our city. Perhaps this kid can come to participate. Da Hua's words excited Xiao Yinan. Really? Then ill encouraged, Xiao Yinan said, happily tossing and turning in bed long after the lights were out, unable to fall asleep. Their letter exchange continued until winter break. Each time Han Jue received a letter, Ho Zhuang joked that he must have walked straight into a power pole. Han Jue's final exam results were unremarkable, merely above average in his class. But he considered them satisfactory, having already resolved to pursue athletics. Classmates stay safe during winter break, announced the homeroom teacher, and instantly the classroom erupted in jubilant chaos. Han Jue, when are you heading home? Ho Zhuang asked curiously. I'm not in a rush. I'll train with Coach Shan for a few more days. How about you? Han Jue packed his books. I'm leaving right away. See you next semester. Ho Zhuang shrugged, turned to his rear seat classmate to beg a last-minute copy of homework, then dashed off elated. Han Jue smiled and strode onto the track with his backpack. Dan Cinny was already waiting, her yellow athletic uniform lending her an effortlessly striking presence. One piece of good news, one piece of bad news. Which would you like first? Dan Cinny teased as Han Jue. Let's start with the bad, Han Jue replied, slightly flustered. He'd never faced such a choice before. Training will extend by 1 week, through the 21st day of the 12th lunar month. Dan Cinny deliberately spoke slowly. That's hardly terrible, Han Jue shook his head. Though my meal allowance won't stretch that far. She shot him a sharp glance. The school cafeteria closes tomorrow. You'll have no place to eat, even if your allowance holds. Eating out would drain it even faster, Han Jue countered, shaking his head again. How dense can you be? If the cafeteria shuts down, don't I also lose my meals? She tapped his forehead lightly. You'll eat with me. Just 1 extra pair of chopsticks. My father cooks superbly. So what's the good news? Han Jue quickly pivoted the topic. Your competition eligibility has been confirmed. You're cleared for both the 100-meter and 400-meter races. It seems the organizing committee does possess discernment after all. Dan Cinny beamed. That's precisely why we're extending training. The 400-meter preparation has been insufficient, so we must intensify it now. Wonderful. So I'll compete in 2 events. Han Jue's delight surged. Each race meant another chance to earn Meridian insights. Exactly. You've earned this dual opportunity, Dan Cinny affirmed. Now set your bag down. Once Han Jue placed his bag aside, he turned to find Dan Cinny holding several sheets of paper. My analysis indicates your greatest potential lies in the 400 meters. She handed him a sheet. Here's the national 400-meter performance chart from recent months. Your current time is already quite impressive. By contrast, your 100-meter prospects for elite-level competition remain slim. Many domestic sprinters outrun you. But in the 400 meters, your breakthrough is far more likely. Do you grasp my meaning? Dan Cinny watched him with quiet concern. For most young athletes, once they master the 100 meters, few willingly revert to the 400. I understand. I'll focus primarily on the 400. Han Jue nodded. To him, the difference between the 2 distances was negligible. Moreover, the longer lap offered greater margin for error. His recent race against the black sprinter Wali remained vivid in memory. Han Jue suspected that facing a true 100-meter sovereign, he might be left hopelessly behind within seconds. Understanding is enough, Dancini said candidly, withholding nothing. My intent isn't to abandon the 100, but to develop the 400 concurrently. Earlier success means earlier access to resources. As you've seen, my own capacity is limited. I specialized in other events, not sprints, and frankly I'm beginning to strain. No worries at all, coach. You've already taught me so much, Han Jue replied with a gentle smile. Very well, let's begin 400-meter drills. As I've mentioned, success hinges on velocity retention and lactate tolerance. Your lactate resistance is solid, the crux lies in sustaining speed. Dancini pulled out a small notebook and began explaining. Your strong 100-meter times confirm exceptional peak velocity, but you know full well that pace cannot be sustained over 400 meters. Thus you must consciously restrain your speed in the first half to conserve energy. As she spoke, she sketched diagrams in her notebook. I understand. Also, these past sessions revealed something unique. In the final stretch you possess a natural surge, a physiological gift many lack entirely. Harness it wisely. Dancini's voice grew hoarse. This insight had taken immense effort to distill. Thank you, coach. You've truly gone above and beyond. Han Jue felt deeply moved by her unwavering dedication. Enough talk. 2 laps then lunch. She waved dismissively. Oh, and remember the technique I taught you 2 days ago. Got it. Han Jue bounded onto the track, fluid and radiant, like a fish returning to water. At noon, Han Jue trailed Dancini with quiet curiosity. The novelty of sharing a meal with his coach intrigued him deeply. Follow me. I live just behind campus, Dancini said, leading him up a quiet side alley and into an apartment. The moment he stepped inside, Han Jue finally understood her praise for her father's cooking. Spotting the familiar figure seated in the chair, he hurried over to pour a cup of hot water. Sharpie lad, you're just in time. Dinner's nearly ready. Rest a while. The elder man nodded approvingly. Uncle Dan, your coach Dan's father. Han Jue still felt puzzled. Why had she never mentioned it? What else did you imagine? Haven't you guessed by now? Wasted so many eggs on you. Uncle Dan grumbled, sipping his tea. How I simply never thought of it. Lucky me. I'll feast well today. Let me help prep the vegetables. Han Jue moved toward the kitchen, but Uncle Dan chuckled warmly. No need, no need. I've finished everything. Just relax. Fine. I'll wash the dishes after lunch. Han Jue obediently took a seat. Indeed, urban televisions were impressively large. After the meal, he dutifully cleaned every dish. All right then, have him eat here through break. Uncle Dan declared with a smile. Yes, sir. At the entrance of Dao Village, Han Jue got off the minibus carrying his luggage. Han Jue turned back to thank Uncle Dagwang, who waved his hand from the minibus and said, "Oh, it's nothing. Hurry home, your grandfather is waiting anxiously." Han Jue replied with a quick okay, and hurried towards home. His luggage was quite large, filled with many items. However, the largest item inside was a basket which he brought back due to a request from Shansini the day before. Yesterday, Shansini took Han Jue to her office and showed him the basket, explaining its origin. Han Jue recognized it as a weaving technique from his village. Unable to accept something for nothing, he had to bring it back to ask his grandfather, who had sent the eggs. After all, Han Jue could eat 2 large baskets worth, and if he didn't clarify, it would weigh on his conscience. Han Jue is back. You look a lot darker. School must be tiring. Han Jue greeted everyone along the way, and after 5 minutes, he finally reached his doorstep. From a distance, the family's big yellow dog was already barking. Through the yard, Han Jue could hear his grandmother feeding the chickens. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm back. Han Jue entered the house and put down his luggage. It's good that you're back. Let me see you. His grandmother put down the corn she was holding and walked over to pinch Han Jue's arms. You've lost weight, she said with a worried expression. Wait, Grandma will treat you well. It's fine, Han Jue smiled, but before he could say more, a familiar figure appeared from inside. Little aunt. You're back for the new year. Han Jue exclaimed in surprise. His little aunt's name was Han Qian, 4 years older than him, and during his childhood, she was the one who played with him since no one else cared for him. Yes, I'm not going out to work this year. Let me see, you've grown quite a bit. Han Qian said, pinching Han Jue's cheeks with a little aunt, you can stay longer this time, right? Han Jue asked curiously. His little aunt had been studying in a vocational school since she entered high school and would only graduate next year. You two chat, I'll go cook, his grandmother said after a few words and headed to the kitchen. Where's Grandpa? Han Jue looked curiously at the side. Hey, you've brought all your luggage back. Why is it such a big bag? Han Qian walked over to help unpack. No, Han Jue explained the reason for bringing back the basket. Is someone from the village still sending you eggs? Han Qian seemed puzzled until she saw the basket, at which point she was stunned. Little aunt, do you recognize who wove? Han Jue noticed Han Qian's reaction and felt a bit confused. What surprised him was that Han Qian glanced around, and seeing that Grandma wasn't paying attention, she took the basket and walked out the door, gesturing for Han Jue to follow her. Hey, where are you two going? Grandma called out from behind. Mom, I'm taking him out to play for a while, little aunt quickly replied. Don't wander too far, dinner will be ready soon, Grandma reminded them, and said no more. Little aunt, why are we going so far? Han Jue walked over to carry the basket. This is a basket made by my brother, he used to weave them like this, very sturdy. Han Qian said slowly as they approached the storage room. Han Qian was the third child in her family, and her older brother was Han Jue's father. My dad made this. Han Jue was taken aback. He had never seen his father since he was little and had never asked about him, but now he suddenly realized that his father had sent so many eggs for him to eat. Hey, you're still young. When you grow a bit more, we'll tell you your dad isn't a bad person. He has his struggles too, Han Qian said helplessly. Come help me take apart the basket. We can't let your grandfather see it. Luckily you ran into me first, Han Qian said while dismantling it and glancing back. Oh, okay. Han Jue replied somewhat mechanically and then started to help dismantle it. Don't feel bad, there's nothing to feel bad about. Just take it apart, be good, and go back to eat something delicious. Han Qian, worried that Han Jue might feel uncomfortable, patted his head. Hurry back, it's getting dark, and after dinner you'll want to sleep. My dear grandson must be exhausted from riding all day. I'm here. You always care for your grandson, but you don't care for your daughter. Han Qian shouted back, and then pulled Han Jue back into the house. Grandpa, who had just come back from playing chess, was also back. Seeing Han Jue, he happily patted him. Look at you, you've grown quite a bit. Going out to school is really good exercise. Hee hee. Han Jue smiled, and noticing the dishes on the table were all his favorites, buried his earlier confusion and began to eat heartily. After dinner, Han Jue recounted his school experiences at home. Concerned about how his grandparents felt about sports, he deliberately skipped that part. The next day in the morning, Han Jue heard the electronic clock at his bedside ringing. This was a gift from Shan Sinny, who knew he didn't have a watch and gave it to him. The watch strap was still pink. Hearing the sound, Han Jue directly climbed out of bed. In the southern winter without air conditioning, Han Jue was invigorated by the cold air. Taking advantage of the energy, he hastily put on his clothes and washed up before heading outside. At this time the sky was just beginning to brighten. Once outside, Han Jue warmed up a bit and prepared to run around the village twice. Achieving good results in sports takes time. Missing a day means losing 5 days of practice. Early in the morning, not many people in the village were awake. Even the smoke from cooking breakfast was scarce. The sky was foggy and the air was cool and fresh. With each step on the ground, Han Jue felt grounded. He had made up his mind to help his family escape their current situation with his own legs. To go to the city, live in a tall building, warm and cozy. Why are you up so early running around? It's just the holidays, shouldn't you be lounging at home? Dagwang, driving the minibus, rolled down the window and called out to Han Jue. Just moving around, it feels good. Han Jue smiled and continued running. As he passed 2 vacant houses, Han Jue felt a bit sad. No one in the village was sending him letters, and he had already told Xiao Yinan that their communication could only wait until school started again. By the time Han Jue finished running and returned home, Grandma was almost done making breakfast. Where did you wander off to this early? Little Aunt tapped Han Jue on the head. I ran around the village twice, Han Jue replied with a smile as he sat at the table and took a sip of rice soup. Home-cooked meals are the best. In the countryside, people have a hearty breakfast. Grandma prepared rice, stir-fried meat with green beans, Han Jue asked curiously, and after returning home he searched the yard, but did not find anything resembling the seed he had picked up. Hexagonal. What kind of seed is that? I've never seen one. Grandpa shook his head. What do you want to plant? Some? Focus on your studies, don't waste time on useless things. Han Jue swallowed his words. He didn't know how to tell Grandpa about practicing sports. It's good that I didn't agree to go to the sports school, otherwise Grandpa and Grandma wouldn't know how to explain it. Han Jue was just relieved he hadn't made any hasty promises. After breakfast, Han Jue helped with some corn, doing farm work. The more he did, the less Grandpa and Grandma had to do. Before noon, suddenly his aunt pulled Han Jue into the storage room, holding a few things. What is this? Han Qian spread out the certificate. She had just found it while washing Han Jue's clothes and saw it in his luggage. This is the certificate I got for running it. Han Jue felt a bit guilty. The school sports meet is one thing, but how did I also get first place in the provincial competition? Han Qian wasn't foolish, as she knew that if he had poor grades he wouldn't have had the chance to participate in such a provincial competition. Looking at the seal on the certificate, it was from Haiyang City. Even Han Qian hadn't been to Haiyang City many times. While my grades are pretty good, the teacher recommended me, you see. Han Jue felt even more guilty. Let me tell you, whatever you want, your aunt agrees, but you also need to consider that Grandpa and Grandma are getting old. They just want to see you achieve something and won't agree to this. His aunt put the certificate away again. I understand, don't worry, Aunt. Han Jue nodded, as he wasn't a child anymore and knew what his aunt was concerned about. Alright, you're a sensible child. Here, this is Aunt's own money. Take it for your tuition next semester. Your grandpa probably doesn't know about this, so don't mention it. His aunt took out 800 yuan to give to Han Jue. No, and I have my own money. I caught a thief before, and I was rewarded 500 yuan for my bravery plus the provincial prize, so it should be enough for next semester. Han Jue spoke with a hint of pride. You're so impressive. You even caught a thief. Why don't you just fly up to the sky? His aunt said, playfully pinching Han Jue's ear. Ouch, he stole my teacher's bike, and I happened to run fast and caught up with him. Han Jue covered his ear. That's more like it. Let me tell you, don't meddle in other people's business on the street. If it's about your teacher, you can try to help, but you must also know your limits. Think about what would happen if something went wrong. How would Grandpa and Grandma live at home then? His aunt admonished while holding Han Jue's ear. Don't worry, and I know that already, Han Jue smiled. The feeling of someone being concerned for him was truly wonderful. Alright, go find something to do, his aunt said after seeing Han Jue's good attitude, allowing him to leave. I still haven't finished washing the clothes. In front of his aunt, Han Jue was always well behaved. After all, his aunt was different from others. She really pinched ears. The spring festival of 2003 arrived quickly. In Han Jue's memory, the time of reunion always seemed to pass swiftly. While at home, Han Jue spent a lot of time sharing stories about his experiences at school with Grandpa and Grandma. However, after searching for a long time, Han Jue still couldn't find any seeds resembling the small tree seeds, so he had to let that matter go. February 13th, 2003, was the 13th day of the first lunar month. Yuan 3rd Middle School started classes on the 15th of the first lunar month, but every year there's a tradition for the city participants in the Provincial Youth Championship to arrive 2 days early for training at the Haiyang Sports School. Initially, Han Jue was somewhat reluctant to participate in this training since it was such a short time, and he felt the improvement wouldn't be significant. However, under Dan Sinny's insistence, he agreed. Therefore, Han Jue had already discussed with Dan Sinny about starting training early, so he wouldn't spend the 15th at home. Just in time, Uncle Guang was going to Huan County to buy some New Year goods, so Han Jue hitched a ride again. When they reached the school gate, the uncle was surprised to see Han Jue. Han Jue, why are you back so early? Teacher Dan asked me to come back for training. Isn't it better to return earlier? Han Jue smiled slightly as he walked into the school with his bag. The deserted school felt a bit cold. After returning to the dormitory, Han Jue took a short rest and tidied. The winter in the south is quite chilly. In a room without heating, it gets colder the longer you stay. After lying down for a while, Han Jue couldn't stand it anymore and decided to go out for a run. This morning he had only run a small circle around the village to catch the bus. Once he arrived at the playground, Han Jue immediately noticed the new plastic track. The bright red running lanes were neatly lined up on the playground. 7 tracks looked very organized, and the white numbers stood out prominently on the plastic surface. The plastic track is just great. Han Jue, like a child, bent down to touch the track and laughed happily. After changing his shoes, Han Jue carefully stepped on the track. Feeling the bounce, he joyfully started running. Yen Su, coming out of the teaching building, was pondering over a new document from the province, thinking about the upcoming meeting in the provincial capital Daikai City, where he inevitably had to visit a few elders. While he was lost in thought, suddenly, Yen Su saw a figure running on the playground. So early, who was running? He walked a few steps and saw the person's face. Han Jue. This kid is here so early. Yen Su had just arrived at the school today and didn't expect to see such a diligent student. Han Jue, come here for a moment. Yen Su waved his hand as Han Jue finished a lap. Principal, Yen, what's up? Han Jue ran over curiously, feeling a bit puzzled about the principal having to come so early. Did you come early on Teacher Don's suggestion? Yen Su thought for a moment and asked. Yes, aren't we going to Daikai City for the Provincial Youth Championship? Teacher Dan asked me to come 2 days early. Otherwise, when school starts, I will have to go to Haiyang for training. I see, then run well. Who knows, maybe I'll get to watch you compete live. Yen Su patted Han Jue's shoulder. By the way, have you eaten yet? Yen Su glanced at the cafeteria, noticing no signs of cooking yet. No need, I'll go eat at Teacher Don's place later, thank you, Principal. I forgot Uncle Dan really does cook well. I'll get busy now. Yen Su waved his hand with a smile. On the track, there was only one figure running lap after lap. As Yen Su walked, he pondered over the upcoming trip to the province, contemplating how to acquire a sum of money. Since the new playground had already been laid out, the rest of the environment needed to be improved as well. Putting aside the question of whether it could match the strength of the first high school, the appearance must come up to standard. This way, when students attend school, they would also experience more. Additionally, Yen Su wondered whether he could try for a strong sports school and see how Han Jue's results would be this time. On the playground, Han Jue was running drenched in sweat, finally feeling relaxed and comfortable. So how does our plastic track feel? Dan Sinny approached and said. It's great. Han Jue replied, but when he saw Dan Sinny, he felt a bit. Having not seen her for a winter break, how had Teacher Dan become so exhausted? Dark circles covered her face, her eye sockets were somewhat sunken, and her eyes were bloodshot, which looked quite concerning. Teacher, have you been having trouble sleeping recently? Han Jue's first reaction was this. It's nothing, just a little trouble sleeping, nothing major. Dan Sinny waved her hand dismissively, but then smiled at Han Jue. Yet even so, Han Jue could see the forced smile on her face, as if she was trying to mask her fatigue. You know why runners in track events always run towards the left inner lane, right? Han Jue paused for a moment, shaking his head. He really didn't know. Wasn't every playground like this? This rule was established in 1912 when the International Association of Athletics Federations was founded. There are many reasons, however, most people think that the heart is on the left side, making it easier to maintain balance towards the left. There are also geographic theories suggesting that it's due to the Earth's rotation, making the body more adapted when running left. Dan Sinny expounded extensively. But what does this have to do with us? Han Jue's expression turned Alright, you're about to participate in the provincial youth athletics competition, so I won't go into more detail. Keep practicing, Dancini said somewhat disappointedly. Although Han Jue did not know what she was disappointed about. The days of training passed quickly, and 2 days later school started. Wow. Our school has a plastic track now. Ho Zhuang exclaimed in surprise as he entered the room. Han Jue is impressive. Our track is even longer than the first high schools. This track looks really nice. Ho Zhuang said longingly while standing by the window. Why don't you go run a couple of laps? Otherwise, if someone else runs on this playground, it would be a shame. Han Jue said with a smile, standing behind Ho Zhuang. Cough cough, let's skip that. I think the playground belongs to everyone. Oh, I can't just take it for myself. That would be unfair. The more Ho Zhuang spoke, the more he retreated. Coward, scared to even run. Someone from the back seat shouted at Ho Zhuang. Ho Zhuang pretended not to hear, muttering, say whatever you want to, I won't lose any flesh from it. But if I do run, I will definitely lose weight. Ding ding ding. Fortunately, at that moment the class bell rang, and Ho Zhuang hurriedly ran to his seat. By the way, take good notes during this period, and lend them to me when I return. Han Jue said to Ho Zhuang. Take notes. When you return. Where are you going? Ho Zhuang looked at Han Jue enviously. The feeling of not attending class was simply wonderful. I'm going to Daikai City to participate in a competition. Han Jue did not hide it. That's great. I also want to go to Daikai City for the competition. Do you think Teacher Dan will take me along? Ho Zhuang pondered, looking at Han Jue. What about your weight? Han Jue smiled. You're right, I'm still too thin. He'll wait until I gain some weight to go. Ho Zhuang nodded in agreement. The next day Han Jue arrived early at the entrance with his backpack. Dancini, riding her bike, had already been waiting at the school gate for several minutes. During this training session, Dancini was not qualified to attend as it was held in Haiyang City, and only students participating in the events had this qualification. Other coaches could not go. However, Dancini had already promised Han Jue that they would meet in Daikai City, where she would go with the principal. After riding for over 10 minutes, Han Jue was dropped off at the bus station. Make sure to keep your money and ID safe when you get on the bus. Don't let anyone steal them. After you get off, follow the route I wrote down for you. If you really can't find it, call someone to come pick you up. Dancini continued to instruct Han Jue. Don't worry, Teacher Dan, I remember. Han Jue said with a smile. That's good, get on the bus. Dancini waved her hand. Han Jue nodded and boarded the bus. This was a direct bus to Haiyang City, taking 5 hours. Once on the bus, various strange smells invaded Han Jue's nose. After finding a seat, he hugged his backpack, pulled back the curtain, and looked at Dancini outside the glass. It wasn't until the bus started moving that Dancini finally left the bus station. Watching the scenery outside, Han Jue thought of many things. Otherwise 5 hours would be too difficult to endure. Upon arriving in Haiyang City, Han Jue felt some soreness in his body. The first thing he did after getting off was stretch his limbs. Then Han Jue took out the small notebook that Dancini had given him, which clearly recorded 2 routes. After noting the information, Han Jue took some change and boarded the No. 6 bus. After 6 stops, he got off and waited for several minutes before boarding the No. 8 bus. For Han Jue, who was riding a bus for the first time, the crowded atmosphere made him particularly anxious, holding on to his belongings tightly. Young man, is this your first time in Haiyang? On the No. 8 bus, an elderly lady with gray hair curiously asked Han Jue, where are you headed? Haiyang Sports Center. Han Jue didn't dare to say more, just answered her question. The sports center. It's only 2 stops away, you don't have to worry, there aren't many thieves in Haiyang. The old lady pointed out the window. Look at the scenery in Haiyang, it's changed a lot in the past 2 years. Han Jue nodded, but before he could say anything, the bus arrived at a stop. As the back door of the bus opened, 4 or 5 people just got off, when suddenly a female voice rang out from inside the bus. Catch the thief. My money is gone. That's the money I need for my child's treatment. The woman who shouted was dressed in a shabby manner, and she tearfully opened the cotton near her belly button with her right hand, holding a thermos in her hand, and carrying a large bag on her back. From this angle, Han Jue could see that the woman's belly button pouch was a dead pouch, which, as the name implies, had been sewn shut. Generally, people in the village would sew their pouches shut when going far away with money, and only open them once they reached their destination for peace of mind. However, the woman never expected that the money she had been so careful about would be targeted by a thief. At this moment, the driver also heard the woman's cries and shouted towards the back door, move aside, let her get off. In this situation, the driver was powerless. He was just an ordinary person and couldn't leave a van full of passengers to chase after a thief, especially since he couldn't catch up. The woman madly ran off the bus, chasing after the direction where the man in the black jacket had fled. The whole process lasted only a few seconds, and since this stop was a major one, the people around had ample space to move, allowing those on the bus to still see the figure in the black jacket. Standing next to the bus door, Han Jue could no longer hold back. He knew his aunt was right. If something happened to him, his grandparents would surely be devastated. But that woman's money was for saving her child. If he didn't have the capability, that would be one thing, but was he really going to win the 100-meter championship just for glory? What is the spirit of sports? If he didn't chase after her today, Han Jue would never forgive himself. Uncle, keep an eye on my bag. Han Jue tossed his backpack to the driver and jumped out of the back door. As he got off the bus, Han Jue could still see the silhouette of the man in the black jacket. At that moment, the thief had also spotted the woman behind him who was shouting about chasing the thief, and it seemed he intended to run towards a van at the end of the street. Trying to escape. No way. In an instant, Han Jue sprinted forward. On the wide sidewalk, a couple of other people also followed the woman in pursuit, but none could match Han Jue's speed. This kid runs so fast. The driver holding Han Jue's backpack was also stunned. The woman watched as the figure in the black jacket got further away. Similarly, her hopes of curing her child's illness were also dwindling. She couldn't help but cry as she ran. Just then she felt a gust of wind brush past her ear. Looking up, she saw a person with very short hair running past, somewhat familiar, and that person's direction was precisely where the man in the black jacket was escaping. Catch the thief. The woman could no longer keep up and shouted with all her strength. The street in Daikai City is about 700 meters long. After more than 100 meters of pursuit by Han Jue, he was only a little over 40 meters away from the man in the black jacket. Damn it, this woman has been chasing for so long. Is she crazy? The man in the black jacket was also exhausted. His physical condition was not good, and he relied solely on sheer will to run over 200 meters. The tired man in the black jacket slowed down, turned around to check on the woman, and was not worried about the others who had come to meddle. With over 50 meters to go, he would throw the money to his accomplice and be done. Stupid woman can't keep up anymore, huh? The man in the black jacket saw that the woman had squatted down, giving up on chasing him. But in the next moment, he spotted Han Jue. Han Jue like a human-shaped racing car. What the hell is this kid coming for me too? The man in the black jacket suddenly realized this kid looked familiar. He must be from the bus. He had originally intended to steal Han Jue's money, but had never found the opportunity. Damn it, what's this kid doing running so fast? As the distance between them closed rapidly, the man in the black jacket couldn't help but curse, wanting to keep running, but he was already running out of strength. The people on the street were drawn to the woman's shout, and at this moment countless eyes were on Han Jue. This young man runs really fast. Catch up to him. Damn it, beat this thief. That woman is too pitiful. Go after him. Young man, go. At this moment, Han Jue could no longer hear these cheers. All he could hear was the sound of the wind rushing past it. Due to the sudden nature of the event, Han Jue hadn't warmed up, and after 5 hours of driving, his body was tense. Moreover, he was only wearing ordinary sports shoes, and it was a street chase. For various reasons, after running over 300 meters, Han Jue also felt discomfort in his body. His chest felt as if it had been injured, burning painfully. Seeing that the man in the black jacket was only about 20 meters away from the van, and one of his accomplices had already gotten out, Han Jue gritted his teeth and decided he couldn't hold back any longer. With a thought, the dark substance began to consume. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Han Jue's speed. What the hell? Are you crazy? The man in the black jacket sensed the accelerating footsteps behind him and shouted, swinging his right hand in a wide arc towards Han Jue, while his left hand was already reaching for the knife in his pocket. If that blow hit Han Jue, this match would surely be ruined, and he might even be seriously injured. In a critical moment, Han Jue saw the fist coming closer. He exerted force with his right foot, pivoted his body, and stepped on a trash can, launching his left leg to kick the man in the black jacket's chest. Adjusting his posture in midair, he took 2 steps before landing to dissipate the momentum, and then stepped on the man's left hand. Clatter, a fruit knife fell to the ground. Hand over the money. Han Jue shouted, breathing heavily, a hint of fear rising in his heart. If that knife had stabbed him, he might have been finished. You better wait, I won't let you get away with this. The man in the black jacket gasped and shouted. He was a well-known figure among thieves in Haiyang, nicknamed Scorpion, specializing in robbing the elderly and the weak, and had never failed. Today he had acted as usual, but unexpectedly he was caught by a high school student. Well done. Young man, you run really fast. After a delay, other kind-hearted people rushed over quickly, subduing the man in the black jacket. When his accomplice saw this, he put away the knife hidden in his sleeve and dared not say anything. After the excitement subsided, Han Jue felt the fatigue in his body. His feet were in pain, and his muscles felt torn, each breath tinged with a hint of blood. So this is what it feels like to sprint without warming up, Han Jue thought with a bitter smile, realizing why Shansini had repeatedly emphasized the importance of warming up. You are my savior. The woman who had run over directly knelt in front of Han Jue, crying loudly. Auntie, please don't do this. Get up quickly and retrieve the money. Call the police. Han Jue tried to bend down to help the aunt, but he had already lost his strength, leaning against the trash can, unable to move. The police have been called. It's very close to the station. They will be here soon. Someone in the crowd shouted. Young man, you are really something. You ran too fast. Are you an athlete? A series of praises came flying towards Han Jue from the crowd. The woman also touched her face, punching the thief, pulling out a wallet wrapped in newspaper from her pocket. You scoundrel! Stealing my life-saving money, I will kill you. Upon seeing the knife nearby, the woman reached out to grab it. She was on the verge of breaking down. Without Han Jue, no one else could have caught the thief. Once he got into the car, her money would be unrecoverable even by a deity. Upon witnessing this scene, Han Jue immediately kicked the knife away. The crowd also noticed and quickly restrained the woman, preventing her from doing something foolish. No, big sister. Don't. A few punches and kicks are fine, but stabbing with a knife is not worth it. Exactly. What if your child loses their mother? At this moment, the man in the black jacket was also scared. This woman was too fierce. If no one stopped her, she could really stab him to death. Then I will kill him. The woman with money in both hands kicked left and right at the man in the black jacket. Make way, I am the— Jing Lingshan shouted as he got out of the car. He had just graduated from the police academy this year and went directly to intern at the station. Upon receiving the information, he rushed over first. Police officer, help me. To everyone's surprise, it was the man in the black jacket who responded first. His face was already swollen beyond recognition as he clung to the police officer's leg, pleading with a tearful voice, "Police officer, please save me. If you don't, I will be beaten to death. Everyone step aside, big sister, please stop hitting him. If you keep this up, you will go to jail." Jing Lingshan reached out to hold the woman and kicked the man in the black jacket aside. For a thief who steals life-saving money, if it weren't for his identity, Jing Lingshan would have wanted to kick him himself. The involved party, come with me to the police station to file a report. Also, big sister, please go back to the bus and get your belongings first, Jing Lingshan instructed. While waiting for the woman to retrieve her luggage, he asked the surrounding crowd for basic information. Who caught this thief? It was that young man. Yes, he ran really fast. Officer, he is a great person, you can't just arrest anyone. The eyes of the onlookers were sharp, all pointing at Han Jue. He caught him. Jing Lingshan was also somewhat surprised. Han Jue looked too young, his baby face was full of innocence, clearly a student. Young brother, are you still in high school? Jing Lingshan walked over and asked. Han Jue nodded. It wasn't that he didn't want to talk, he was just too exhausted. Which high school? After seeing Han Jue's condition, Jing Lingshan frowned and reached out to take off Han Jue. Isn't it unnecessary to take off the shoes? Han Jue didn't even have time to stop Jing Lingshan's action, watching as he removed his shoes and socks. Under the gaze of the crowd, Han Jue's right foot was already red and swollen, and all 5 toes were swollen, the same going for his left foot. Oh my young man, you must be exhausted. Your feet are all swollen. How about I go get some medicine from my pharmacy? It's on the house. Upon seeing this scene, the crowd immediately expressed their concern, praising the young man. No need to trouble, everyone at the police station has those medicines too. Someone help me lift him into the car, this kid can't walk anymore. Jing Lingshan, who often trained at the police academy, could tell from Han Jue's injuries that they were from explosive exertion, and it was best not to move. No need, I can walk myself. What do you mean walk? Be honest. Jing Lingshan said impatiently. He was already hurt like this, why was he still trying? At this moment, the woman returned with her luggage, and upon seeing Han Jue's injuries, tears streamed down her face again. Benefactor, your feet are all swollen. While speaking, the woman tried to kneel again. Coming from a poor family, she had nothing else to express her gratitude. The only thing she could think of was to kneel. Auntie, you are older than my mother, this is no joke. Please get up. Han Jue hurriedly waved his hands. He couldn't bear receiving such a bow. Exactly, big sister, let's go, we are heading to the police station. Jing Lingshan helped the woman up. At this moment, 2 more police officers arrived, directly handcuffing the man in the black jacket and taking him away. The woman also got into the same car with them. Han Jue lay in the police car looking at his feet, feeling not too worried. He figured he would be fine after a good night's sleep. Being able to help a family regain hope through his own efforts made Han Jue feel quite proud. By the way, which high school are you from? Jing Lingshan asked while driving. I am from Hayuan No. Free Middle School. I didn't mention it earlier because I was worried about potential retaliation. Han Jue replied honestly. Hayuan No. Free. How did you end up here? Jing Lingshan could understand Han Jue's concerns. It was always good to keep a low profile. Who knew if that person had accomplices nearby? I came here to participate in a training camp at the sports center. I just got off the bus when this happened. Han Jue replied sincerely. He had only heard about the police before, he had never even seen a police car. He never expected that after coming to Haiyang he would actually get into a police car. An athlete. Not bad, you ran pretty fast. Jing Lingshan smiled, knowing how crowded the Haiyang bus was. It was not easy to catch the thief after managing to squeeze onto the bus. Suddenly Han Jue remembered his bag, which still had his clothes and other belongings in it. As for his money and ID, he had already checked, they were still safely in his shirt pocket. Officer, my bag is still on the bus. Han Jue said anxiously. No need to worry, your backpack won't get lost. We'll have your teacher pick it up from the bus company. You are a little hero. Jing Lingshan waved his hand. Oh, thank you, officer. Han Jue finally felt relieved. Don't thank me, I should be thanking you. Old Lu just said that this man in the black jacket is Scorpion. He has been stealing in Haiyang for 2 years. Several times he was caught, but released due to lack of evidence. This time with the evidence in hand, this kid is done for. Jing Lingshan was in a good mood. He had caught a habitual offender just after the new year. Han Jue was even more surprised. He hadn't expected to catch such a big fish. Soon a wave of fear and worry surged in his heart. However, you don't need to worry about retaliation. After all, you're not local, and we won't let this news out. Jing Lingshan explained to Han Jue. Han Jue nodded. Just as he finished speaking, the car had already arrived at the police station. Jing Lingshan and another colleague helped Han Jue down. Another police officer glanced at Han Jue's foot and said sympathetically, "You're a tough guy, well done, just be careful." Han Jue was quite obedient. He just wanted to finish this quickly and get a good night's sleep. After entering the police station, the other police officers took the woman and the man in the black jacket to take statements, while Jing Lingshan took Han Jue to his office. "What's your name?" "Han Jue." "Alright, I'll make a call, and have someone from your side come to pick you up." Jing Lingshan picked up the phone on the desk, checked the number, and called the sports center. "Hello, this is the sports center. This is the police station. We have a student named Han Jue here. Please send someone to pick him up." Jing Lingshan. "Police station. A student. Hold on, I'll get the supervisor." The voice of a woman on the other end sounded a bit flustered, and then she ran off to call the supervisor. Tang Yuxiao was washing clothes when she heard the shouting and was momentarily taken aback. She walked over, wiping her hands, and pressed the phone against her shoulder. "Hello, comrade," and the supervisor at the sports center. Tang Yuxiao was also confused. "There's a student from Heiyuan No. 3 high school here named Han Jue. Could you please come and pick him up?" Jing Lingshan said quickly. "Han Jue, right? Okay, I'll come right over." Tang Yuxiao agreed, and after hearing the click of the line disconnecting, she muttered to herself, "A student from Heiyuan No. 3. Isn't that the one from my master? Han Jue." After muttering to herself a few times, Tang Yuxiao realized, "Oh no, isn't that the kid my senior sister asked me to keep an eye on last night? How did this kid end up at the police station? Just arrived, and already got into trouble." Anxious, Tang Yuxiao hurried to the bank to withdraw some money. After all, it was her senior sister's request, so she had to get something out. The girl who answered the phone was named Fan Ingwan, a 15-year-old student from Haiyang Sports School, and today was her turn to be on duty. Seeing the supervisor leave in a hurry, she felt curious and found Han Jue's name on this year's training roster. From Heiyuan, the 100-meter and 400-meter events. What a strange arrangement. How did he end up in the police station right away? It was also time for lunch, so Fan Ingwan tidied up the table and went to the cafeteria. "Huang Yi, what are you so proud of?" "It's just being the runner-up in the 100 meters. You act like you've already won the I have nothing to be proud of, but what about you? Everyone knows how Miao Hongshua won the 400-meter championship. What's with the act?" As soon as Fan Ingwan entered the cafeteria, she heard the two arguing inside. 100 meters. 400 meters. Fan Ingwan didn't know these two people. Too many trainees had come over these days for her to know everyone. But hearing their events, she casually said, "There's a kid in the police station for the 100 meters and 400 meters. The supervisor went to pick him up." "What? Police station? Did he get into a fight? Which age group for the 100 meters? The people who heard this turned their curiosity towards her. Huang Yi and Miao Hongshua also stopped arguing. "What's that kid's name?" Miao Hongshua asked with wide eyes. "I think it's Han Jue." Fan Ingwan shrugged and went to get her food. "Han Jue, that's the one who ran the 100 meters at last year's provincial junior sports meet, right?" "I think so. Oh, I remember now. Isn't the 400-meter thing this kid ran too?" Among those coming to the training, they were all quite young, and they had heard a bit about previous events. "Tisk tisk, Miao Hongshua, the real champion, is here now. You don't have to brag anymore, right?" Huang Yi looked at Miao Hongshua with pride. At that moment, Miao Hongshua's expression was also a bit unpleasant. Oh, why was he also in the 400 meters? Logically speaking, he shouldn't even have the qualification to compete in the 400 meters. If that's the case, doesn't that mean the 400-meter champion at the championships is in jeopardy? What's going on? He's already in the police station. Who knows what trouble he got into? Miao Hongshua said and left directly. Meanwhile, at the police station, Han Jue looked at the dial tone and felt a bit helpless. The police seemed not to mention why he was at the police station. Those people wouldn't misunderstand, would they? Officer Jing, did I just say too little?" Han Jue felt a bit anxious. "No, I mentioned your identity, name, and location. Let me handle things for a while. You wait here." Jing Lingshan didn't think much of it and walked out with the documents. However, Han Jue thought of his identity and felt he shouldn't be misunderstood as having committed something serious. But thinking didn't help. He might as well wait quietly. After waiting for more than half an hour, Han Jue felt a bit cold in his feet when Tang Yuxiao finally arrived. "Hello, comrade. I am Tang Yuxiao, the supervisor at the sports center." Tang Yuxiao came in with a small black bag and shook hands with Jing Lingshan casually, trying to take out a cigarette. No need. You can't smoke here." "Is it just you?" Jing Lingshan spoke with some concern. "Huh. One guarantor isn't enough. What trouble did this kid get into?" Tang Yuxiao's tone grew heavier. What trouble had this kid caused during a good training session? Turning around, Tang Yuxiao saw Han Jue lying on the side, the swelling on his foot clearly visible. Tang Yuxiao was puzzled. Did this kid get into a fight? One person as a guarantor should be enough. He had come to the police station a few times. The temper of athletes could be a bit bad. What trouble did he cause? Mr. Tang misunderstood. Han Jue acted heroically and helped us catch a habitual thief who had been stealing for 2 years. He injured his foot while chasing the thief. My point is you can't carry him back alone. Jing Lingshan chuckled, realizing why Han Jue had been worried earlier. What? Caught a thief? Acted? This kid is so impressive. Tang Yuxiao's eyes widened. She hadn't expected Han Jue to be this capable. Wasn't her effort in vain? Did she misunderstand this kid? Acting heroically. Oh, so that's how it is. I misunderstood. No worries, I drove here. Officer, could you help me out? He'll just carry this kid down. Tang Yuxiao smiled and said although he had many doubts in his heart, he thought it would be better to ask once they got in the... Jing Lingshan nodded and helped Han Jue up. Han Jue, you should rest well. I will contact the sports center about the honor and reward for your bravery. Just wait for it. Right, I'll leave it to you then. Tang Yuxiao nodded, carried Han Jue on his back, and let Han Jue hold his shoes as they exited the office. Thank you, Officer Jing. Han Jue also thanked the police officer. Just as they stepped out, they ran into a woman who had just finished giving her statement. Benefactor, you saved our family. The woman rushed over and held Han Jue's hand, sincerely expressing her gratitude. It's nothing really, ma'am. Just a small effort on my part. Seeing the smile on the woman's face, Han Jue instantly felt that it was all worth it. Which organization are you from? The woman asked, still holding Han Jue's hand. He's from Huyuan No. 3 High School, Jing Lingshan said from the side, not minding that they were expressing their gratitude. Huyuan? I'm also from Huyuan. Once we get the kid's illness treated, we'll go to No. 3 High School to thank our benefactor. The woman said excitedly. No need to thank me, ma'am. You should hurry to the hospital to check on your child. Han Jue smiled and replied. Alright, I'll head off then. Are you okay? Let me leave you 1,000 yuan. After saying that, the woman tried to take out money from her pocket. No, ma'am. Han Jue nearly fell off Tang Yuxiao's back. After insisting for a long time, the woman finally put away her wallet and went to the hospital. After getting into the car, Tang Yuxiao chatted with Jing Lingshan for a while before driving Han Jue towards the... You're quite something, huh? You've made quite a scene, Tang Yuxiao said to Han Jue while driving. Seeing that Han Jue remained silent, he glanced at the rearview mirror and said, Why aren't you talking to me? After all, I'm your master uncle, and Shan Sini is my senior sister. Senior sister? How could teacher Shan be your senior sister? Han Jue shook his head. He wasn't a child and wouldn't just believe anything others said. He felt a bit uncomfortable with this person who had just entered, acting as if he were a suspect. Don't believe me. Once we arrive, you'll know. But you definitely earned this honor for your bravery. It's great. If I encountered something like that, I wouldn't even be able to chase after it. Tang Yuxiao said enviously. I've already earned an honor for bravery. Han Jue replied lightly. He wasn't seeking this honor. Already earned one. You're so young, and you've been brave twice. Tang Yuxiao shook his head, thinking this kid was just boasting. The car drove directly into the sports center. After taking so long as it entered, people outside were still training diligently, and they all looked over when they saw Tang Yuxiao's car arrive. As the car came to a stop, Han Jue put on his socks inside the car, gently opened the car door, and stepped onto the ground, feeling a sharp pain in his foot. You stubborn kid. We have wheelchairs at the center, just wait in the car. Before Tang Yuxiao even opened the door, he saw Han Jue trying to get out. After saying that, Tang Yuxiao got out of the car to fetch a wheelchair from the storage room. Hey, is that kid Han Jue? I don't know. I have no idea what he did at the police station. Didn't you see Tang Yuxiao scolding him? That kid looks so rough around the edges. People on the playground who saw Han Jue started discussing among themselves. Meanwhile, Han Jue at that moment was not looking at them, but was surveying the sports field beside him. The sports field, primarily in blue tones, appeared exceptionally vibrant. The standard 8-lane rubber track already showed signs of wear, looking like it had been in use for a long time. In one corner of the sports field there was a medical room, and changing rooms, and even a shower room. The wheelchair is here. You should sit in it for a while. We'll check for any injuries later, Tang Yuxiao said to Han Jue. Thank you, but I don't need to check. Can I just take a nap? I'm a bit tired. Han Jue didn't want to have an x-ray. He knew he probably hadn't injured any bones. Even if there was a slight injury, he wasn't worried he could recover after a nap. If they took x-rays and found nothing, it would raise questions when his injuries healed. That's fine. You seem okay, and probably don't have any fractures, just a hairline crack at most. Sleep now, and when you wake up, we will be here. I'll take you to the dormitory. You have a double room, right? Quite a good treatment. Tang Yuxiao smiled, but after a while, without receiving any compliments from Han Jue, he felt a bit awkward and stopped talking, pushing Han Jue towards the dormitory. As they passed the playground, Han Jue glanced over and smiled lightly. He spotted a familiar face. It was the bespectacled boy from before, the one who had won the 400-meter championship. Not long after returning, Shan Sini had revealed a bit to him. However, Han Jue was no longer a child and wouldn't do anything out of line. Competitive sports should be decided by results. Han Jue wanted him to know that no tricks could stop him. Tang Yuxiao followed Han Jue's gaze and noticed that as well. He had heard a bit about that incident, and he sighed. That was a matter for the Haiyang City Sports School, and he didn't know what to say. He had originally hoped to see how this kid would perform, but unexpectedly this kid got injured shortly after arriving. He didn't know what level of recovery he could achieve before the competition. If it ended up like this, senior sister would surely be furious. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Han Jue suddenly remembered and said to Tang Yuxiao, "Teacher Tang, my luggage is still on the bus. The police said it should be at the bus company. Could you please help me get it back?" "Oh, so now you know to call me Teacher Tang. Why didn't you talk to me earlier?" At that moment, Tang Yuxiao was even throwing a bit of a childish tantrum with Han Jue. "Then I'll just push the wheelchair to the bus company myself to get it." Han Jue turned away. After all, since Shansini hadn't mentioned it before, he wouldn't believe it. "You're a tough one. Go to sleep." After tossing Han Jue onto the bed, Tang Yuxiao closed the door and sighed. This kid is a tough nut. Outside the door, Tang Yuxiao shook his head helplessly and went downstairs to drive to the bus company. At Haiyang Hospital, the woman on the bus is now sitting outside the operating room. "The surgery for the baby must succeed," she says, placing her hand on her chest. "Let's not wait any longer. I'll take you to get something to eat. You must be starving," her husband says, glancing at her with, "I'm not hungry. By the way, if the child survives, we must thank that person properly. Without him, our little girl..." As she speaks, the woman takes a piece of paper from her pocket. "I've noted it down, Haiyuan. No. 3 middle school Han. All right, we'll do as you say. We must thank him properly. With that surname, he might be from Han family village. Let's ask old Han about it later." The man nods. "Okay." The woman nods back, anxiously looking towards the operating room. At the sports center on the playground, the boys are intensely training. During every break, someone intentionally talks about Han Jue in front of Miao Hongshua and Huang Yi, speculating what Han Jue did to end up in the police station. "I bet it's something serious. Look, he got his leg broken, and after Tang Yuxiao came back, he went out again. He just returned. He must have gone to handle something. Get out of here. I think it was just a fight. But now 2 spots are opening up. Oh, I wonder who will get them." Shoo! A big bald man in the middle of the track blew a whistle. "Enough talk. Let's run 2 more sets of strength training. Are you all just sitting around?" Lu Liang shouted, continuing to drill the students. After seeing them start to run, he slipped to the back and took a cigarette from Tang Yuxiao. "How's that kid doing?" Lu Liang still cared about Han Jue after all he had cared before. Even the head of his elite program had been rejected. "I don't think it's serious. He said he wanted to sleep, so I let him. Think about it, he was just chasing someone at Baliko. What could have happened? He just got out of the car and didn't warm up, so he has some soft tissue injuries, but it's not a big deal." Tang Yuxiao had just returned from the bus company. Knowing that he was one of the students from the sports center, he had properly expressed his gratitude. "This kid is really something. I saw him warming up last time. He did the most complicated routine without a hint of impatience. He must have thought about the consequences of not warming up before running." Lu Liang nodded. "He's a real man." "What do you mean a man? He's a reckless fool." Although Tang Yuxiao felt pleased as he was also his master's nephew, he feigned disdain and scolded, "I've asked the police. The kid he caught is nicknamed Scorpion, specializing in robbing the elderly and infirm. They've arrested him several times, but released him due to lack of evidence. He carries a knife. If he stabbed that kid, wouldn't he be crippled? How old is he? I bet you wouldn't dare." Lu Liang scoffed. "I warn you, Lu the bald guy, I could race wolves in the mountains when I was a teenager. Can you?" Tang Yuxiao retorted, smacking Lu Liang on his bald head before turning to run. "Stop right there!" Lu Liang shouted, chasing after him. In the dormitory, Han Jue, unaware of the conversation between Tang Yuxiao and Lu Liang, is surprised in his dream. Where did this thread come from? As Han Jue looks around the small tree, golden specks of light appear again, and there are indeed quite a few more than when he raced the black guy last time. Could it be that this time, after I chased that person, the others witnessed it, so the small tree categorized it as a competition? Han Jue thought carefully, and indeed it seems to be the case. If Han Jue hadn't caught up, there would have been no money for the woman's child's medical bills. Compared to an ordinary race, the stakes of this chase were higher. As for the numerous specks of light, they can be understood as a result of too many onlookers. Han Jue felt he had grasped a key point. Next time I can try to see if I can actively trigger the formation of connections myself. However, after this formation of connections, Han Jue was surprised to discover that it was almost comparable to that at the school sports meet. After all, during the school sports meet, even though there were many people, not everyone would be watching Han Jue. And this time the woman's shout attracted everyone's attention on the street. After the formation of connections, leaving a mark at the center of the trunk, it transformed into a black substance that surged toward Han Jue's right foot. After 2 consecutive supplements, the black substance on his right foot had already filled up to his heel. Han Jue estimated that if he could secure first place in this provincial youth championship, his right foot should be fully filled. Lost in thought, Han Jue, feeling great, lay on his bed and fell into a deep sleep. "Kid, get up for breakfast." The voice that woke Han Jue was Tang Yuxiao's. Han Jue opened his eyes to see Tang Yuxiao waiting by his bed. The sunset cast a red shadow on the ground through the window. "I'm coming," Han Jue said. He hadn't eaten lunch and was feeling a bit hungry. He instinctively put on his shoes. "Huh, you're not in a wheelchair. Your foot doesn't hurt." Tang Yuxiao looked at Han Jue in surprise. He had only slept for a few hours, and this kid's foot doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. Han Jue shook his head. He was speaking the truth. During sleep the green leaves had already healed the injury on his foot. What are you pretending for? What do you have to endure with me? Tang Yuxiao directly pushed Han Jue into the wheelchair. Han Jue, amused, said, "No, I really don't hurt. My foot has recovered." "Nonsense. I have more experience in sports than you. Take off your socks, let me see." Tang Yuxiao slapped Han Jue on the back. Han Jue felt helpless dealing with such a reckless supervisor. After taking off his socks, Tang Yuxiao squatted down to take a look. After a few seconds he scratched his head in confusion. Youth is indeed a blessing. Let's eat first, and then take a look at the footage. Tang Yuxiao felt that Han Jue's foot looked better than his own condition, and unable to understand it attributed it to Han Jue's youth. Sure, Han Jue readily agreed, fearing that if he didn't, Tang Yuxiao might push him straight to the filming location. That would be troublesome, as Han Jue was truly hungry. Gurgle. Haha, are you hungry? Let me let you try the food from our sports center, Tang Yuxiao said proudly. Although Han Jue didn't know what Tang Yuxiao was so proud of, he figured that having food after eating, he would still be able to complete today's training. In the cafeteria they arrived a bit late. The others had already finished dinner and were resting outside. Tang Yuxiao glanced at Han Jue, who was eating heartily. Should I speak honestly? Han Jue pondered for a moment, deciding to be a bit kinder to Tang Yuxiao. Of course, be honest. Tang Yuxiao looked at Han Jue with pride. It's average, not as tasty as what Teacher Shan's father makes. Han Jue nodded and continued eating. Your master can cook. I've never tasted it, Tang Yuxiao said enviously, waiting for Han Jue to finish before taking him to the office to call Shan Sini. As soon as the call connected, Shan Sini complained. Tang, I called you so many times this afternoon, why didn't you answer? Sister, I didn't see it. I'm busy, you know, Tang Yuxiao lamented. Teacher Shan, my foot is fine now, it's all healed. Han Jue smiled and said, knowing what Shan Sini worried about the most. Healed? That's good, but tell me, why did you go and act heroically again? What if you get seriously injured? Shan Sini said, worriedly regretting not having gone with him. Sister, did he really act heroically? Is this kid not lying to me? Tang Yuxiao interjected from the side. What do you think? Just like you only knowing how to eat. Including this, he already has 2 acts of heroism. Shan Sini did not hold back her sarcasm. Cough, I understand, teacher. I will definitely not get myself injured next time. Han Jue could understand Shan Sini. Tang, make sure to check him thoroughly. After all, you have everything there. If I find something wrong when he comes back, do you believe I will chase you down? Shan Sini continued to give instructions. After a few more instructions, she reluctantly hung up the phone. Tang Yuxiao looked at Han Jue with a gloomy expression, trying to find a trace of a smile on Han Jue's face, so he could scold him. Unfortunately, he didn't find one, so he could only helplessly take Han Jue for a checkup. After a series of procedures, it turned out there were indeed no issues. Alright, go train with Lu, the bald guy. Tang Yuxiao felt a sense of relief, waving to indicate that Han Jue could. Thank you, Uncle Tang. Han Jue then properly expressed his gratitude. Alright, hurry up. Tang Yuxiao waved his hand and smiled after Han Jue left. One-eyed dragon, just wait, see how my disciple will defeat your student. On the track, Han Jue quickly spotted Lu Liang under the spotlight. The reason was simple. If you didn't know better, you'd think there were 2 light bulbs on the track. Coach Lu, I'm here for training, Han Jue said as he jogged over. Have you been checked? Your body is fine, right? Lu Liang nodded. I've been checked. Han Jue looked at the track, feeling a surge of energy. But today I won't add any requirements for you. Just run a bit, and I'll observe your competitive state. Lu Liang thought for a moment and said. Alright. Han Jue responded and directly ran onto the track. At that moment, Huang Yi, who was training, looked at Han Jue in surprise, wondering how he had recovered so quickly. He was already on the track. But that's just right. I'm not a frog in a well, just wait. The dark-skinned Huang Yi gritted his teeth, determined to prove his strength. Han Jue warmed up, first running back and forth a few times, then set up a starting device, timing himself as he completed 2 400-meter runs. Lu Liang, who had been watching Han Jue, couldn't help but nod. Han Jue, come here. Lu Liang called him over after he finished running. Coach. Han Jue jogged over, looking curiously at Lu Liang, who was now stepping onto the starting device. I just noticed how you used the starting device. Your foot strength is quite strong, but this method somewhat limits your initial speed. Come try this starting method. Lu Liang pushed off the starting device, and as soon as he finished speaking, he powered himself forward with both feet. I have to admit, Lu Liang's ability to become the head of the elite program shows he has some skills. In a short time, he identified this characteristic of Han Jue. Even Teacher Shan, who trained with him every day, hadn't noticed this. Good. Han Jue nodded, stepped onto the starting device, recalling Lu Liang's previous movements, and attempted to start. No, you need to exert force with both legs simultaneously, stepping down together. Imagine yourself as a spring exploding with power instantly. Lu Liang explained to Han Jue. It feels a bit awkward, let me try again, Han Jue said, attempting another run. It's okay, this is just a few tries. Try using this starting method for the next couple of days. Lu Liang squatted down, continuing to guide Han Jue. No jump. Yes, this time you have a bit of a feel. Lu Liang tirelessly corrected Han Jue's movements, though under the spotlight their figures were elongated. In the evening after taking a hot shower, Han Jue returned to his dorm with his clothes. As soon as he walked in, he saw a boy in a half-sleeve shirt sitting across from his bed. "You're back? I'm Deng Sheng from the Heetian Sports School's long jump team." Deng Sheng extended his hand to Han Jue in a friendly manner. "Hello, I'm Han Jue from the short-distance sprint team of Heeyuan No. 3 High School." Han Jue shook hands back. "I heard it's been all over today that Tang Yuxiao had to fetch you from the police station. You're really impressive. You just got here and already got into trouble. What did you do, fight with someone?" Deng Sheng looked at Han Jue curiously. "No, I caught a thief and got hurt while chasing him." Han Jue had nothing to hide, as it wasn't a bad thing. "Wow, that's impressive. You caught a thief." Deng Sheng looked at Han Jue in surprise. "I've thought about it several times, but unfortunately, I haven't encountered a single thief. It just so happened that I saw one on the bus." Han Jue didn't say much, directly climbing into bed to prepare for sleep. Deng Sheng saw that Han Jue wasn't very talkative and muttered, "Now they've all guessed wrong." After that, he also climbed into bed to rest. Early the next morning, Han Jue joined the sprint team for training. When Lu Liang explained the reason for Han Jue's late reporting, the others looked at him in surprise, and the girls in the project group suddenly brightened up. "However, we do not advocate such behavior. Many things can be left to the police, and it's also important to protect yourself." Lu Liang looked at the eager expressions of the group and quickly poured cold water on their enthusiasm. "All right, let's start today's training." Lu Liang waved his hand, signaling them to begin running. "Remember, I'm not a frog in a well. The Roman chair will eventually be returned to you. See you in the finals." As he passed by Han Jue Huang, he gritted his teeth and threw a comment his way. Han Jue smiled helplessly, thinking, does this kid really think I would regard him as a rival? Still a frog in a well. The week-long training camp quickly came to an end, and Han Jue had initially mastered the method of jumping off with both legs. It must be said that once he adapted, this method could significantly enhance his starting speed. "Let's go, that bus is full, you can sit with the teacher." At 6 in the evening, at the entrance of the sports center, Tang Yuxiao pulled Han Jue onto another bus. Although he didn't say it out loud, Han Jue knew what he was worried about. The competition was just around the corner. If these young men couldn't suppress their inner anger and started fighting, it would not only affect their performance, but also create a bad impression. However, Han Jue was glad for the peace. Once on the bus, he alternated between looking out the window and resting his eyes. Haiyang City was not far from the provincial capital Daikai City. It was only a 2-hour drive. Once they entered Daikai City, Han Jue finally understood what a big city was. Tall buildings loomed like monsters, and there were many more people on the streets. Even their clothing was quite fashionable. This is Daikai City, where someone Han Jue was thinking about was waiting. Back at the sports center, Han Jue had already sent a letter to Chiu Yinan, sharing his recent happenings and informing her of the competition schedule. As for whether Chiu Yinan would come to watch, that was beyond Han Jue's control. "Once we arrive at the hotel, you'll stay with me. The competition is tomorrow, so don't get distracted. The competition is the most important thing," Tang Yuxiao reminded Han Jue. "Don't worry," Han Jue nodded. He was also thinking about gathering more black material this time. What's fighting compared to true skill? Han Jue's goal was to reclaim what was his. That's good. Tang Yuxiao didn't say much more. He already knew that Han Jue was more mature than his peers. Upon arrival, they first went to the hotel to drop off their belongings. They had already eaten when they arrived in the evening, and everyone's task tonight was to rest well, including Han Jue. However, before sleeping, Han Jue gazed out of the window for a long time before slowly drifting off to sleep. In the dormitory of Daikai No. 1 High School. "Dahua, remember what we agreed on. Help me take a leave tomorrow, just say I have something at home." Chiu Yinan was packing her clothes for tomorrow while reminding Dahua. "Got it. You've reminded me so many times, how could I forget?" Dahua was nearly driven to madness by Chiu Yinan. Dahua, you're the best." Chiu Yinan hugged Dahua's arm and shook it before continuing to pack her things. The next day, after a brief opening ceremony, the competition began. This provincial youth championship featured a total of 20 events, including both track and field. The competition format was quite detailed, with Han Jue belonging to the 15-16 age group. Han Jue's events were scheduled for the first and third days, with a relatively long gap in between. After receiving the schedule, Han Jue breathed a sigh of relief. Due to the arrangement of the Provincial Youth Championship, both the preliminaries and finals were on the same day, which meant that once Han Jue entered the finals, he could attempt to use the black material. Since the amount of black material had increased significantly, Han Jue was a bit worried. If the injuries from fully unleashing it needed many days to recover, he would have to be cautious in its usage. With various concerns in mind, Han Jue warmed up at the sidelines, while waiting for Tang Yuxiao's notification. At 9:40 a.m., let's go to the registration area. Tang Yuxiao took Han Jue Miao Hongshua, in the third place from the last provincial primary and secondary school games, to the 400-meter competition area. As they passed through the tunnel of the gymnasium, Han Jue could clearly hear the heavy breathing of the surrounding athletes, all of whom were very excited. Step by step towards the competition field, Han Jue could feel his heart racing. Through numerous competitions, Han Jue not only solidified his determination to keep running, but also gradually cultivated his own confidence. Once he stepped onto the track, he was no longer the introverted rural boy he usually was. Instead, he was the resplendent 100-meter champion. This kid already has his own momentum. Oh, Miao Hongshua is in trouble. Tang Yuxiao shook his head. He saw very clearly that during each training session Miao Hongshua had been trying to surpass Han Jue desperately, trying to prove himself. But Han Jue seemed indifferent, letting him jump around. Once on the track, Tang Yuxiao understood what Han Jue's attitude meant. He had not considered Miao Hongshua as a competitor at all. In the registration area, Han Jue happened to be placed in the first group, with 8 people per group, only 3 or 4 of whom were familiar faces, while the others seemed not to have participated in the provincial primary and secondary school games. Of course, Dan Sini had told Han Jue long ago that many sports schools and key high schools did not take that competition seriously. Only large-scale championships jointly organized by the Provincial Education Department and Daikai City Education Bureau were their stage. Tang Yuxiao had also repeatedly reminded Han Jue that it didn't matter if he didn't achieve results, accumulating competition experience was enough. He knew that although Han Jue hadn't changed his age, most of his competitors were already adults. When an honest child encounters such an unspoken rule, it demands that his abilities stand out even more. In the stands, Yen Su and Dan Sini were already standing there. Principal, Yen, that boy in the yellow shirt is Han Jue. Dan Sini's worries vanished as soon as she spotted Han Jue. I heard he caught a thief soon after arriving in Haiyang. Yen Su asked curiously. Yes, he saw a thief stealing a child's medical money on the bus and got a little hurt. Dan Sini nodded. As long as it doesn't affect his running, that's fine. Yen Su smiled. This child was truly quite remarkable. Principal, how did the meeting in the province go? Dan Sini directly asked. It's okay if they approve just under $1 million. If we save a bit, it should be enough. Yen Su said this, but his expression didn't look too good. Let's watch the competition first. Dan Sini thought for a moment and didn't continue speaking. After all, her status wouldn't allow her to say too much. Although she wanted to ask whether their school would still pursue that path. Dan Sini's father, who was also Tang Yuxiao's mentor, used to be a renowned coach in the province. However, due to injuries sustained by himself and his other disciples, he had sadly withdrawn from the sports scene. But she knew that every time her father saw Han Jue running, the brilliance on his face couldn't be faked. What Dan Sini didn't know was that Yen Su was also thinking about the previous matters. Xiao Su, stay down there for a while longer. The longer you delay, the worse it gets. With so many key high schools to choose from, why are you stuck in that small place? His father's words echoed in Yen Su's mind. Why can't I, Yen Su, achieve something? Do I have to eat the leftovers of others? In the preliminaries, Han Jue was placed in the second lane, which could only be considered average for the 400 meters. Looking at the competitors beside him, they were generally taller and more robust. Han Jue also thought about this problem, that green energy could only heal his injuries, while the nutrients his body needed for training still had to come from outside. After the run, Han Jue needed to find a way to supplement his nutrition and strengthen his body. On your marks. Hearing the call, Han Jue stepped onto the starting block. Of course, he also remembered to adjust it. Bang! As the gun went off, Han Jue immediately shot forward. As soon as he landed, he knew he had stabilized his start this time. Indeed, among everyone, Han Jue surged ahead. However, Han Jue kept in mind the strategy for the 400 meters. He held back his speed for the first 200 meters and maintained his reserve for the rest, as only the top 2 could advance to the finals. In the stands, Dan Sini felt relieved after seeing Han Jue easily secure a spot in the finals, saying, "This kid's start has improved quite a bit." Dan Sini said with satisfaction, it seems Lu Dagwang had indeed taught him something. Senior sister. Tang Yuxiao ran up the stairs calling out to Dan Sini. Why aren't you watching your student? Why are you up here? Dan Sini replied irritably. Isn't there someone else watching? Senior sister, please don't say bad things about me to master. I also wanted to pick him up, but if I did, wouldn't this kid lose the honor of being a good Samaritan? Tang Yuxiao said somewhat hesitantly, scratching his head, appearing quite guilty. Before Han Jue set off, Dan Sini had instructed Tang Yuxiao to pick him up at the bus station, but Tang Yuxiao said he had something to do, which was why Dan Sini taught Han Jue how to take the bus. So your meaning is that this honor of being a good Samaritan is given by Yue? Dan Sini said irritably. No, Principal Yin, hello. After Tang Yuxiao finished speaking, he quickly changed the subject. Hello, Supervisor Tang. Yen Su returned to his thoughts and smiled slightly. Han Jue's performance is quite good. He has the strength to compete for the top spots. It's all about how the sports schools perform now. Tang Yuxiao said, knowing what Yen Su wanted to hear, commenting with a smile. Yen Su nodded and continued to watch. At this moment, at the bus stop outside the stadium, a girl in jeans quickly got off the bus, and her colorful backpack looked very cute. I wonder what he looks like now. Xiao Yinan mumbled, adjusting her hat, and jogged towards the gym. As soon as she arrived at the entrance of the gym, Xiao Yinan was startled by the enthusiastic cheers. Stinky Han Jue, can't he come out to pick me up? Stinky Han Jue. Entry ticket. He'll show you what an entry ticket looks like. Suddenly a voice came from behind Xiao Yinan. I'm sorry. Xiao Yinan waved her hand, instinctively thinking that Han Jue hadn't mentioned that an entry ticket was needed here. Turning around, Xiao Yinan immediately laughed. Stinky Han Jue. An entry ticket. He'll show you what an entry ticket looks like. No, 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 what if I get ugly from your punches? Han Jue laughed while dodging Xiao Yinan's little fists. If I get ugly, then so be it. Anyway, you're already ugly enough. Xiao Yinan huffed. Let's go, we'll take you inside. I still have to run the finals later. Han Jue pulled Xiao Yinan's clothes and walked. So many people are watching. Xiao Yinan was a bit surprised. There are many schools participating, a few people from each school make for a lot of people. Han Jue led Xiao Yinan to a spot near the finish line. Have you already run a race? Xiao Yinan asked curiously as she saw Han Jue's sportswear under his jacket. Yes, I will be running the finals in 20 minutes. Han Jue glanced at the time and said. Then you should sit down and rest well. Xiao Yinan said worriedly. It's fine, talking to you is relaxing. Ew, I'm really strong. Han Jue smiled proudly at Xiao Yinan, willing to show his strong side in front of her. TCH. I don't believe you. Xiao Yinan took out her bag from behind and showed Han Jue the snacks she had saved up. Now let me show you. After all, you're going to run, so I'll give them to you after you're done. Xiao Yinan nodded while speaking. You don't know, these are really delicious. The taste is particularly great. Xiao Yinan knew Han Jue couldn't eat right now, so while taking them out she flaunted in front of him, even opening a small packet of spicy strips to eat. That's too much, Xiao Yinan. Han Jue expressed serious condemnation towards her behavior. Is it too much? I think it's pretty average. Xiao Yinan pretended to be clueless, acting as if it had nothing to do with her. On the other end of the stands, Miao Hongshua glared fiercely at Han Jue, muttering to himself. Just wait, the first place is mine. The qualification for the World Youth Championship is also mine. Please have the 400-meter finalists begin check-in. Hearing the announcement from the loudspeaker, Han Jue exchanged a few words with Xiao Yinan and headed straight for the check-in area. While waiting for check-in in the area, Tang Yuxiao suddenly ran over, shouting to Han Jue and several students from Haiyang. A positive result came up in the urine test just now. You must be careful not to ruin your future. After saying that, Tang Yuxiao hurriedly left to notify others, thankfully not encountering such a situation, and competitors to the track. After hearing the command, Han Jue shook his head and walked onto his track. Due to his excellent prelim performance, he was in lane 6, which was considered a seeded lane in the 400 meters. As usual, Han Jue lowered his body to adjust the starting block. Remember, I will definitely be first. Miao Hongshua, who had entered the finals, was just in lane 5, and as he walked towards the track he glared at Han Jue. Oh, just remember not to jump the gun this time, Han Jue remarked lightly. What is a war of words to a true hero? You. Miao Hongshua was thrown into confusion by Han Jue's words. On your marks. Han Jue crouched down, looking straight ahead. His mind was solely focused on the track before him, filled with the singular thought of running. Bang! As the gun fired, Han Jue's feet struck the starting block, launching him forward first. Listening to the sound of wind rushing past his ears, Han Jue had only one goal. That is the championship. Incredible. First off the starting line. On the stands, Deng Sheng slapped his thigh. His event was scheduled for the next day, and today had yet to begin. This kid is indeed impressive. No wonder Coach Miao Hongshua had to handle him that way. The girl beside shook her head. Stop talking nonsense, just keep watching. The others glanced around and quickly interrupted the topic. Didn't they know that disaster often comes from the mouth? On the track, Miao Hongshua fixed his gaze on Han Jue. Due to the initial curve, the speed relationship between the two was not immediately apparent. It wasn't until they entered the straightaway that Miao Hongshua was the first to dash into it, closely followed by a seed player from the 3rd Sports School of Daikai City. A total of 8 people entered the finals. Yet Han Jue was only the 6th to enter the straightaway. What's wrong with this kid? He started so well, but why is he so slow entering the straightaway? Dancini said, somewhat confused. Cough, senior sister, did you tell him to hold back during the 400 meters? Tang Yuxiao touched her head and replied, yeah, this kid's latest stage power is very strong. If he holds back, he can unleash it directly in the latter part. Besides, his only advantage is a good start. The early lead isn't that significant. Dancini nodded, saying, but what I don't understand is that even if the early advantage isn't great, it shouldn't lead to such a drop in performance. Cough, this kid seems a bit unclear about his own situation. Holding back has led him to this outcome. But don't worry, Tang Yuxiao smiled, not having found a way to correct Han Jue at the moment. Yan Zheng remained silent beside them, lost in his thoughts. As for Xiao Yinan, she was already a bit worried, clutching her backpack, tightly fearing for Han Jue's safety. This fool said he was running fast. He's lying. Isn't he running at the back? Xiao Yinan pouted. As for their thoughts, Han Jue naturally had no. When he entered the straightaway, he looked ahead and found 5 people in front of him, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Everything was normal. Then Han Jue began to unleash his power. His thighs folded powerfully, arms swinging swiftly. Look, Han Jue is starting to chase. Tang Yuxiao pointed at Han Jue on the straightaway. In just 5 seconds, Han Jue had already overtaken 2 people. At this moment Miao Hongshua was in second place, only 5 or 6 positions behind the leader from Daikai Sports School. Just as he was fully focused on overtaking, suddenly a yellow figure surged past from behind him. Among the 8 finalists, only Han Jue sportswear was yellow. How is that possible? Where did he get the strengths? Miao Hongshua gritted his teeth, feeling unresigned as he... At this moment, there were still a full 110 meters to the finish line. This little rascal is quite cunning, he's led others astray. Tang Yuxiao watched the situation on the track chuckling. Having followed for a week, he had some understanding of these kids' strengths. Han Jue's latest stage power was quite strong, but Miao Hongshua was a front-end runner. After all, his secondary event was the 200 meters where establishing an early advantage was crucial. But now he was forced by Han Jue to sprint early. What if he ran 50 meters? What about the remaining 60 meters? On the track, Han Jue, having surpassed Miao Hongshua, no longer paid him any mind. At this point, there were about 80 meters left to the finish line, with 4 positions behind the leader. And that leader, whether he heard Han Jue's footsteps or it was his natural running style, showed no signs of slowing down as they approached the finish line. In fact, among the 400-meter runners, if you compare the speeds of each 100 meters, most athletes run fastest between the 100 and 200-meter intervals, while the last 300 to 400 meters is the slowest. Seeing the distance to the finish line shrink, Han Jue felt a bit anxious. He had reached his top speed, but it was still not enough to catch up to the person ahead. After all, Daikai Sports School was a national key school, and the person in front of him had already celebrated his 18th birthday back in March. Behind Han Jue, Miao Hongshua was already engulfed in deep regret. He was exhausted. The early sprint had consumed a lot of his stamina. Anger clouded his mind. With only a few meters left to the finish line, his speed continued to drop. Even if he wanted to speed up, his body no longer obeyed his commands. Behind him, 2 more people overtook him. This kid lacks experience. Tang Yuxiao shook his head, no longer watching Miao Hongshua, as he was more concerned about whether Han Jue could surpass the leader. 20 meters to the finish. Han Jue was only 1 position behind the leader. Nearing the finish line, the leader's speed finally began to decline. Han Jue gritted his teeth. The black substance on his right foot finally began to deplete. Bang! This is impossible. A short man in the stands of Haiyang Sports School slammed his thigh. Impossible. How can he still surge at this moment? The child I painstakingly trained is actually being led astray by him. He must have a problem. He was Miao Hongshua's coach named Li Juanxian, but unfortunately his ugly appearance and short stature hardly matched such a name. Determined, Li Juanxian hurriedly ran down the stands towards the organizing committee. Just wait, I'll show you how to ruin. On another side of the stands, Dancini was also clapping her hands happily. Well done. The latest stage sprint is exhilarating to watch. This kid really has what it takes. Tang Yuxiao nodded. As the team leader, the pressure on him was also significant. Seeing Han Jue take the lead in securing a medal was a validation for him. After all, Han Jue's qualification for the 400 meters was something he had insisted upon. On the track, Han Jue, who had once again accelerated, directly surpassed the athlete from Daikai Sports School. He crossed the finish line first. Han Jue, who crossed the finish line, nearly lost control of his body and fell, but fortunately, there was a deceleration wall before the finish line to support him. The roaring sounds in his ears and the dimness before his eyes gave Han Jue an unreal feeling. Have I finished running? Am I first? Did Xiao Yinan see? I won't embarrass myself, right? Is Teacher Dan coming? A series of thoughts echoed in Han Jue's mind, making him feel dizzy. It wasn't until he touched the delicate skin of a girl that he awakened, as if a drowning person had been rescued. Han Jue, you are amazing. Xiao Yinan rushed down from the stands as soon as she saw Han Jue struggling against the wall, unable to move. She knew this was Han Jue's old habit. After finishing his last exam, he would always frown and look down. When she reached Han Jue's side, Xiao Yinan could truly feel how exhausted he was. Despite it being the tail end of winter, Han Jue was drenched in sweat, as if he had just taken a bath. You came over, I ran fast, didn't I, eh? Han Jue said with a proud smile upon seeing Xiao Yinan. Can you drink water now, eh? They'll let him drink water later. A voice from the side interjected. It was Shan Sinny, who had just come down from the stand. Teacher Shan, this is my good friend Xiao Yinan, who studies at Daikai High School. Han Jue said a bit sheepishly upon seeing Shan Sinny. Yinan, this is Teacher Shan, my coach. Han Jue said as he began to recover walking while speaking. Hello, Teacher Shan. Hello, classmate Yinan. Shan Sinny found it amusing to see Xiao Yinan's flushed face. Clearly it wasn't a holiday and Daikai High School was an hour's drive away, yet this little girl had come here alone. The thoughts of young boys and girls were all too clear. Just then the announcement sounded over the speakers. In the recently concluded men's 15-16 age group, 400-meter final, Han Jue from Haiyuan No. 3 High School won the championship with a time of 48.51 seconds. Upon hearing the announcement, Han Jue smiled happily. 48.51, that's a good time, far exceeding the second level, almost reaching the elite level. Shan Sinny nodded. Xiao Nan didn't understand what second level or elite meant. She only knew that Han Jue had secured first place in a competition among many prestigious high schools. At least in this event, Han Jue was the champion among his peers. So impressive. Just as they were celebrating, a male voice interrupted their discussion. Hello, Coach Sean, I'm from the championship organizing committee. We just received a complaint. Could you please have Han Jue come with us for another urine test? The speaker wore glasses and spoke with a tone of finality. Hey, it must be the Haiyang Sports School that complained. If they can't outrun us, they complain. Han Jue, you didn't eat any snacks just now, did you? Shan Sini chuckled coldly and turned to Han Jue. No, I didn't touch any snacks Nan brought. Han Jue nodded. He was quite cautious about this. That's good. Let's go. Shan Sini nodded. The three followed the man. Although Xiao Nan didn't know what was happening, she understood that now was not the time to ask questions. As they passed the stands, Shan Sini called out, Tang, come down and follow us for a second urine test. Tang Yuxiao quickly guessed what was happening from the situation and immediately came down to follow. Who is this? She's Han Jue's good friend. Keep a close eye on things. What if that group does something shady? Shan Sini said without any hesitation behind the committee member. Teacher Shan, we won't wrongfully accuse any athlete. Han Jue's sprint indeed raises suspicion, the committee member replied. That's because your understanding is limited. As early as 1986, Europe had already seen instances of sprinting prowess emerging. Over a decade has passed, and you still don't know. I really don't know what to say to you, Humph. Shan Sini didn't finish her words, but anyone could hear the dissatisfaction in her tone. Just as the committee member was about to speak, Tang Yuxiao interjected, What? Are you planning to argue with a woman? Hearing this, the committee member understood and directly lifted the curtain to lead them inside. Once inside, Li Junxian and Miao Hongshua were already there. Miao Hongshua was lying on a resting chair while a doctor was attending to the wounds on his calf. Oh, I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's Coach Li. After all these years, your methods are still the same. Shan Sini, deliberately disrupting the rhythm of other athletes to take first place. That's just how your family operates. Li Junxian said in a harsh tone, not even looking at Shan Sini. TSK Tisk, do you intend to take down a whole group of people? What about the dirty things you've done? Bribing the judges to have my student disqualified, shameless scum. Shan Sini cursed directly. Han Jue was stunned on the side. Was this still the gentle teacher Shan? Your teacher Shan has had a feud with him before. She's not usually like this, Tang Yuxiao quietly said to Han Jue and Xiao Nan, noticing their surprised expressions. You dare to slander me. Do you have any evidence? Li Junxian turned around angrily. Who is slandering you? Do you have a recording? Shan Sini said nonchalantly, smiling. Who accused you? You. Li Junxian pointed at Shan Sini, his breath heavy. Come follow me this way, the committee member said as he called Han Jue over. In the operating room, Han Jue underwent another embarrassing urine test. After the examiner checked bottle A, he nodded, took bottle B, and let Han Jue out. The urine density is not lower than 1.005, no problem. The examiner nodded, then left directly. What a pity, some people won't find excuses anymore. We won't be polite about the qualification for the World Youth Championships. Shan Sini shook her head at Li Junxian. You'd better not be too arrogant. I want to see how you get the qualification. Li Junxian snorted coldly. The Magic City Sports Center doesn't belong to your family. Shan Sini waved her hand. It's fine. Anyway, you don't have your friends. We can always go ourselves to ask for it. Before leaving, Shan Sini remembered to say something to Miao Hongshua. Hearing this, Tang Yuxiao hurriedly pulled Shan Sini out, and Han Jue grabbed Xiao Nan's sleeve, leading her out. Sister, just say a few words, Tang Yuxiao said helplessly, quickly changing the subject. Sister, are you really planning to let this child participate in the World Youth Championships? His age and performance are sufficient. Why not give it a try? Shan Sini retorted. I can do it. As soon as Han Jue came out, he immediately said, although he didn't know much about the World Youth Competition, just hearing the name meant the scale couldn't be small. Han Jue also wanted to experience the level of the world's top athletes. Moreover, the black material hadn't even covered his right foot, yet, so participating in more competitions would give him more opportunities to gain some. Shan Sini remained silent as she understood that Tang Yuxiao's concern was about whether he could handle it or not. It wasn't about the environment or climate, but rather the opponents. When an emotionally immature competitor encounters peers far superior to them, their feelings can become quite complicated. 2 years ago, a similar situation occurred in other provinces' sports management centers. After failing once in the World Youth Competition, they returned and fell into despair with their results continuously declining. I heard they have already begun preparing for a career change. Let's not discuss this topic for now. Let's go rest. Your next match is the day after tomorrow, so there's no need to worry about anything right now. Shan Sini smiled. Han Jue nodded and glanced at Xiao Nan beside him, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, Teacher Shan, I'll have lunch with my friend. They'll join you guys for dinner later. I don't know the principal well, and it would be awkward to eat together. You even know the principal is here. Alright, go on. By the way, take this. If anything comes up, just call. Young lady, don't wander in less populated areas. You just stroll around on the pedestrian street. Sean Sinny, knowing Han Jue's thoughts, handed her phone over. Hee, thank you, Coach Teacher Tang. Then we'll head out first. Han Jue didn't even have time to change into his sportswear, grabbing Chiu Yinan's sleeve and running out of the gym. You keep an eye on Li Junshin, that old fox. Don't let him cause trouble for our students. After Han Jue had gone far, Sean Sinny said to Tang Yuxiao, don't worry, this isn't Haiyang. In Daikai City, Li Junxian doesn't amount to much. Tang Yuxiao nodded. I have other projects to attend to. You come over to help as well. Sean Sinny nodded. She had been waiting for this chance to vent her frustration for a long time, and it felt satisfying. Outside the gym, Chiu Yinan glanced back, awkwardly snatching her sleeve back from Han Jue, and said sulkily, why do you keep pulling my sleeve? You've stretched my clothes out of shape. What do you mean stretched? What do you want to eat? Han Jue tucked his phone away and looked at the street, mentally calculating that the bonus from last time should be enough for the two of them to have a meal, right? Who knows if things are expensive in this big city? This is my territory. What do you want to eat? Chiu Yinan grabbed Han Jue's sleeve and said, let's take the bus first. No, I'm treating you. Han Jue insisted, having earned some money this time, and brought some along specifically. Chiu Yinan took out a piece of chocolate from her pocket and stuffed it into Han Jue's mouth. She knew that even if Han Jue had money, it wouldn't be much, and she had already saved money from her living expenses for meals. Hurry up, the bus is coming. Chiu Yinan pulled Han Jue. After they got on the bus, Han Jue instinctively stood beside Chiu Yinan, blocking the way for the others. Alright, I received an award for bravery in Haiyang. As soon as Han Jue saw the bus, he remembered that incident and boasted to Chiu Yinan. Is that so impressive? Tell me more about it. Chiu Yinan looked at Han Jue curiously. After Han Jue finished speaking, Chiu Yinan looked at the bus with a helpless expression and murmured, there are indeed thieves on the bus, but with you around, I'm not afraid. Don't worry, I run fast. Han Jue immediately felt much warmer inside. Inside the gym, Miao Hongshua got up from the bed with a blank expression. The wound on his knee had been bandaged. Due to his lack of strength in the latter half of the race, he ended up with only 6th place. Alright, I'll find a chance later to see if I can get you to participate in a selection. Go rest now. Li Junxian waved his hand and said, Miao Hongshua's expression grew increasingly dark, looking somewhat frightening. That night, as soon as Han Jue returned to the hotel, he hurried to take a shower and lay on the bed, unable to move. So it turns out that accompanying a girl shopping is such a terrifying experience. Han Jue looked down at his swollen thumb, a side effect of using the black material. Fortunately, he only used a little. Han Jue held out until he returned to the hotel. After all, Chiu Yinan was leaving in the afternoon, and they didn't know when they would meet again. Both Han Jue and Chiu Yinan cherished this opportunity. Oh, you're back, kid. What did you have for lunch? Hot pot. As Tang Yuxiao opened the door, he placed the lunchbox on the table and said with a smile, the hot pot in Daikai is really delicious. Han Jue nodded. It was his first time having a small hot pot here. Alright, eat something nutritious. After eating, get some sleep. We're counting on you to perform well the day after tomorrow. Tang Yuxiao smiled, saying that the results today were good. Besides Han Jue's championship in the 400 meters, they also had results in long jump, high jump, and women's 400 meters, so he could report back satisfactorily. After Han Jue obediently finished his meal, he entered dreamland with anticipation. In his dream, just as Han Jue had expected, small golden dots appeared around the small tree, forming a network larger than that of the provincial primary school sports meeting, with a lot of black material. Looking at the small person's right foot, it was almost entirely black. One more first place should bring it up to the ankle level. Han Jue pondered as he waited for the green leaves to heal the injury on his foot before slowly falling asleep. The next day, Han Jue spent the whole day in the training center of the gym, where Sean Sinny taught him how to use various equipment. Of course, Han Jue didn't officially start training since there was a competition the next day. Sean Sinny's purpose in teaching him this was also to broaden his horizons. After all, Haiyuan Third High School didn't have so much equipment. While using the equipment, Han Jue also discovered that based on the red dots on the small person, using these devices could help him train his body more effectively. However, after Han Jue came into contact with so many devices, he also noticed changes in the small person. The number of red dots seemed to have increased a bit compared to before. Could it be because my physique has improved, Han Jue pondered to himself, and with no other comparisons, he could only keep this thought to himself. I originally planned to tell you about the World Youth Competition when I got back, but since we've already brought it up, I won't hide it from you anymore. After leaving the training center, Sean Sinny suddenly said to Han Jue, the Shishao competition is not well known domestically and is average internationally. In fact, many rapidly progressing athletes miss the chance to participate because the competition strictly adheres to age limits based on bone age. This means that many capable individuals exceed the age threshold, while those who qualify by age may not possess sufficient skill. Over time, many choose not to participate. Dan Sinny was thoroughly prepared and explained everything clearly to Han Jue in just a few sentences. However, you are different. You do not come from a sports school. In comparing last year's results for the 400 meters, the fastest time was 47.22 seconds, and you are 1.5 seconds away from that. Not to mention winning first place, you still have a chance to earn a medal. Dan Sini spoke with certainty. Han Jue was somewhat confused. Given all these advantages, why did Coach Tang inquire in such a manner before? The reason Coach Tang said that was actually for your own good, because you have never tasted failure at your age. You even outran that black kid, but what if you fail internationally? What then? Dan Sini seemed to understand Han Jue's thoughts, and asked him, fail? What will happen? Han Jue paused for a moment. He had never considered that question. But when Han Jue asked himself, he found that his heart did not stir much. Right, if I fail, what then? Dan Sini turned around and locked her gaze on Han Jue's eyes. If you fail, just train harder to catch up. I'm just a kid from a village. I'm not afraid of failure. What's the worst that could happen? Han Jue grew more resolute with each word. I'm not afraid of failure. If I fail, I'll just chase after it again. I'm still young, and there are many opportunities ahead. Good. Dan Sini nodded in satisfaction. Han Jue was different from the other athletes. He felt no burden of a do-or-die situation. He enjoyed the competitive spirit during the events. Han Jue knew deep down what he truly wanted. If he failed, he wouldn't have to bear much. After all, he was still young, and there had never been a record of medals in the men's 400 meters at the Shirshao competition. As Dan Sini nodded, Han Jue thought to himself, if I fail, I can just participate in other competitions. At that point, my body will be filled with black matter. With a series of bursts, I refuse to believe I cannot win. Of course, Han Jue was just thinking. He was also worried that if all the black matter erupted, his body would likely be ruined. As for the other matters, I'll tell you once you return to school. Go rest, and prepare well for tomorrow's 100 meters. Dan Sini instructed Han Jue. Han Jue nodded, also looking forward to tomorrow's competition. He spent the afternoon training at the center. By nighttime, Han Jue thought he wouldn't see Xiaoshu, especially since his training intensity was not high. However, to Han Jue's surprise, he not only saw Xiaoshu in his dreams, but also discovered something that puzzled him. The black matter on his right foot was gradually decreasing. After one day, the black matter had reduced to just 5 toes. What is going on? To be honest, Han Jue felt a bit anxious. After using the black matter, any remaining would turn gray and eventually. But now the black matter was disappearing directly. Could it be that his method of use was incorrect? Unfortunately, no matter how anxious Han Jue was, he couldn't think of a solution when he woke up the next day. Due to his anxiety the night before, Han Jue did not rest well and had dark circles under his eyes. What were you thinking last night? Why do your eyes look like this? Tang Yuxiao patted Han Jue's shoulder with concern. I wasn't thinking about anything. The bed was a bit uncomfortable. Han Jue made up an excuse to brush it off. You've only realized the bed was uncomfortable after 2 nights. After today's run, go back and rest. Make sure to warm up properly later, Tang Yuxiao said, patting Han Jue on the shoulder. Han Jue nodded and didn't say much more. During mealtime, Dan Sini noticed something was off with Han Jue and worried for a long time. It wasn't until Han Jue mentioned that he had no major issues that she finally relaxed. Today's 100 meters was the highlight of the entire sports meet, with many seed athletes from key sports schools participating. This led to a large number of participants in the event, with a total of 6 heats. Apart from the top participant from each heat advancing, 2 athletes with the best times from the remaining heats would also qualify for the finals. Although this format seems a bit unreasonable, it has been this way for a long time. During the preliminaries, there's no need to hold back. The finals are in the afternoon, and there's no semifinals. Remember, give it your all. Don't worry about the qualifying spot. Just go for it. Dan Sini instructed Han Jue. Han Jue nodded and began his warm-up. After finishing, Dan Sini checked the time and had Han Jue sit down before squatting down to massage his calves. No, that's not necessary. Han Jue felt a bit embarrassed. At his age, did he really need teacher Dan to massage? What do you mean it's not necessary? Your calves are a bit tight. Let me loosen them up for you. Dan Sini insisted on pressing him down and started to massage. Participants in the 15-16 age group for the 100 meters, please begin registration. Hearing the announcement, Han Jue stood up and started to register. Just run with all your might. As for the results, who cares? We're not from Haiyang City, and if we don't perform well, it won't reflect on us. Don't worry about it. Dan Sini reassured Han Jue, telling him not to concern himself with those things. Han Jue nodded, while he understood the sentiment. Once on the track, who wouldn't want to perform well? In this 100 meters, Han Jue was placed in the second lane. However, for the 100 meters, the lane's influence wasn't as significant. You're Han Jue from the 400 meters, right? You run really well, but why are you running the 100 meters? Shouldn't you go for the 200? A fair-skinned boy next to Han Jue asked curiously. I don't know, I'm just following the coach's orders. Han Jue smiled and didn't elaborate. Being in the same heat as you is not good news for me. I'll have to fight for a qualifying spot. The boy smiled, revealing a set of white teeth. Baijuan, and stop trying to charm us with your tricks. We all know. Someone nearby began to tease the boy. Hey, no, everyone just thinks too highly of me. The boy named Baijuan chuckled. Han Jue turned his head to glance at Baijuan beside him after hearing the words. The latter's muscles were streamlined, but for some reason, he looked slightly odd and his skin tone seemed a bit strange, as well, though it was unusual for an athlete to be this pale. Ready. Upon hearing the command, Han Jue immediately stepped onto the starting block, having already adjusted it. As soon as the gun went off, Han Jue dashed forward. This time Han Jue ran with all his might, fully aware that the black substance within him was not yet usable, which meant he had to give his all to secure his position. As Han Jue accelerated by Iju and finally showcased his own strength, with the two closely matching almost shoulder to shoulder as they sprinted toward the finish line. As for the others, they had truly become mere companions in the race. How can this guy keep pace with Bai Yijuan, running so fast? Tang Yuxiao was a bit surprised, rubbing his eyes, wondering if this guy was really that strong. After crossing the finish line, everyone present was momentarily stunned, questioning who was actually the first in the group, as it appeared that both had crossed the finish line simultaneously. Fortunately, this provincial youth championship had implemented electronic timing for the first time, and the results for Han Jue and Bai Yijuan were displayed on the screen. Han Jue 11:01, Bai Yijuan 11:03. What a pity, just 0.2 seconds short. You really ran fast. Bai Yijuan, panting after the finish line, glanced at the big screen and said with some resignation, "See you in the finals." Han Jue nodded. His performance was quite good, especially with electronic timing, though the wind speed today was favorable, so this result had a slight advantage. Han Jue knew that with Bai Yijuan's result, he would definitely qualify for the finals, making him a formidable opponent. Alright, you're a smart one. We'll meet in the finals. Just so you know, I'm a whole year older than you, but you did well. Bai Yijuan smiled and said. Han Jue nodded and walked towards Shansini, putting on his clothes. What if he was the first last year? Shansini looked at Han Jue curiously. He told me he's a whole year older than me, Han Jue replied, helplessly unsure why Bai Yijuan made that statement. A whole year older. Is he trying to motivate himself like that, hoping to achieve a better result in the finals? Shansini instinctively analyzed, using her knowledge of sports psychology. I don't know. Han Jue shook his head. Never mind him, let's go watch the stands. The principal is here again. After your race, we'll head back together. Han Jue agreed and walked over. When he saw the principal, he was almost startled. The usually graceful principal looked a bit disheveled, his eyes red, and there was a hint of smoke on him. Han Jue, you've done well making our school proud. The stern principal forced a smile upon seeing Han Jue. Han Jue nodded, curious about what had happened to the principal in just 2 days, as he seemed to have changed so much. However, he did not inquire further. After all, if Shansini wanted him to know, she would have told him without him needing to. Han Jue, come sit down. Which village is your family from? The principal patted the map beside him and spoke kindly to Han. I'm from Han family village. Han Jue sat down next to the principal, as Shansini said nothing. While Han Jue chatted with the principal, a man in a suit across the stands was smoking and spoke to Lu Liang with some difficulty. Lu Liang, the organization values you highly. Could you speak to that kid and let him know he can still attend the World Youth Championships next year? This year it should go to Coach Li. Boss, it's not that I can say anything. Miao Hongshua's results are simply incomparable to Han Jue's. Domestically, we might be able to fake it, but can we rely on foreigners to cooperate? Lu Liang said angrily. Moreover, don't forget the team leader this time is from Modu, and they already look down on us from these small places. Sending Miao Hongshua would only make things worse. Lu Liang shook his head and said, besides, although we have a quota for selection each year, you should know that even if we send someone, they have to want them. The man in the suit listened to Lu Liang and, discarding the half-finished cigarette on the ground, stomped it out, saying, I know all that you mentioned. Fine, let's see how that kid performs. Otherwise, I won't be able to handle the emotions from old Li's side. After the man in the suit left, Lu Liang's expression turned cold. Faking results. Is this what sports activities have become? Let's talk again when we can produce an Olympic champion. Han Jue was completely unaware of what was happening in the stands. The principal asked him many questions about his village, his middle school days, and even inquired a few times about Xiaoyinan. Han Jue felt parched from all the questions. Haha, don't be nervous. I'm just curious about your life. The principal smiled. It's fine, it's fine. Han Jue waved his hand, feeling no impatience. The principal had been doing practical work since taking office, and the school was improving. Alright, after chatting for so long, let's go eat. After eating, get some rest. The principal stood up and smiled. After a simple lunch, Han Jue took the opportunity to nap for a while. In his dream, Han Jue felt a bit disappointed after seeing the golden little figure, as the black substance had completely disappeared. Just when Han Jue was unsure of what to do, suddenly the golden little figure moved. The golden little figure resembled a miniature version of Han Jue, executing 2 peculiar movements. Han Jue memorized these 2 actions as they might be the reason for the disappearance of the black substance. After demonstrating a few times, the golden figure ceased to move, as if exhausted. Upon closer observation, Han Jue noticed that the golden light around the little figure's right foot seemed to have, however, since the dimming was minimal, Han Jue was not too certain about it. He decided not to dwell on it, and prepared to focus on completing the current competition first. After waking up, Han Jue didn't dare to attempt those 2 movements. Who knows what other changes might occur after. Upon arriving at the gym, Han Jue continued his warm-up, and after checking in, he heard a somewhat familiar voice while adjusting the starting blocks. I didn't expect us to be so close, what a coincidence. Bai Yijuan continued to show his big white teeth grin. Han Jue wasn't surprised. With time, just over 11 seconds was already impressive for his age. Being close is pretty good, it makes it easier to keep an eye on you. Han Jue smiled. You're right, but let me tell you a secret, I had something good to eat for lunch. The first place is definitely mine. What a coincidence, I had something good to drink too. Han Jue nodded as if to say that Bai Yijuan understood him well. Get ready. Thankfully, the referee's voice interrupted the two boys' banter. I wonder who will win, but Bai Yijuan has already secured a spot for the Youth World Championships. You should consider who his master is. The event is hosted in Modu. Tang Yuxiao said enviously. Dong Xini felt it was normal, just waiting to see if Han Jue could outrun him. Both of their peak performances were quite similar, it all depended on who could perform better. It's March now. If Han Jue could indeed secure a spot for the Youth World Championships, he would have 4 months to improve by July. After all, Han Jue had only been running for less than 6 months, while Bai Yijuan came from a sports school. Bang! As the gun fired, Han Jue and Bai Yijuan shot out like arrows. Wow, he's so fast, this kid always has a great start. Tang Yuxiao exclaimed in delight. He knew Han Jue's start was impressive, but he didn't expect it to be this spectacular. Whoosh! The referee called out, and all athletes who had run more than 20 meters reluctantly returned. Someone false started, and the one who false started was Han Jue, looking completely speechless. You waste my feelings, you jerk. Bai Yijuan looked at Han Jue helplessly. I didn't do it on purpose. Han Jue shook his head. He was indeed too nervous. The events of lunchtime and the disappearance of the black substance left him feeling a bit insecure. I know you didn't do it on purpose. Anyone with a bit of sense knows this method is useless. Unfortunately, there are too many foolish people in this world. Bai Yijuan chuckled. The athletes were getting ready to set the starting blocks again. Did this kid get schemed against? Tang Yuxiao said anxiously. He knew that many athletes would struggle in their second start after being called for a false start. It was a psychological effect in sports. No, he was just a bit nervous, spoke Dong Xini, who hadn't said much until now, while Yen Su's face was serious. Get ready. Bang! As the gun fired, Han Jue was still the first to surge out. Good. Dong Xini immediately cheered. What she feared was that Han Jue wouldn't dare to run. Moreover, she noticed that Bai Yijuan seemed to have held back a bit. His start was slightly slower than Han Jue's. After finishing the starting motion, Han Jue immediately entered the high-speed acceleration phase. At this moment, a fire ignited within him. He wanted to prove to himself. Han Jue can still take first place even without the black substance that would allow for cheating. With half of the race completed, Bai Yijuan had already caught up tightly. The wind rushed past Han Jue's ears, and he could feel his speed starting to decline. At this moment, Bai Yijuan was slowly closing in on him. No. Han Jue quickly took a deep breath, forcing his legs to fold more fully, almost forcibly accelerating his speed. Wow. This kid can still push forward. Good. Running so well. Which school is he from? Such a great talent. In an instant, the coaches watching the 100 meters were all expressing their admiration. As they approached the finish line, Bai Yijuan also wanted to surge forward. Unfortunately, not everyone possesses the control to forcefully break through their physical limits. Roar! At the moment he crossed the finish line, Han Jue shouted out loud. This time he won with confidence. 10:92. He broke the provincial youth championship record. The moment Han Jue's result appeared, a large crowd quickly surrounded Tang Yuxiao. Old Tang, there aren't any good sports schools in Haiyuan. Don't waste this promising talent. Exactly, look at us, so many people, he can't possibly have no one interested in him. A group of people gathered around clamoring. That's not to say no one is interested, it's just that he's still a student, not from a sports school. He didn't even attend Lu Liang's elite program. Tang Yuxiao sighed. Still a student. It's clearly a parental issue. But there's nothing that can be done about it. The coaches who had come over shook their heads. Such a child is a pity. In their view, a child who achieves results must attend a sports school. One must say that the resources in regular schools are simply insufficient. However, since Lu Daguang had not managed to extend an invitation, they had no intention of joining this fuss. Tang Yuxiao understood their mindset well. Even he was feeling a bit restless. On the stands, Yen Su stood before a man who bore some resemblance to him, looking troubled as he spoke. Brother, why don't we just go back? Go back? No. Did you hear? My student took first place among so many key sports schools in the first place in the 100 meters. Yen Su said excitedly. I won't repair the school building anymore. He'll pay out of my own pocket. Teacher Dan, bring your father out. I don't believe that so many prestigious schools are inherently prestigious. I want to create a strong sports school. Give those village children a way out. Even if there are no awards, going to college is still good. Yen Su looked at the track. This track made him see the hopes of countless children. But this path is too difficult. Yen Su's younger brother still wanted to argue. No need to say more, my mind is made up. This path must be walked. Please go back and tell father that I can make it. Yen Su looked at Han Jue, who was approaching the stands, and nodded, sighing. Even if I have to trudge, I will carve out. Brother, is this worth it? Those children have nothing to do with you. It's worth it. The children in the village suffer too much. Even if I can't help each one, if I can help one, that's enough. They can only develop better if they go out. Yansu shook his head, speaking firmly. At that moment, he finally found his conviction. Han Jue, who had just run up, was still unaware of what had happened at that moment, smiling foolishly as he had secured first place. Yansu, upon seeing Han Jue, also broke into a smile, saying, "Well done. With 2 first places in hand, let's go eat. After we finish our meal, we will head back to school." Shansini nodded vigorously. "Don't worry, I will certainly persuade my dad." "All right." Yansu nodded and led Shansini and the others away from there. After finishing the celebration feast, the group drove directly back to Haiyuan. In the car, Han Jue gazed at the disappearing scenery of Daikai behind him, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. Dietsai, oh Dietsai, he wondered when he would return next. "Don't worry, there will be plenty of competitions in the future. Han Jue, since your good friend studies at Daikai now, one high school, it indicates that her family's financial situation should be decent. If you want a bright future, you must improve yourself. Only by stepping out can you see what lies ahead." Shansini looked at Han Jue and said softly, "Rest assured, teacher Shan, I know all that." Han Jue smiled. "I'm a bit tired, I'll take a nap for a while." "All right, I'll wake you when we arrive," Shansini nodded. Han Jue responded with a sound of agreement, his mind eager to know if more black substance would generate. After some time, Han Jue finally fell asleep. When he looked at the small tree, he was pleasantly surprised to see golden small dots. However, this time the number of golden dots seemed significantly greater than before, and there was a noticeable size distinction. Indeed, the attention on the 100 meters is the highest, Han Jue thought, and then he quietly waited for the golden dots to condense into a small vein on the small tree. This time the vein was the largest Han Jue had ever encountered. Once the vein formed, black substance also materialized. Gathering around Han Jue's right ankle, it resembled the black substance he had previously obtained, accumulating atop. Just as Han Jue was filled with excitement, the black substance rapidly vanished at several times the speed. In just a few seconds, the black substance disappeared once more. How could this be? Han Jue's emotions were rather complex. Although the black substance acted like a stimulant, it also had side effects, yet its contribution to performance improvement was evident. But not long after, Han Jue suddenly realized something. No matter how good the black substance was, the results achieved would still be his own performance, wouldn't they? Without the black substance this time, wouldn't he still be able to run well? If he constantly depended on external aids, would he be able to achieve results on his own? Just as Han Jue came to this realization, an unexpected change occurred. The black substance on the golden small person reappeared, accumulating once again at the right ankle, but this time the black substance was transforming into small particles covering a heart-shaped light golden object. On that heart-shaped light golden object were 2 miniature patterns. Han Jue strained to see and realized that those 2 patterns represented the actions performed by the golden small person at noon. Could it be that the true function of this black substance is as nourishment? After providing it to this heart-shaped object, it would allow the small person to perform certain actions. Han Jue continued to reason along this path. And the reason the black substance is hidden is that it was misused, so the small tree concealed it to prevent him from misusing it. After clarifying the relationships, Han Jue finally reacted. If that were the case, then those 2 actions must hold some significance. He was eager to start practicing those 2 actions immediately. After coming to this understanding, Han Jue felt a bit scared. If he had not realized this sooner, even if he had secured first place several times, would he still be able to run after the black substance was depleted, having become dependent on it? Just as he thought of this, Han Jue felt as if someone was calling him. When he woke up, he saw that Shansini had already gotten out of the car, saying, "Did you sleep well? We're home now." Han Jue scratched his head, awkwardly holding his bag as he got out of the car. "It's still early. I have something to attend to, so I won't join you all. Han Jue, the school is rewarding you with 1,000 yuan for securing 2 first places." Yansu smiled at Han Jue. Huh. Han Jue was still processing the information. "It's settled then. In the future, I will create a list, and anyone who performs well will receive rewards," Yansu said with a smile. "Thank you, principal." Upon hearing this, Han Jue no longer refused, as in fact this would indeed help him. Not to mention he could now afford to take Shansini out for a meal next time. "All right, remember to achieve more good results. Let's leave it at that." Yansu smiled and then left. "You can take a rest. There's no training today. We'll talk about it tomorrow." Shansini had her own troubles, quickly telling Han Jue before leaving. Han Jue likewise had his own thoughts. He was still pondering those 2 actions. After returning to the dormitory, Han Jue first washed his clothes, had something to eat, and after preparing, he stood in front of his bed ready to practice those 2 actions. For some reason, Han Jue remembered those 2 actions clearly. Why are these 2 actions so strange? Han Jue wondered, then began to try the first action. As Han Jue shaped the first action, a familiar golden small person appeared in his field of vision. This time the golden small person executed the standard action for the first move. On the golden small person, the correct positions were displayed in green, while the incorrect ones were shown in red. Thanks to the golden small person, Han Jue was able to correct his movements. However, Han Jue found that the closer he got to the standard action, the more strenuous it felt. After finally achieving the standard action, Han Jue noticed a red line appeared next to the golden small person, slowly rising as he maintained the standard position. I can't hold on any longer, Han Jue said as he collapsed after just 2 seconds of effort. Beads of sweat poured down his forehead. Could this action be intended for physical training? Han Jue pondered, planning to run at the track later to check the number of red dots on the golden small person representing his training state. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Han Jue finally regained his strength. At that moment, every part of his body protested, feeling a sense of tearing. Even though Han Jue wanted to persist and try again, he couldn't manage it. He wiped the sweat off and fell asleep directly. He was simply too exhausted. Upon returning home, Shan Sini was greeted by a rich aroma of meat. How did that kid run? Old Shan asked as he brought over a pot of braised pork. Not bad, he came first in both the 400 meters and 100 meters. Shan Sini, feeling anxious, quickly grabbed a piece of braised pork and swallowed it. At your age? Old Shan smacked his daughter's hand. Hey, it's just too fragrant. Shan Sini chuckled, washing her hands as she said, Han Jue did well, but it's a pity that our school is looked down upon by others. What? Who looks down on us? Old Shan turned to look at Shan Sini. While drying her hands, Shan Sini pretended to be indifferent and said, who else could it be but those key sports schools? After seeing Han Jue's results, they all came to poach him, each one eager to take him away, thinking we are holding back the child. Nonsense. If you hadn't discovered this child, he would still be sitting in the classroom studying diligently. If I hadn't prepared meals for him every day, would he have gained so much weight? Old Shan's temper flared as he slammed his hand on the table. Don't get angry, Han Jue didn't say anything. It's just that others look down on our He Yuan no. 3 high school. Shan Sini hurriedly patted Old Shan's back, knowing her father well. TCH, it's that Yen Su kid again. He wants to achieve results, but isn't willing to make a commitment. Otherwise our school would have already improved. What's so great about the no. 1 high school? Old Shan snorted. Aren't all the teachers poached from there? Exactly. Old man, I also think he can't do it. If he wants to create a strong sports school, doesn't he need to invest $1 million or $2 million? Then wouldn't that let you come out of retirement to be a coach? Shan Sini pretended to be nonchalant. Of course. I would train those little rascals well. Not to mention with that ridiculous secondary sports bonus, as long as they practice, there's nothing they can't achieve. Old Shan slapped the couch, but then sighed, it's tough. That Yen Su kid might leave next year. Son. Wait, did you just say definitely? Shan Sini clapped her hands, pulling out a contract from her bag. To hire Shan Shanhan as the sports coach of He Yuan no. 3 high school. When Old Shan took it, he didn't notice anything else. The first thing that caught his eye was his own name. What does this mean? Old Shan was still a bit confused. Principal, Yin wants to establish a strong sports school, but this coach is too important. I know my daughter isn't enough, so he plans to invite you out of retirement. As Shan Sini spoke, she mimicked Old Shan's tone. Oh, so you just schemed against your old man. Old Shan finally realized. No way. I wouldn't dare. Shan Sini quickly waved her hands. That's what you little brats scheming against me. Old Shan sat at the table, putting a trembling piece of braised pork in it. Are you going or not? If not, I'll tell them you think you're not capable enough and don't want to mislead the students, letting them see if they can hire a coach from abroad. After eating for a while, Shan Sini deliberately said to Old Shan, what? Hire a foreigner. Can he even teach the kids here? Even if I'm not capable, isn't it more than enough to teach these little rascals? Old Shan indeed took the bait and slammed the table. So that's a yes. They'll call Principal Yen right away. Shan Sini, worried that Old Shan would change his mind, quickly made a phone call. After finishing, she happily resumed eating the braised pork. Eat up, have more. Once you become a coach, you might not have time to make you delicious food anymore, Old Shan said with a smile, noticing his daughter was enjoying her meal. Shan Sini was momentarily stunned after hearing this, then continued to eat heartily. The next day, after Han Jue got out of bed, he found that the discomfort in his body had vanished, showing the power of the green leaves was indeed magical. For some reason, Han Jue felt very relaxed after getting up, as if a burden had been lifted. If he had to explain it, he wouldn't know how. After breakfast, Han Jue routinely ran 2 laps on the playground before heading to the classroom. As he walked toward the classroom, he once again saw a group of people hanging banners at the entrance. This kid named Han Jue is really impressive, winning 2 championships. One of the people hanging banners said, "Sai, I missed out on a good era. Back in my village I was quite fast too," said another man beside him, also enviously. "Alright, get to work quickly. We have more to do after this." The first speaker shook his head, returning to reality as he finished hanging the banner and carried the ladder away. Han Jue, standing at the door, naturally heard their conversation, feeling a mix of emotions. Perhaps that man really was fast as a child, but unfortunately, he didn't live in an era where running could be counted as an achievement. At that moment, Han Jue understood why Shan Sini had always wanted to find the principal to create a strong sports school. This strong sports school brought not just the hopes of 1 or 2 students, it provided many children at He Yuan no. 3 high school with a way out. It's not that those who don't study well should turn to sports, but rather through practicing sports they can discover another path for themselves and make their own choices to stick with it, to seek another version of themselves that they didn't know existed. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Han Jue ran over with his backpack and slapped Han Jue on the back. Nothing much. Han Jue shook his head and smiled. I know. You narcissistic guy, are you here looking for your own? Han Jue looked up as if he had discovered a new continent and read aloud to himself. Congratulations to our student Han Jue for winning the 100 meters and 400 meters championships in the Provincial Youth Championship for the 15-16 age group and breaking the provincial record. Incredible. Han Jue with a worried expression patted Han Jue on the shoulder. While I'm still around, hurry and win more awards. What's wrong? Can't wait to show off. Han Jue laughed, putting his arm around Han Jue's shoulder. No way. I'll let you young ones have some chances to shine. I won't stimulate you guys. Han Jue chuckled. Ding ding ding. The class preparation bell rang, and Han Jue's face immediately changed. Oh no. I haven't copied my homework yet. In the classroom, it was not just Han Jue who noticed the banner. Every student entering through the school gate inevitably caught sight of it. During the break, Han Jue finally experienced what it felt like to be a celebrity as the gazes of those around him were focused on him, and someone even whispered, "Doesn't he look a bit like me?" Suddenly a girl with a high ponytail softly asked behind Han Jue, are you Han Jue? I would like to invite you to dinner tonight if that's okay. I'm sorry, I have training tonight. Han Jue paused for a moment, quickly finished his sentence, and hurried back to the classroom. He thought for a while, and began to write a letter to Chioinan. Of course, he wouldn't write about the earlier incident in it. After writing for a short while at his seat, Li Danfeng also came over, curiously watching Han Jue without saying a word. Ahem, what are you looking at? With Li Danfeng here, Han Jue couldn't write, so he could only helplessly ask. My middle school classmate insisted I come ask you, since we both have 2 legs, how come you can run so fast? Li Danfeng said with a helpless expression. Han Jue was silent for a moment. Just eat more eggs and read more books, you can reply to him like that. Alright. Seeing that Han Jue didn't want to talk, Li Danfeng could only return to her own seat. There were no middle school classmates, she just wanted to chat with Han Jue. As the bell rang, the homeroom teacher walked into the room. Class representative, please go up and copy the answers to yesterday's homework, and then I have something to say. Yuan Lei glanced at Han Jue as he spoke, and continued, first of all, congratulations to our classmate Han Jue for winning 2 championships, bringing glory to our school and our class. Listening to the applause below, Han Jue felt a bit embarrassed. The second thing is the school is currently forming a sports team. Anyone interested can go to the sports office to sign up after class. Practicing sports can also help with college applications. I suggest that anyone in the class who is interested should give it a try. Getting extra points is beneficial. Yuan Lei smiled and said, if you really lack talent and perseverance, exercising is still good for you. Han Jue, I'm talking about you. I look how thin you are. The class burst into laughter. I will go sign up after class. Han Jue said to Yuan Lei. Good. You are all not allowed to discuss this anymore. Let's continue class and take out yesterday's exam papers. Yuan Lei started explaining using the answers on the blackboard. Han Jue of course hadn't done this homework, so he could only glance at Han Jue's test paper. Do you think that if you practice sports well you can really get into a good university? Han Jue curiously asked Han Jue while he continuously corrected his test paper with a red pen. Of course, as long as you have the grades. Besides, the school has just started this as per the principal's wishes. If you really want to, you must seize this opportunity. The principal's wishes. How do you know this? Did Teacher Dan tell you? Han Jue curiously asked. He had to admit that he had indeed considered this. Even a single chapter test was somewhat taxing for him, so he naturally began to look for other paths. I was right next to the principal when he said that. Han Jue replied helplessly. So impressive. Han Jue, students at the back, please do not talk, especially you, Han Jue. A piece of chalk flew over and hit Han Jue. Han Jue shrank his neck helplessly and gestured to zip his mouth, feeling resigned. This teacher is biased. He doesn't seem to scold Han Jue. If Han Jue didn't talk to me, would I be performing a monologue alone? Yuan Lei understood this principle, but he also heard the principal mention that Han Jue's grades were quite good, so he probably wouldn't need to attend class much in the future, thus he didn't have to worry about it. After class, it was just the right time for a long break. Originally, this long break should have included some exercises, but it started pouring during math class, so the exercises were cancelled. This made a group of people very happy. Han Jue, take me to Teacher Dawn's office to sign up. I'm a bit shy. Han Jue said, holding on to Han Jue's arm. Yeah, I want to ask too, the others said, seeing that Han Jue was so enthusiastic. Han Jue looked around thinking he had nothing else to do and nodded, then let's go. Han Jue happily wrapped his arm around Han Jue's shoulder, and the others followed behind. As they passed through the corridor, someone pulled Han Jue to join a card game, but Han Jue waved his hand and said, I want to sign up with the sports teacher. Upon hearing this, others in the corridor who were interested also followed behind. By the time Han Jue reached the sports teacher's office, there were already dozens of people gathered behind him. When Dancini opened the door, she was startled by the crowd. Han Jue, why did you bring so many people? Han Jue helplessly replied, they all want to come sign up for sports training. So many. The other teachers in the office also came over. They remembered Han Jue's face from when they helped move the Roman chairs last time. It seems our Han Jue has good charisma, Teacher Lee said with a smile. Of course, with such good grades come a few of you come over to register with me. Another teacher nearby called out. However, after calling a few times, the crowd still showed no signs of moving. It seemed they all wanted Teacher Dan to be their coach. The coaches for the sports team are assigned uniformly. Teacher Dan does not participate in teaching, so it doesn't matter who you register with. Teacher Lee said awkwardly. After hearing this, 2 students in the crowd slipped away, while the others hurried to register with other teachers. Taking advantage of the closeness to Han Jue, Ho Zhuang squeezed in front of Dan Sini and asked Teacher Dan, which event do you think I am suited for? Which event are you suited for? Dan Sini pondered for a moment, then playfully kicked Ho Zhuang's heel, her eyes showing a hint of surprise. Why not try high jump? Dan Sini said as she registered Ho Zhuang. What's high jump? Is it a competition to see who can jump higher? That's impossible. Oh, I can't even touch the basket. Ho Zhuang hurriedly waved his hands. It's not what you think. Oh, just wait for the notice when you go back. Dan Sini gently pushed him aside and continued registering the students behind. Do you think Teacher Dan doesn't like me and is purposely messing with me? In the corridor, Ho Zhuang whispered to Han Jue, sounding aggrieved like a wronged little wife. How could that be? Just roll up your pants and take a look, Han Jue said, almost in tears from laughing. This is called the Achilles tendon. Teacher Sha noticed yours is unusually long and your frame light. She thought you might excel at high jump. Han Jue patted Ho Zhuang's shoulder. How could Teacher Shan possibly target you? Don't overthink it. Alright, I trust you. Ho Zhuang nodded and returned to class, where his classmates, though ostensibly attending lessons, buzzed with quiet restlessness. They were all young. What youth wouldn't yearn to see their name emblazoned above the school gates? Who wouldn't crave the spotlight among peers? The Chinese literature teacher, noticing the stir, offered a few gentle admonishments before resigning herself to continue the lesson. Watching their starry-eyed enthusiasm, Han Jue couldn't help but smile faintly, though he wondered wryly whether that fervor would endure once they truly grasped the grueling rigor of training. At noon, seizing the chance for a nap, Han Jue resolved to try again, to refine that movement until it met the... After prolonged effort, he finally executed the first movement, this time holding it noticeably longer than the night before. Alas, the red marker line had risen only a fraction. It seemed the second movement would not be taught until he sustained the first for the required duration. Dragging his utterly exhausted body onto the bed, Han Jue sank into deep, dreamless sleep. That afternoon's classes proved equally taxing. Undeniably, missing so many lessons had left him struggling to keep pace. Just as dinner approached, Han Jue hadn't even reached the canteen when a voice rang out from the school gate. Our student Han Jue, we've come to present you with an honor banner. At the main gate of Heiyuan No. 3 Middle School, the woman who'd lost her money on the Haiyang bus stood clutching her child while the middle-aged man beside her held aloft a richly embroidered banner. Let's go inside instead. Shouting here may not even reach him, the man murmured tenderly, concerned his wife's throat was growing raw. No, we must call out. This is our family's savior. We owe him dignity and due recognition. She shook her head firmly and continued, calling her voice now hoarse. Now, this is a school. Loud shouting disturbs student studies. What's the matter? I heard you're looking. The security guard emerged from his booth. Uncle, it's like this. Han Jue saved my child's life-saving money from a thief on the Haiyang bus. The woman clutched her child, eyes brimming with emotion. Without that money, my baby would have died. Han Jue did that too. The guard's expression softened in sudden understanding. He turned to the curious students gathered at the gate and called out, go fetch Han Jue. Coming. Han Jue sprinted down the stairs the moment he spotted her. Not just students, but teachers too leaned out from doorways to watch. Honor banners were occasionally presented at Heiyuan No. 3, but always after the Gaokao. Why now? Our savior. My child is saved. The doctor said if surgery had been delayed by even one day, the child might not have survived. The moment she saw Han Jue, the woman lifted her baby toward him. It's all right, he's safe now. Han Jue gazed at the infant, barely 7 or 8 months old, pale-faced yet wide-eyed, those bright orbs fixed unblinkingly upon him. Then suddenly the baby burst into soft, bubbling laughter. She's laughing. Little Nan Nan knows her savior, the woman cried, delighted. What a radiant child. Just then Shansini appeared, and slipped something small into Han Jue's hand. As Han Jue accepted it, his peripheral vision caught a flash of crimson. He understood instantly. You've given our child half her life, young master. You must accept this banner. The man pressed the embroidered banner into Han Jue's hands. On its silk surface gleamed bold characters, resolute and decisive, brave and righteous action. At that instant, a profound surge of honor swelled within Han Jue, akin to the banner's strung overhead tangible affirmation from others. Thank you. Han Jue accepted the banner and quietly tucked the red envelope into the baby's blanket. Oh no, savior, please don't. The envelope mustn't be accepted. Her sharp eyes caught the motion. She lunged to stop him. They had come solely to express gratitude, not to receive money in return. No, it's just a token, a lucky charm for the child. Han Jue smiled. He'd almost said for little brother or sister, but truthfully, he didn't know the baby's gender. Then, we'll accept it. Savior, please let us treat you to dinner. You truly saved our entire family. If our child had perished, I couldn't have gone on living. She spoke, voice trembling with emotion. Actually, I have training tonight. I'll pass on dinner. Please take the child home early. The air is bitterly cold, and the crowd is thick. Han Jue smiled gently. This was sincere. Even if he refused the banner, they couldn't reclaim the money, after all his name was embroidered upon it. That simply won't do, Savior. Dinner with us is nothing at all. She persisted, her gratitude unwavering. Look at the banners overhead. Han Jue has just claimed 2 championships. Many rivals are watching him closely. As his coach, I can confirm his diet and training regimen are strictly regulated. Han Jue is kind-hearted. He deeply appreciates your goodwill, but dinner truly isn't possible. Please return home soon. The crowd is dense, and the child has only just recovered. Seeing Han Jue overwhelmed, Shan Sini stepped forward with a warm, reassuring smile to explain. Hearing Shan Sini's words, the woman suddenly understood. Of course, their savior had just won championships. Countless eyes were upon him. And she recalled from television reports how strictly athletes' diets were controlled. Very well, we won't insist. But there's one more thing we beg of you, Savior. Please bestow a formal name upon our child. We're not highly educated. We've yet to settle on a proper name, she insisted earnestly. Han Jue nodded. He found the request genuinely meaningful. Sir, what is your surname? And is the child a boy or girl? I'm surnamed Fong. Thank you for your kindness, Savior. It's a boy, the man replied, bashfully, far more reserved than his wife. For a boy, let him be named Fong Zheng, upright and conduct steadfast in character. Han Jue paused thoughtfully, then offered. Fong Zheng is perfect. Thank you, benefactor. The woman cried, cradling the child with a delighted smile. The little one giggled for no reason, staring at Han Jue with an innocent, unending grin. Then we'll head back for now. We'll bring some local specialties to you later, benefactor, the man said, nodding with a pleased expression, clearly fond of the name they had chosen. No need. Han Jue waved his hand repeatedly, seeing them onto the tricycle. Holding the silk banner, he felt awkward as he faced the cluster of onlookers. Still watching. There's half an hour until evening study. Are you all skipping dinner? Shan Sini smiled, watching the others drift away, then came over to Han Jue and said, come on, let's go to my place for another meal. It won't be so easy to eat like this again later. Wait, teacher Shan. I'd like to leave this banner at the school and put any awards I win while I'm here in the school as well, Han Jue said earnestly. He had been thinking this for some time. Why would you do that? These are your honors. Shan Sini said with some surprise. They are my honors, true, but firstly, such tokens do little to directly improve my ability. Secondly, these honors were earned during my time at this school. Without you, without our school's track, without those spike shoes and training pants, I might never have had the chance to achieve them. Perhaps I would never even have set foot on this path. The school has given me so much, I should return something to it, Han Jue said with solemn conviction. Well said. Tomorrow I'll have a room cleared as an honors room. Then we can display the achievements of our students. Let everyone see that excelling in sport can also lead to success. A hearty male voice called from behind. Principal Yin. After shouting Principal, Han Jue scratched his head awkwardly. It was one thing to say such things in front of teacher Shan. Saying them before the principal felt a little embarrassing. Han Jue, your sentiment is admirable. Run with confidence. Oh, I've already applied for hardship aid and a scholarship to support you. For living and study, if you need anything, just speak up, Principal Yin said with a solemn smile, his own spirit evidently lifted by his resolve. Thank you, Principal. Han Jue bowed his head and thanked him at once. In a family like his, the annual tuition was still a considerable burden. It's nothing, I have matters to attend to. Principal Yin waved and left. Shan Sini took the silk banner from Han Jue, rolled it up, and tucked it into his bag, then led him home. Teacher Shan, why did you say we won't be able to eat like this later? Is old man Shan going back to his hometown? Han Jue asked, a little reluctant to give up the food. Old man Shan might speak gruffly, but his cooking was truly good. Shan Sini smiled. No, that's not it. Do you remember who I said the new coach would be? He is the coach. Han Jue couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Ho Zhuang. Facing old man Shan's temper, that boy would be put through the ringer. Unexpected, right? So from now on he'll be very busy. We'll probably have to eat in the school canteen most of the time, Shan Sini said as she closed the door behind them. Brat, wash your hands and come eat. Been off school so long. Old man Shan sat at the table and grumbled and Han Jue felt a warm glow inside. Looking at the table, he saw all his favorite dishes. Don't be harsh. He brought back a silk banner. Shan Sini said, stepping forward to unfurl it for old man Shan to see. Old man Shan immediately praised him. Good lad, decisive and brave. Was that the one on the bus? Yes. Han Jue nodded, washed his hands, and began to eat. Old man Shan approved. Keep it up. I want you to run like thunder and lightning. Han Jue laughed. People cannot run that fast. Not necessarily, old man Sean countered, shaking his head. We once believed Asians could never break 10 seconds in the 100, said it was a racial limit. Yet last year a runner from the East already did it. That shows the human body's potential is boundless. You're the same, boy. Just eat for now. We'll talk about training later, Sean Sinney protested at his sermon. All right. Eat less, let Han Jue eat more, old man Sean said, plucking a piece of Sean Sinney's favorite braised pork and putting it on Han Jue's plate. Am your real child? Sean Sinney objected, but old man Sean paid her no mind and handed another piece to Han Jue. After the meal, he waved and passed a magazine to Han Jue. World Sports Times. Take this and finish it within a week, then come get the next one. There's not a great deal. Read it when you rest, old man Sean. Han Jue nodded, and glancing at the annual subscription price listed inside, his eyes widened. $426.21. The magazine is a bit expensive, but we must keep up with international sports information. We cannot afford to fall behind, old man Sean chuckled. Han Jue hurriedly tucked the magazine to the very bottom of his bag, planning to read it carefully later. Since you're here, let me explain the qualifying trials. The World Youth Championships aren't very prominent domestically. If we want to enter, we'll have to register ourselves at the Motorsports Center. Whether they'll accept us depends on them. Historically, entries were by invitation. If you weren't notified, you had no qualification. Sean Sinney told Han Jue the worst outcome is we go and come straight back. The best is that you pass the selection. Is the World Youth Championships held abroad? Han Jue asked curiously. Yes, Sean Sinney nodded. This time it's in Biloxi City in Europe. You probably haven't heard of it. Sean Sinney nodded again. Still, your times are quite sufficient. They didn't notify us because you're not from a sports school and your results are recent, but our chances remain good. The competition is in July. In May, I'll take you to Modu to try our luck. Sean Sinney hurried to reassure him, afraid he might feel let down. The World Youth Championships. I'm so excited. Han Jue smiled. It was the truth. Growing up, he had always hoped to go abroad. Don't get carried away. With your current results, even if you qualify and stand on their stage, don't expect medals. Making the final will be difficult. Old man Sean scolded from the side. I'm not afraid. There is time to train. Han Jue's gaze hardened with determination. World Youth Championship. Here I come. In May, the air in Huyuan was filled with restlessness. The fan in the classroom creaked, yet it only blew hot. As the sun set, it was almost time for evening study. Outside on the playground, the sunset stubbornly radiated a red glow. Ho Zhuang, hurry up. Otherwise the Mountain King will scold us again. Someone shouted at Ho Zhuang at the entrance of the cafeteria. I'm coming. The Mountain King really scolds harshly. Ho Zhuang replied, helplessly glancing at Han Jue, who was warming up on the track. Look at Han Jue, he has teacher Dan with him every day. You can't compare to him. Han Jue's intensity is on a whole different level. I'd say it's at least 3 days. Just that 40 rounds of back and forth running makes my calves ache just thinking about it. If it hurts, then just drop out. It's much more comfortable studying in the classroom at night. Drop out. Like those cowards. No matter how tired I am, it can't compare to the exhaustion of farming. My dad told me to practice hard. Shoo. After hearing the whistle, the group in sportswear hurriedly ran in front of the old man, Dan, whom they referred to as the Mountain King. As usual, I must ask, is there anyone who can't take it and wants to quit? The old man Dan wore a dark blue tracksuit, and his sunglasses obscured who he was looking at. After a few seconds of silence, seeing no one step forward, the old man Dan nodded. Very well. Let's start. On the track, Han Jue, panting, looked up at the sports team and smiled at Dan Sinney. It's been a week, and finally no one has quit. Yeah, those who remain must really want to train hard. Honestly, I didn't expect over 70 to stay. Dan Sinney nodded, her tone cheerful. Since the sports team was officially formed at the end of March, the old man Dan would ask every training day, and nearly half of the original team of over 130 had left. However, this way those who stayed were all determined. Their initial goal was to achieve level 2. We're leaving tomorrow. Have you packed everything? Dan Sinney reached out to massage Han Jue's calf muscles. I have everything, but there's really not much to prepare. That's true. Tomorrow morning, we'll take a tricycle to the train station. It's a 10-hour train ride. You've never been, Dan Sinney said helplessly, as she originally wanted to take Han Jue on a plane, but unfortunately, they never found a suitable flight and had to settle for the train. No, I really haven't. Han Jue shook his head, but I have motion sickness medicine. Exactly, come on, let's run one more time and check our results. Dan Sinney patted Han Jue's calf and stood up. Han Jue nodded, adjusted his starting block, and listened to Dan Sinney's command. Ready, run. At the sound of the command, Han Jue shot forward like a tiger released from its cage. Over this past month, Han Jue had kept doing that peculiar motion every day outside of training. As Han Jue persisted longer, he finally faintly saw the finish line of the red tape. If calculated by time, it should be around 2 minutes. With each repetition, his physical condition improved significantly, his explosive power grew stronger, and he even grew a bit taller, making Dan Sinney constantly doubt whether he had been eating fertilizer. This beast runs so fast. The members of the sports team looked at Han Jue with envy. If one wasn't an athlete, they could only marvel at how fast Han Jue was, as they wouldn't understand and wouldn't try. But among these athletes, especially those in the 400-meter project group, they understood Han Jue's extraordinary strength. 47.91. This result is already very impressive. Dan Cini showed a pleased expression as she never expected Han Jue to improve so quickly. A month ago he was at 48.51, and he had improved by more than half a second in just 1 month. Alright, no training today, go back and rest. After Dan Cini helped Han Jue relax a bit, she sent him back. After training, Han Jue said goodbye to the sports team members and headed back to the dormitory. Once inside, he closed the door, tossed his backpack aside, and immediately assumed that peculiar position. In just 3 seconds, beads of sweat began to form on Han Jue's forehead. I refuse to believe that today I can't do the second motion. Han Jue gritted his teeth and persevered. Yesterday, he managed to hold on for a full 1 minute and 50 seconds. 1 minute and 51. 1 minute and 52. 2 minutes. After Han Jue completed the last second, the red line finally reached its end. After the red line reached its end, it burst forth with a rainbow of colors, instantly enveloping Han Jue's feet before vanishing. Finally completed the first motion. The next day, when he woke up, Han Jue found himself lying on the floor. He hurriedly ran to take a shower. Fortunately, the current weather made even cold water tolerable. When did my feet become so white? What happened to my hair? Han Jue glanced down while showering and was almost startled. Not only had his feet turned fair, but they also became incredibly smooth. Han Jue's feet had been slightly crooked from wearing ill-fitting shoes as a child, but now they had actually returned to normal. So it seems that completing that motion made my feet perfect. Han Jue tried jumping and found his footwork felt much lighter. If just one motion has elevated my feet to this level, what if I complete them all? Would I end up hairless? Just imagining himself completely hairless made Han Jue a bit worried. If he really became hairless, how would he play with? However, for now, such changes were good. Han Jue glanced at the time. He was already running out of it. Otherwise, he really wanted to run a lap on the playground to check his results. Han Jue, are you not ready yet? Teacher Dan is waiting for you downstairs. The dormitory manager's voice traveled directly to the second floor. Incoming. Han Jue shouted out the window, quickly got dressed, grabbed his bag, and rushed downstairs. What took you so long? Your hair is still wet. Dan Cini asked in confusion, dragging a small suitcase. I fell on the floor while sleeping last night, so I went to shower and then came out. Han Jue scratched his head. You're not catching a cold, are you? Dry your hair first. Dan Cini anxiously took out a handkerchief for Han Jue to dry his hair. After more than 20 hours on the train, Han Jue nearly stumbled as his feet touched the ground. The swaying green train provided him with an entirely different experience. Fortunately, Han Cini had anticipated that Han Jue might encounter such a situation and quickly reached out to steady him, thus avoiding a disastrous fall. Teacher Sean, this train is too terrifying. Han Jue shook his head and said helplessly, feeling slightly unreal at that moment. Haha, you'll get used to it. It's alright, I've already booked a hotel. Tomorrow we'll head to the sports center. Sean Cini smiled. It was morning in the Magic City and the train station was bustling with people. Before their departure, Yen Su had seriously suggested buying them plane tickets, but Sean Cini refused. She wanted Han Jue to experience a different world, and although she told him they were there to compete for a spot in the World Youth Championship. To be honest, even Sean Cini herself wasn't very confident. If things didn't go well, she would feel embarrassed about spending money on 4 plane tickets for a round trip. After all, representing the country in a competition was serious. Han Jue, an ordinary high school student, despite his good grades, lacked recognition, making it extremely difficult for him to gain entry. Furthermore, Han Jue hadn't gone through the proper channels of a sports school, and as of now he hadn't even registered as an athlete. This meant that his achievements had yet to be recorded, making him just another ordinary high school student in the eyes of those at the Magic City Sports Center. Stay close to me, don't get lost, Sean Cini said, grabbing Han Jue's hand and guiding him through the various vendors at the train station. In the square, a girl about Sean Cini's age was holding a sign that read Hyun Monster. Upon seeing that name, Sean Cini walked over and snatched the sign away, exclaiming, "Who are you calling a monster?" "Well, if I write it like this, you can see it right." The girl, dressed in trendy denim, immediately extended her hand to Han Jue and said, "You must be Han Jue, right? I'm Han Jue. We were a team 500 years ago. Who's part of your team? Where's the hotel?" "I'm exhausted," Sean Cini said without hesitation, placing her suitcase into Han Jue's hands. Han Jue quickly shook Han Jue's hand and took the suitcase. "Look how considerate she is." Thankfully, she didn't. Han Jue nodded in satisfaction. "She used to be a member of our team, but later switched careers to become a therapist. She works at the sports center," Sean Cini explained to Han Jue. He nodded, feeling that teacher Sean's family had a different story to tell. Even though they lived in Hyun and their home seemed quite average, how did they have friends everywhere? "Alright, let me take you both to drop off your things," Han Jue said with a smile. "However, due to the influx of people during the May Day holiday, I could only book a double room for you two with 2 separate beds. Is that okay?" "That's fine." Han Jue, do you snore at night?" Sean Cini asked as she casually wrapped her arm around Han Jue's shoulder. "No, I don't snore." Han Jue shook his head. However, Han Jue felt a bit disappointed, realizing that he wouldn't be able to try out the second action tonight. He knew he couldn't reveal such strange things in front of others, especially since this peculiar action had some mysterious effects. Then it's fine. Let's go. Han Jue waved her hand carelessly. Afterward, Han Jue led the two to the parking lot and drove them directly to the guest house opposite the sports center. After taking the keys and dropping off their belongings, they went out to eat. After hurriedly ordering a few local dishes at the restaurant, Han Jue eagerly asked, "What's the situation now? Have the selected participants come for testing yet?" "Not yet. They should officially start testing the day after tomorrow. However, the team leader Zhang Xiaohu has already arrived. He was parachuted in, and we didn't know in advance." Han Jue said helplessly. "Zhang Xiaohu? Is he the one who got into a fight with the Eastern Japan team leader during their last argument?" Han Jue asked in surprise. "How do you know about that? That incident only happened last month." Han Jue replied, equally astonished. "It was reported in the magazine. So does this mean he's come down for reflection?" Han Jue said with some concern, noting that his temperament wasn't good and that they didn't follow the proper channels. "Yes, but at this point I think you can only approach it this way. Tomorrow just pretend you're unfamiliar with the process and take Han Jue directly to him to ask if he can give Han Jue a spot for selection." "What do you mean? Just act like we're from a small place and don't know anything. After all, ignorance is bliss." Han Jue realized what she was getting at. "Exactly. I checked before, and Zhang Xiaohu also transferred from a local middle school. He will definitely have some prejudices against those without formal training like you." Han Jue said with a smile, feeling proud. "Wow, you even managed to investigate that." Han Jue said with surprise as she playfully slapped Han Jue's arm. "But don't get too excited. His partner, the leader this time, is Meng Xinguang, who has a solid sports school background and is quite rigid. He'll undoubtedly mock you." Han Jue added cold water to her enthusiasm. "That's fine. I didn't come here expecting anything. After all, this is the Magic City. When we come from our little place, people will see our background and look down on us. If it weren't for Han Jue's decent grades, I wouldn't have brought him here to face this awkwardness." Han Jue nodded. "It's not so bad. I'll help you on the side. Just remember, pretend we don't know each other, otherwise I'll be exposed as the mole." Han Jue smiled and said, "Don't worry, even if I sell out Han Jue, I won't sell you out." Han Jue glanced. "By the way, make sure to have a copy of this kid's results ready to show them when the time comes. These coaches have high standards and might not even give Han Jue a chance to run a lap." Han Jue continued to remind them, then provided Han Jue with all the details about the sports center, the testing schedule, and the locations. "By the way, after talking for so long, how fast can this kid run now?" Han Jue was genuinely curious. "He's already clocked under 48 seconds. Before coming here, he tested at 47.91. Han Jue smiled slightly. "That's impressive. If he can drop even further under 48 seconds, that would qualify him for the semifinals in both the national games and the national championships. I remember the national high school boys 400-meter record is around 47.5, right?" Han Jue asked in astonishment. "Unfortunately, they just held that event last year, and it's only once every 4 years. By the time Han Jue graduates, it'll be too late." Han Jue shook her head. All right, with this performance, there will be plenty of competitions. Let's eat, and then you should rest early." Han Jue teased, feeling envious of Han Jue for having such a great student. 2 days later. Today was the official selection day at the sports center. Approaching noon, the trials for many events had already concluded. Meng Xinguang gazed despondently at his notebook and let out a heavy sigh. "Old Zhang, how's it going? Any promising talents?" Meng Xinguang asked a man with sharp facial contours and thick dark eyebrows. "Promising talents. They're all hoarded and hidden away by local authorities. Each one guarding their athletes like precious treasure, terrified I'll snatch them up." Zhang Xiaohu slammed his notebook. "Aside from the throwing group from the southeast, most other events have yielded little activity. Look, the women's 1500-meter trials are nearly finished." Zhang Xiaohu was deeply dissatisfied. Because the World Youth Championships carried relatively low prestige, the event received far less attention than it warranted. Compounding matters, this year brought exceptional circumstances. Tensions in Shanghai had escalated significantly, giving local authorities even more justification to withhold their athletes, citing concerns over children's physical well-being. Even Zhang Xiaohu could offer no rebuttal. Meng Xinguang shook his head. He knew the situation all too well. At this stage, World Youth Championship quotas were typically submitted by regional sports schools and trusted coaches, with today's selection serving merely as a formality. Only the throwing group held genuine medal potential. For all other events, choices were made by selecting the best among the mediocre. On the track, the women's 1500-meter runners had already crossed the finish line one by one. After recording their times, Meng Xinguang had already made up his mind who would be selected and who would not. "All right, just treat this as a chance to unwind. Go back and finalize the roster with me. Not that I'm criticizing, but you really ought to temper that temper of yours." Meng Xinguang said helplessly to Zhang Xiaohu. "Temper? This is who I am, born and raised with it. As for those Japanese, I'll strike them down every time I see them." Zhang Xiaohu slammed his notebook again, utterly oblivious to his demotion. "Wait, hold on. We haven't been tested yet." Dan Cine stepped forward, pulling Han Jue with her to block the two men. Per their prearranged strategy, Dan Cine wore deliberately plain, outdated clothing, and even Han Jue, aside from his spiked running shoes, was dressed entirely in worn-out attire. Not tested yet. Which event group are you from? Meng Xinguang asked directly. The men's 400 meters. We've been waiting here since morning. Dan Cine replied matter-of-factly. Men's 400 meters. Are you certain you've come to the right selection trial? Meng Xinguang asked, puzzled. Old Zhang, did we schedule selections for the men's 400 meters this time? No, we didn't. Men's 400 meters. Every athlete dreams of sprinting the 100 or 200 instead. Zhang Xiaohu snorted disdainfully. He'd risen through the ranks from grassroots coaching and understood local realities intimately. The men's 400 meters was widely regarded as an unforgiving discipline, demanding both endurance and explosive power. Coaches routinely steered naturally explosive athletes toward the 100 or 200 meter sprints, while those with superior stamina were channeled into the 800 or 1,500 meters. Yet the 400 meters required mastery of both, and East Asians historically held little advantage in this event, rendering it increasingly neglected. Number 400 meters. That can't be right. We traveled all the way from Haiyuan No. 3 High School in Haiyang, riding a train for over 20 hours just for your selection trial. Dan Cine immediately produced her train ticket. Comrade, I sympathize, but our official roster contains no such event. There truly is no selection for this discipline. Meng Xinguang replied helplessly. He hadn't anticipated coaches arriving unannounced at the sports center with their students. Comrades, even if this event isn't scheduled, my student's performance is outstanding. Here's his record from the Provincial Youth Championships. Just under 48 seconds. He took first place. Dan Cine hurriedly interjected as she saw the two men preparing to walk away. Comrade, rules are rules. Our roster includes no men's sprints, so how can there possibly be a selection trial for this event? Why not return home and train further, aiming instead for next year's World Junior Championships? Meng Xinguang's patience was wearing thin. The Provincial Youth Championships were nearly 2 months ago. What's his current time? Zhang Xiaohu, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. 47.91 seconds. We timed him just before departure. Dan Cine responded instantly, relieved he'd asked, fearing he wouldn't. 47.91. Hand-timed, I presume. Meng Xinguang muttered under his breath. He'd seen too many coaches inflate their students' results to secure eligibility. Yes, hand-timed. Dan Cine kept her gaze fixed on Zhang Xiaohu. She knew everything hinged on his job. Hand-timed results lack precision. You're a coach yourself. Truth is, our selection process has concluded. This is the World Youth Championships, representing our nation on the global stage. You're from an ordinary high school. We simply cannot make exceptions. After speaking, Meng Xinguang turned to leave. Comrades, we've come so far. Please just let him run once. 1 lap takes barely a minute. It'll delay you only momentarily. I'll treat you both to dinner afterward. Dan Cine pressed on. Teacher Dan, we should go, Han Jue said quietly, breaking his long silence. It wasn't that he didn't want this opportunity, but he couldn't bear watching Teacher Dan, so kind and steadfast, repeatedly rebuffed by Meng Xinguang. The Teacher Dan who rushed him to the hospital when he was injured. The Teacher Dan who took him to explore Haiyuan's night markets. The Teacher Dan who opened his eyes to the wider world. Now she stood there, pleading on his behalf. He couldn't watch any longer. What are you saying? Be quiet. Dan Cine snapped softly at Han Jue, then turned back to face Zhang Xiaohu. Wait a moment. Haiyuan No. 3 High School. An ordinary high school. That journey wasn't easy. Young man, do you have the confidence to run even faster? Zhang Xiaohu glanced at Han Jue and raised a hand to stop Meng Xinguang. Old Zhang, what are you doing? Can we really bend the rules like this? Meng Xinguang urgently called out to Zhang Xiaohu. He's just from an ordinary high school. How could he possibly compete internationally? So was I, from an ordinary high school. Zhang Xiaohu whirled around and shouted, what's wrong with an ordinary high school? Does it make its students inferior to those from sports academies? You go warm up. Run 1 lap. Let me see what you've got. Let me be clear, if you've come here to deceive me, I won't lay a hand on the woman. But you boy, I won't hold back. Zhang Xiaohu was no fool. He'd already suspected something the moment they mentioned ordinary high school. I have confidence. Han Jue's voice resonated with quiet, unshakable strength.